the... Alrighty. Alrighty. We'll go over the first one. I mean, there's gonna be multi-alpha rails. Hello, Duke Vulture. How you doing? All right. Wrong one. Alrighty. Here we go. Here we go. Back in the saddle. All right. Got the Scryfall open to look up all the cards. And a little bit of some preconness. Alrighty. So, there are only so many commanders, chat. There are only so many commanders for each and every one of these cards, quite frankly. Oh, sorry. There's only so many commanders in Edge of Eternities. I think there's literally... Let me look it up. There's 18? 18. There are 18 cards that we're going over today, right? Just 18. And some of them are just going to be real quick, just like, yep, this is a... not that great. This is simply an uncommon that goes in something and move on, right? But hey, at the very least, we get to talk about them because maybe, just maybe, one of these commanders, one of these legendary creatures is somebody's favorite. And at the end of the day, you know, that person deserves to know that we at the very least, kind of looked at them. The Lopter, yes. Listen, I mean, obviously, we will, and we'll do a deck tech, like an entire deck tech on the Lobster. But I actually have, I think, maybe just a little bit of a hot take on the Lobster. All right, a little bit of a hot take on the Lobster, and that is that it might not end up being as fun as you think it would be. We were getting comment as a legendary creature. You know what? That is like so true, actually. Even that, like, what the closest we have is like that robot dog, right? Like the uncommon robot dog that looks like not a corgi, but whatever type of dog Comet is. But yeah, Comet as a legendary creature would do it. Comet is already a space dog, right? Exactly. Legendary creature space chase. That would have been funny. I just want him in the command zone so I can get him altered into my dog. True, Duke. True. That's fair. That, you know what? And that is a dream worth having. That was absolutely a dream worth having. But, because, like, they gave the legendary creature... There's a cat. There's, like, a cat in the story. Miri is the, like, cat that one of the main characters is, like, trying to find the entire story. And it's just, like, it could have just been Cosmo the dog, you know? Or Comet. Comet the dog, but they didn't do that. Whatever. Anyway, chat, let's see what we have going on here. So this is Alpha Rael. Yes, the one and only Alpha Rael. You love him. You absolutely love him. You must love him. It's Alpha Rael. He's like the best. He's the #1 quintessential boy failure in Magic, and I love him for that. After like just the unrivaled success. This guy's amazing. This one? Really? Dreaming Acolyte? Okay. Well, you're going to have to tell us why. Guy that exists for sure. But yes, in the story, Alpha Rael just fails upward. I love him so much. He stumbles, trips, and falls. Gets like just smacked down all the time. But you know what? He still perseveres through. And we love our boy failures, all right? And that's Alpha Rael. So, without further ado, let's get into the first version of his card, because all of the legendary cards in this set, all the creatures, have two versions of them. They have the version of them from the beginning of the storyline, so Alpha Rael, Dreaming Acolyte, and then from the end of the storyline, where there's like a mono-color version of them usually. So, let's go over the earlier version of Alpha Rael, Dreaming Acolyte. So, Alpha Rael, Dreaming Acolyte, 1 blue, black, 2/3, legendary creature, human cleric. When Alpha Rael enters, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. During your turn, Alpha Rael has Death Touch. Alright, so let's analyze what this means, alright? So we have a 3 mana, 2/3 commander. So, okay. On your turn, Death Touch, okay, means that he could attack. That's cool, right? And then when he enters, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards, unless you discard an artifact card, right? So ETB, draw 2, discard 2 is what I would say. And then if you really want to keep something, you can just discard an artifact card. I mean, he kind of reminds me of Golbez, Crystal Collector, if that seems like reasonable, if that's like a reasonable thing for him to remind us of, right? It's like just a 2 mana guy. Whenever an artifact you control enters, surveil 1 sort of thing. So if you're trying to do some blue black artifacts in graveyard shenanigans, but I mean, if you want, but really we could just do like blue black cast from or put cards in discard in the graveyard and recast them, right? So like harmonized mechanic would be fine with that. Um, let's see what else. I mean, I'm trying to think. What else would we want him for? Is he better just in the 99? Someone in chat said that he's actually a good commander, and I would like to see how gotta exist. How exactly is Alfariel a good commander? I'm thinking 99, chat. I'm feeling 99. How do you plead? I mean, he sets up for artifact reanimation. Okay. I think he's 99. I'm kind of like feeling 99. Hey, West Coast, how you doing, bud? We're going over Alfariel. I'm feeling in the 99 personally. You know, like that's what I'm vibing. Black Zeus, thank you very much for the follow. Because like, you know, there's like instants and sorceries we can use that say like draw 2, discard, right? So it's like, are there commanders that are there not commanders that are just better than you know, for draw discard? Pauper EDH commander abusing feign death effects. So like you're saying like in PDH, play him, draw 2, discard, let him or go to block with them, and then feign death him so that he comes back so you can draw 2, discard 2. I mean, is that what PDH does? Is that like the cool thing? Like he's going into your Muldrotha? Okay, right. So you can cast him as a creature, right? And then draw 2, discard. You have 2 cards and you have new cards in your hand and new cards in your other hand for Muldrotha. Yeah, he might be fun for PDH. Yeah, is he more of a PDH sort of thing? Got any tips on playing Commodore Guff Planeswalker deck? You're new to MTG. Ben, welcome to MTG. And actually, yes, I do. I love Planeswalker commander decks. My number one tip is don't let anyone who says that like you can't run Planeswalkers in Commander stop you. If that's the first thing they say to you, ignore. Okay, just ignore. You keep pressing forward and finding the cards you want. Commodore Guff is definitely very playable. You want to find cards that do proliferate and things that produce creatures every time you play a non-creature spell, so that you have blockers. That's the number one thing you want to do. And there's planeswalkers that do that too, so that's even better. But yeah, proliferate cards. Let them play aggressively with Death Touch and just play him over and over for the ETB. I mean, it's just like a 2/3, right? Like 2/3 with Death Touch for I mean, like he's blockable. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, not gonna lie, the Commodore Guff deck out of the box is pretty good. Yes, I agree with that, Bill. Is EO? Yes, Cheddar Goblin. EOE is fully spoiled, right? So we can look up any cards that we want that we think like might help or something like that. But yeah, EOE is fully spoiled. So there's no, you know, yeah, it's fully out. So what are we feeling for Alfariel? Is this more in the 99 or as a commander? I guess this is for regular commander because I don't know enough about PDH. I don't know enough about PDH to really be like, yeah, at least like uncommon wise, he's kind of like, you know, he's fucking. But like commander wise, I just don't imagine the attacking as a 2/3 with Death Touch, or even if he's buffed up, still just like attacking is necessarily being like helped by the draw 2 discard. Can block, can use village right effects. He's just good PDH value in the zone. Okay, all right. And well, he can block. I mean, he only has Death Touch on your turn, not on other people's turn. So not the he can block as much as any 2/3 can, right? He can block, but I mean, you know. Yeah, so I'm thinking like just not really commanderable, right? So someone said like Muldrotha, good in like a Muldrotha deck, right? For the normal, I feel he gets overshadowed. Yeah, I feel that's like super fair. So I think our vote is gonna be Alpha Rael in the 99 versus versus any other way, right? I think that's pretty fair, chat. We good with that? That up down blue black blink deck, but blinking for what, right? Like what is the outcome of draw 2 discard 2? And if we're doing blink typo, we're probably not doing artifact typo. What is the point of draw 2 discard 2? Because at a certain point you just mill 2 instead, right, like yeah, you know. Honorable mention for PDH command zone, we'll give it that. So I'll write that down in notes. So Alpha Rael Dreaming Acolyte gets honorable mention in PDH Commander Zone. In PDH Commander Zone. All right, cool. That's great. But definitely, if you're going to be running him, it's going to be in the 99 of something, but not as the commander. Because, hey, Alpha Rael, Dreaming Acolyte, 3 mana, 2/3, Death Touch only on your turn, so even as a blocker, not very good. As an attacker, 2 damages, whatever. And if he said, like, every time he attacked, draw 2, discard 2, unless you discard an artifact, that would be different, right? Because it's like, okay, it's a repeatable effect by itself. But to make this a blue-black blink deck just to, like, draw 2, discard 2 is super not very worth it. If we really wanted to do like a self discard typo, maybe Alpha Rael would be, you know, like the a commander to choose. But at the end of the day, it's like half of your cards need to be blue black blink. The other half has to be, oh, when you discard me, do something. And it's like, okay, sure, but there's like any commander under the sun that could do that better, right? So in the 99 for Alpha Rael. Thank you very much, Sherlock. I appreciate that. Thank you. What do you think about Scoot Swarm? I mean, just like in general, Pete Corgi, Scoot Swarm's a really good card. It's one of the best cards ever. I feel like this card is confused about its identity. So is Alpha Rael. But don't. No. Well. So is Alpha Rael. All right. Let's go over to the next one. All right. The real Alpha Rael card. So this one gets a in the 99 vote. All right, on to the real Alpha Rael, the real one worth talking about. Boom. Hello, there we go. Blink Artifact Madness deck. Let's go. Sounds literally awful. Both of the cards have identity crisis issues. No, this one's fine. That free Death Touch means grabbing Trample can make him scary. Blue Black Trample is the best we can do. Ugh. If that's the best we can do, that ain't worth it. All right, chat. This is the real Alpha Rael. Alpha Rael Stone Chosen. All right, let's go over the real commander option here. So, Alpha Rael Stone Chosen, 3 black for a 3/3 legendary creature, human cleric with Ward, discard the card at random, and Void. Whenever Alpha Rael attacks, if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, defending player loses half their life, rounded up. End sentence. Okay. So, obviously, right, this is a lose half your life commander, and then you want to run cards that say lose life equal to the life you lost this turn, right? That's what this deck is. It's mono black. Make your commander, just kill something with a kill spell. Swing with your commander. Your opponents lose half their life. You play a card that says however much life you lost this turn, lose that much life. Boom. And you beat that person. Nice. Which is fine. We've had commanders that are like that before. Asterion, right? Like the black white Asterion. He has that ability on him, right? Whereas like however much life someone lost this turn, they lose that much. Asterion decks were already doing that. Just your commander is like the one that says like, hey, whatever life you lost, lose it again. This is just the commander that makes you lose half your life, right? So obviously, we just kind of fill up this deck, or at least guarantee that this deck has wound reflections, right? Not bad. Wound reflection magnet. Exactly. Alpharell's Short is a card. Wound reflection. Yep. 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 This one is nice, Smith. Exactly. How does that work with Unstoppable Slasher? So Unstoppable Slasher is 2 and a black for a 2/3 zombie assassin death touch. Whenever Unstoppable Slasher deals combat damage to a player, they lose half their life rounded up, right? So what would happen, just in terms of like how does that work together, it would be they're both there. You kill, so you make something get removed, right? You swing with both. Alpha Rael on the swing makes someone lose half their life, right? And then on the hit, whatever life total that was, so like 40 down to 20. And then on the hit, the slasher would deal 3 damage. And then, so they would be down to 17. And then half of 17 rounded up is like, what happens to your opponent. So they lose a fuck ton, right? So for multiple cards to say lose half your life, it's like diminishing returns. There's never a situation where it's just like, hey, lose half your life, and then another, hey, lose half your life. It doesn't go like, oh, you're at 40, lose 20. Oh, you were at 40. Well, the second one says lose 20. It doesn't work that way, right? Whatever you go down to, then you lose half of that. That's how that works. Which is why it's better that Alpha Rael does it on attack, because one, Alpha Rael doesn't need to hit. He doesn't need to actually connect to your opponent's face to make them lose half that life. If anything, it's even better because Alpha Rael swings, your opponent loses half their life total, and then Alpha Rael hits them for 3. That's actually the best way to do it because you do a higher amount of total damage to someone, right? Unstoppable Slasher is when it deals combat damage, so it's like, 20 minus 3 down to 17, then lose half, right? That's not quite as much, or I guess it's kind of the same thing, but still, it's you don't actually have to like connect with Alpha Rael. You just make them lose half, which is great. That's actually really fantastic. Ashaya, Soul of the Wild. What's going on, Chase Osgood? Having a native protect makes him more comfortable play against that for this style of play. Correct. Unstoppable plus Archfiend of Despair for that, by the way. Exactly. So that means Archfiend of Despair just goes in this deck too, right? 0 point this. You can also Maze of Ith. He doesn't have to hit. I'm pretty sure Mauld would let him. Yes. Correct. 0 point. Correct. Mauld would absolutely let this Swink Boy hit. Honestly, I like Alpha Rael. He's my boy failure. He's my absolute boy failure, and I love him. Kuro, what color set do you think got the most love in Edge of Eternities? Red, green. Yep, red, green. That's my answer. Red, green. Although black, white got quite a bit too, I gotta say. But I would say red, green. If I had to choose one. How would you build Tassiger the Golden Fang? I should just do a stream where people like literally just like ask like let's like run down the commander. I should do that at some point. Tassiger the Golden Fang, I would build him as he's really strong. Tassiger the Golden Fang. He's actually a really tough commander. He's actually banned in one-on-one commander because he's that good. Like that's how like oppressive he can be. You just do what you want to do is do some self-mill, right? Like not too much, but a little bit of self-mill, and then you want your good cards in your graveyard. Actually, not even self-mill. You want to tutor your cards that are very strong into your graveyard, and then use Tassiger to get them back to your hand. Yeah, Tassiger the Golden Fang is like quintessential Sultai graveyard value. Cards in your hand have Warp 2 red. Oh, we're gonna do that later. That's Tanook. That's Tanook. He's on this list. How would you? What's good? Tusker wants to play in the yard. Yeah. What's good news for your Helena deck? Yes, correct. Yep. Okay, so chat, Alpha Rael, thinking of cards that so he's commander, right? Can we thumbs up Alpha Rael Stone Chosen being commander, right? He's also grading the 99 of the right deck. Yeah, honestly, you're not wrong. Like, you know, he goes in Asterion, right? Because like Alpha Rael in an Asterion deck says like lose half your life, and then Asterion says like, okay, I go the end step, lose whatever life you lost. Actually, so he's really good in the 99 of a lot of decks, like quite a couple. So yeah, he's actually really powerful in the 99 and in the command zone. Yeah, he's actually both. Yes, they lose half of their life on attack, not even having to connect, just on attack, and that's very, very strong here. So, since he's going to 99 for decks like Asterion and things like that. Now, what are the mono black cards in Asterion? That's basically how like you would build this deck, right? So like, what are the top 6 cards for him for Alpha Royale here? We have Wound Reflection, right? Wound Reflection. Battle Royale looks fun. I agree. Bloodleather, yep. The Slasher doesn't do as much. Slasher does what Alpha Royale does, which is cool. You know, don't get me wrong, but you know what you could. I think what would happen, right? Like if him and Alpha Royale attack, you attack with Alpha Royale and Slasher. The person loses half their life. Then both of them deal 3 damage, or yeah, 3 damage each. 2 and 3. So then they deal 5 damage, and then Slasher says, then lose half your life from there, right? So like in a commander game, that's 40 down to 20, then deal 5 damage down to 15, and then half of 15, which is it's kind of funny. That's fucked up. that's pretty sick. That's actually pretty cool. Put some to 7. Hey, that's not bad. That ain't half bad. That ain't half bad. Winning he combo with Shard of the Void Dragon. Let me see. Shard of the Void Dragon. Whenever Shard of the Void Dragon attacks, each opponent sacrifices a non-land permanent. Whenever an artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield or is put into exile from the battlefield, put 2 counters on Shard of the Void Dragon. That they have nothing to do with each other. You'd be enemy number 1 though. Yes, and you can take it because you're Alpha Royale. This card would be insane in Ishin. True, it is an on-attack trigger, right? So even in the 99 with Ishin, whenever Alpha Royale attacks. So for double trigger, it would be whenever I attack, it's like, okay, 40 down to 20, and then 20 down to 10. And then everyone does their on-attack trigger damage, where it's like, oh, 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage, like all that shit. That would be sick. That's a really good one in the 99. Let's see, Asterion, yep, Asterion, and Ishin. That's a good call. I didn't think about Ishin. Yeah, insta-kill, not an insta-kill, because as we said before, the way double triggers of half your life work, it's half of whatever your life is when that ability is resolving, right? So if you're at 40 and you get trigger of half your life, it's 40 down to 20, and then 20 down to 10. But then commander damage is dealt, and it's like, well, then Alpha Royale hits you for 3. Oops. Like, okay. And then everyone else, right? Like, and all the other damage. That's really good, actually. That's really good. Yeah. Boy Failure goes out in Ishin for sure. Yeah, lose half your life has diminishing returns, but at the end of yes, it's diminishing returns, but at the end of the day, like, it is half of somebody's life total. They get closer and closer to 0, and it is rounded up, right? So if someone was at 2 for, you know, like whatever, or sorry, it was someone that was at 3, you know, it's like 1.5 rounded up to 2, and then Alpha Royale punches them for 3. How much damage would they have to be for Alpha Royale to kill them on combat? So if they were at 7, they lose half their life to 3.5. Oh no, that's 4. So I guess it would just be 6. They're just at 6. You lose half and take 3. Okay, yeah. 5, 6, or 7. Yeah, well, no, it wouldn't be 7 because that's 3. Oh, it's 3.5, and that would be 4. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, 7 does. Yeah. I was thinking of like exact numbers, but yeah, you're right. Exactly. Yeah. Right. Right. 4 to 3. Yep. Right. Plus half Rails 3. There you go. Yep. I was thinking like exact numbers, and that's what it'd be. So yeah, there you go. Just get them down to 7. Easy, bro. Easy. Temporal Extortion usually, actually, rough might be good in this deck. Temporal Extortion. Let me see. Temporal Extortion. Thank you very much for the follow. Temporal Extortion. Whenever you play Temporal Extortion, any player may lose half their life rounded up. If a player does counter Temporal Extortion, take an extra turn after this one. Very true. Very true. Yeah, that would be like a fun card. I like the theme of like lose half your life, right? It's just fun. You know, like there's some fun things that you can do with the like lose half your life theme. And just also Temporal Extortion. That's actually in like the lore, in just like Alpha Rael's lore, the like black hole people that he's a part of, they use a temporal extortion like field to prevent death for like 10 minutes. It's like actually really crazy. Grievous Wound is that's a player enchantment to make them lose half their life, right? Is that Grievous Wound? Yeah, player can't gain life. Whenever enchanted player is dealt damage, they lose half their life rounded up. So it will be like Alpha Rael swings 40 down to 20, deals 3 to you, and then 17 divided by 2. So is that what we do? Like when we go over, okay? Because we're not gonna do it tonight, but because we're doing general notes for every commander. So this deck is going to be all about the like lose half your life synergies. Is that fair? Is that fair to say? Plus, imagine casting Temporal Extortion first, someone pays it, and then you cast Wound Reflection. I mean, really, it's just Temporal Extortion first, and then then Wound Reflection. Right. What other types of Wound Reflection cards are there in mono black? In mono black specifically, I know Bloodleather Vaclazats, Wound Reflection. What else do we have? So basically, you would never let this resolve. Correct. Exalted blood. Oh, exalted? No, exalted blood. Right? Is that what you mean, Nolan? Exalted blood. Yeah. For how much life someone lost, you gain that much. Yep. Exquisite blood. Yes. Exquisite blood. You know what you could do? You could be like, hey guys, I'm running Exquisite Blood, but I promise I don't have the Sanguine Bond combo. And that's fine. You don't need it because you just say, like, attack with my commander, Wound Reflection, die. Like, you don't actually even need Sanguine Bond. There's a creature that's Wound Reflection on the stick. Yeah, Bloodleather Vaclazats. Yep. Archfiend of Despair. Oh, that's right. Archfiend of Despair, right? Let me... yeah, Archfiend of Despair, is that... That's the, when one player loses life, the next person does, right? Staple on opponents can't gain life. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did I walk into Black Love Magic Talk? I mean, no, but, like, yeah. Oh, it is each... Okay, Archfiend of Despair is... Yeah, it is... Opponents... Yeah, so for 6 black, 6/6 flying demon, your opponents can't gain life, and at the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life equal to the life that player lost this turn. Yep. Yep. Archfiend of Despair would do it. Yeah. Perfect. 8 mana creature though? Well, yeah, but like, so if we know that the Wound Reflection cards are expensive, because Wound Reflection itself is already 6 mana, right? Like, if we know that this deck is about getting expensive creatures out, then, I mean, we're mono black, we will make sure that we have the ability to get up to that mana source. We have rituals. Black has rituals. So, I mean, our commander already costs 5, right? Alpha Rael over here costs 5 in the first place. So we're going to make sure that we have, dark ritual and the other 2 black rituals, and we just get there. Like, it's doable. Yeah, 8 mana. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah. Rituals and Citadel. Oh god, Citadel. Don't even get started on Citadel. Darkness Crystal and other things like that to reduce cost. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is mono black. You just resurrected from the grave. Let's be honest with ourselves. You just resurrected shit from the grave. Mana rocks exist in mono black. They sure do. They sure do. So yeah, no, I think honestly this deck is pretty like straightforward. I would say you know exactly what you want to do, and honestly, like I think this is like a pretty decent. I'm not saying like I'm not like Baby's first deck for sure, like Baby's first introduction to mono black, but it's not a bad introduction to mono black, right? Like it's not a bad introduction to like, hey, did you know that like, you know, I want you to get into a monocolor deck because everyone's like, oh, like here's Commander, here's like my 5-color dragon deck, here's blah 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 blah. If you want to give someone brand new to Magic an example of a singular color deck that has a plan and you just need to get to it, and while you're on the way to doing that, your commander does really cool things that like make your opponent lose half their life, right? Just do it. Just even if you don't have a wound reflection out, you get to swing a 3/3 goober and just be like, hey, life gain deck. No. Just don't. Like, okay? Like, I know you were having fun, but like, how about you just don't? And it's like, that's sick. Like, that's actually really cool. So as far as like getting newer players into a monocolor commander deck, I think Alpha Rael is actually like not a bad choice. Not a bad choice at all. And it's cool. Like it's flashy. It's a flashy ability to make someone's life total just be cut in half. It's cool. It's very linear and effective. Yeah, but not boring. It's really not that boring, right? Like no, really. It puts like a clock on the game, but not like a a combo clock per se. Per se, you're obviously trying to get to a combo, but there's only like 6 cards that help you get there in a deck of an 100 card deck, right? Like in a 100 card deck, 6 cards will do like a combo, and you don't always get there. It's fine. I don't even think he can help you beat the. Wait, who? You want black ramp? I got your black ramp. There you go. I need this info to simmer in Summari's Revenge for a few pods. Yeah, there you go. Alfredo hitting the life game player with hollow purple. True, dude. Yes, it's funny that you mentioned I was just watching a JJK video. It's really funny actually that you were just like literally right before stream. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Yeah, is that the other guy? Is that the new wound reflection on a stick or no? Bloodthirsty Conqueror. If an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Okay. So that's some good examples, chat. We're good here. We understand what Alpha Rael does. We're going to go over to the next commander. We're going to do deep dive into the actual deck builds later on. Like, not this stream, but like in different streams. Right now, I just want to get general notes for each commander, right? So then we can determine which ones we actually want to do commander decks on, right? Clearly, we'll do a deck attack on Alpha Rael, because I think we've all determined that he's actually kind of fun. But like, this Alpha Rael is like, nah, we're not gonna... No, we're good. We're okay. We're good. But this one, absolutely. All right. Let's go on to the next commander. We have legendary creature Dawnsire. Do I even have like a colorless background? Fuck, I don't. That's crazy. Well, boop. Multicolor this. Alrighty. He said Jesus, and I said I don't even think he can help beat. Yeah, yeah. True. Yeah, alright, I mean, let's go over this one, right? This one's actually pretty sick. Let me pull up my... Oops. Hold on. Alright, here we go. So this is Dawnsire, Sunstar Dreadnought. For 5 generic mana, you get a legendary artifact spacecraft with the station ability, which we all know how that works, right? No abilities, just naked on its own, but... Once you get 10 or more charge counters on it, you get, whenever you attack, Dawnsire deals 100 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker, right? So, any creature or planeswalker, whenever you attack with anything, you deal 100 damage to 1 target creature or planeswalker. You just you point and say that motherfucker right there, and from orbit, a beam just drops from the sky and just decimates that one guy. That one Fibblethip gets blasted, okay? Loot eviscerated from the galaxy. Yeah, big beautiful ship. It's funny, colorless Stuffy Doll deck probably wouldn't build it myself, but I'd love to see it in action. Yeah, I'd like to see it once. You know, Boogie Mania, yeah, Dawnslayer plus Stuffy Doll. I'd like to see it once. Just once. You know. Could you imagine using sorcery cards and possibly do it to another? Okay, so the proxy for that card would be the Death Star. The Death Star would be blowing up planets. This is more like a like a Gears of War. Okay, it would be the Death Star on single reactor, or like a Gears of War Hammer of Dawn. Looks like something from Destiny. Yeah. If Destiny did like giant capital ships instead of just like one little space pod, you know. If Destiny acknowledged that their universe is full of like 50 million different chosen ones, that you could just make a fleet of them and just send them after any threat, yeah. But no, they have to act like it's just you. Alright. Dawn Sire. Sunstar Dreadnought. F this motherfucker in particular, bro. Like, that guy right there, that Llanowar elf that's, like, charging all these abilities, fuck that guy. That guy in particular. I miss MTG. I stopped when COVID happened. And I feel you forgot everything about the game. Lethal Max, there is literally never a better time to get back into Magic. There's literally never a better time. It is more popular than ever before. Every single set makes it even more popular. And the game is still, like, the same. There's new mechanics, right? But, like, mana still taps the way mana does. Summoning Sickness is still there, you know? Blocking still works the same way. You know, hey, look, we're looking at a card right here that has Station. And you're like, whoa, Spacecraft, what does that mean? If you read what Station means, I think you'll pick it up. I think you'll get it. And then once you look at it for like 10 minutes, you'll be like, oh, I get it now. Okay, yeah, sure. Biggie. I feel like I forgot the order of operations or anything. Never too hard, never too late to come back. It's literally like riding a bike. You'll pick it back up. You mean we need Eldrazi or Constructs to Station? Well, yeah, there's 10. 10's a lot. It's going to go in the 99 if you're tall. Got a Fury deck. Same here, Frost. Same here. Yep, my Toralf deck. Toralf is what? Already like a 5/5, right? Forgot where I put that deck. Okay, so chat. Just overwhelming to think about it again, but seeing this inspired you. Good, Lethal. Good. Well, welcome back. 5/3. Beautiful. All right, chat. So, Dawn-Sire. Commander or 99? Where are we feeling this to be the most fun? Where are we feeling this the most fun? Because I can already think of a couple decks where this is really fun in the 99, right? Like, I think it's definitely a fun card in the 99 in a lot of different ways. I guess it's more just like, is it a worthwhile commander or not? This card is ridiculous. It is a little ridiculous. So, okay, I mean, in the 99, it definitely works in some 99s, right? So, like, the first place I'm putting it in the 99, Toralf, right? So, Toralf for sure. But then also, like, I play Sidri Galvanic Genius. I can give this card Lifelink and Death Touch. And, like, oh, I just gained 100 life. That's cool to me. I don't know about you, but that sounds awesome to me. So, like, yeah, I can give it Lifelink Death Touch in my Sidri deck. So that is Gucci gang to me. I don't know, the power creep is nuts. I don't know about this. This is fine. It would be targeted immediately. Meh. I mean, it's targeted before it gets to 20, so it's like not a 20/20 flyer, but like, I think you get at least like 1 or 2 turns with swinging this to like kill a thing. And it's like 5 colorless. If it's in an artifact deck, it comes right back, right? Like, it could get targeted, but I don't think it's I don't think it's enough of a one. Is still also just an artifact, right? It's an artifact until you get to 20 counters when it turns into a creature. So all the way up until then, it has to be, permanent removal. It has to be artifact removal, not just like a kill spell, which not every deck has. Like what's Mono Black gonna do? What's Alpha Rael gonna do about this deck? About this card, huh? Huh? Wait for it to be a creature, then kill it? That's it. Like, what the fuck's Alpha Rael gonna do? So, like, yeah. I think this is way better than 99 of another deck, but in the command zone is kind of funny. Yeah, kind of unique. I don't think colorless really has the right support for this to be in the whole deck. And I agree with that idea, Duke. I think I agree with that. We're going to see Dawnspire a lot as a commander. I think that we'll see it a lot as a commander when people first get it and they go like, oh, this is funny, goofy. But maybe, I think like maybe give it a couple games and it ends up being like, oh wow, that was like a lot of resources to like put 10 counters on it, blah blah blah, and it just kind of ends up not doing too much for you at the end of the day. You know what I mean? The old dice to removal argument. I know. Vandal Blast is gonna be funny. Yeah, it will be. I was looking at vehicle commanders and none of them are appealing to you. But what about spacecraft commanders, huh? Yeah, I mean, the vehicle commanders are their own thing. Can warp in the 9/9 for 3? Yes, correct. Yeah. No, that not again, chat, the 9/9 for 3 warp is integral. If you are able to open that in the draft, make sure you draft it. I'm just saying. Cuz it can station your all like every spacecraft. Okay. In the 99, give me like 4 commanders. So I have like Toralf and Sidri. Um the brand new Ultima from Final Fantasy. I think that's like probably a deck this can go in, just because like you're colorless, you're already doing a bunch of like tap double mana for colorless things and all that sort of stuff. It's probably like pretty good. I like Kolodin. Well, Kolodin. Well, just remember that this is a spacecraft and not a vehicle. So Kolodin. What does Kaladin do? Yeah, is Kaladin still good on it? Hold on, I'm just trying to type him in. Scryfall's being slow. Yeah, mounts and vehicles have haste. They come in as a creature, artifact creature. Yeah, spacecraft are not vehicles, right? And you wouldn't want this to be a vehicle or a creature because it would die immediately. So I know there's a lot of cards I use in Burrows that lets me make artifact creatures. Well, as long as it's an artifact creature that has power toughness equal to like its mana cost or something. Don't just when it's because it doesn't get a power and toughness until it has 20 charge counters on it. You want to make sure that you don't just say like target artifact is now a creature because it won't have a power and toughness. It needs to be a card that says like it power and toughness equal to its converted mana cost, so then at least it's a 5/5. Just remember that. That's all. Toralf, any proliferate commander. Atraxa, I don't think Atraxa necessarily wants this card. Like, I mean, like, you could. I feel like Atraxa's already fucking, you know what I mean? Like, Atraxa's doing way more than this card wants to do. Atraxa would never finish crewing this card, because Atraxa already put, like, infect counters on everyone. Like, by the time this card, like, turns into a 2020, you know what I'm saying? Urza wants this card. Yeah, the Karnstructs could like definitely crew it really fast. And then just like zap something from the sky. I think that's fair. I think like the mono blue Urza for sure. Yeah, that's fair. Atraxa already ulted 3 other planeswalkers by the time it's at 20. Yeah, exactly. Definitely the Jeskai pre-counter, the mono red Tanook. Yes. Well, the mono red Tanook, again, like, it would give this card warp and haste, but it needs 10 charge counters just to have an attack ability. So Tanook doesn't really want to do this like at all. Like at all, it wouldn't do anything there. But the Jeskai Precon does. Yes, I want this card for my Jeskai Precon. Karn Legacy Reforged could crew this bad boy so fast. Oh, yeah, because Karn Legacy Reforged has power and toughness equal to the highest mana value artifact you have. Well, Karn Legacy Reforged is a 5-drop. This is a 5-drop. So, like, it'll crew it in 2 turns, sure. Yeah. Yep. Legacy Reforged. All right. I collect the cards because the art is amazing. Never played a day in my life. Hey, average cat, that's super fair. And this card is sick. The art is sick as fuck. So like, okay, hey, listen, go off, King, for sure. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this card as a commander, right? So yes, okay, Stuffy, like yes, this card plus Stuffy doll. Okay, cool, 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 cool. What else? All right, now what are the 98 other cards? Are the 98 other cards in this deck fun enough to make this worth playing as a commander? Witch's Clinic, number one best land for this? Sure. Sure. Target commander gains life. Yeah. No, that's yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. What else? Is there anything else? I don't know how you do Stuffy Doll again to another player after that. Yeah. What else does this type of deck want? Metalworker? Sure. Sure. Hey, sure. 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 Like Sack, Reanimate, Stuff Doll, yeah. All that glitters for the power ramp. Well, all that glitters is a mono white card. So this is a colorless commander. So we can't, you know, a trample obtain. Yeah, I mean if we charge this up, there's some ways to get trample in colorless artifacts for sure. Seems like a lot of loops to jump through just to zap everyone with the big... And it's also just one creature at a time, right? Like, one creature at a time gets zapped for a giant laser beam. Spaghetti, yeah. Crypto Thrall, Null Elemental Blast, sure. Eldritch Immunity for the protection, yeah. Yeah, target... Well, no. Eldritch Immunity is target creature you control gains protection from the color until end of turn. If this guy gets to have 20 charge counters, sure. But any time before that, put this in Frank Horrigan. Frank Horrigan's what, like a 7/5? That would fuck. That would fuck. What set is this from? This is from Edge of Eternities, a new set that comes out technically this week because of pre-release, and then a week later of the real release. But you should put Modular and Sunburst in here. Yeah. You could. This would come into play with, if you gave this card Sunburst, it would come into play with 5 charge counters on it, which is not bad. Which is not bad. But that's like, then you're probably just like playing a different type of deck, you know what I'm saying? It seems like cards in this new set are OP. Mike Laya, nah. Like, this is, like, hey, listen, we're looking at this card right now. And even right now, we're just discussing where it's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, it's cool. It is cool to have one card that says kill something when you attack, right? Like one creature per turn gets evaporated when you attack. And then after that, it's like, no, then you're just still playing Magic, right? Like it's still a commander game after that you're just trying to kill someone in. You eliminated one creature. Okay, now what? Like what's next? I just want to brew the lobster. Yeah, we'll get to him. We'll get to the lobster. If you had it in a red type deck, you could have a Giggling Skitterspite enchanted with pain for all to have Dawnfire Fire. Yeah, so it seems like in the 99 of like these mono red like self pain decks is probably where Dawnfire is like the best 1-2 punch. But in a commander deck all of its own, it just doesn't seem to be really worthwhile, right? Because as we've talked about, it's just like, Stuffy Doll was the first thing we said. But then there's no other Stuffy Doll, right? Like there's no Stuffy Doll 2 in mono colorless. There's a Stuffy Doll 2 in like red with a Brashing Taunter and things like that, but there's not another colorless Stuffy Doll. So this card as a commander is probably just he ain't it. He ain't it. This card's gonna be probably like $1 a week after release. I give it $5. It's a cool mythic. There's a few green dudes that make tokens equal to damage. That's true. Hornet Nest, right? Hornet Nest would do that. Scourge, that's a lot of work just to zap some creatures with a big laser. True. Yeah, Scourge of Thraxos, Scourge of Valkus or something. Scourge of Krug. Yeah, the 4 mana 7/7, yeah. Hey, Texas, how you doing? It'd be good for a deck, but not as a commander. I agree. I agree. Yeah, like I appreciate the thought process, but at the end of the day, it's only creatures or walkers that it can zap. Right. Right. You're the only scourge here. True. All right. So yeah, there we go. Donna Noble, another mono red card, but that's a good one. You're right, Tristan. That is actually a pretty good card, right? Or a good suggestion, Donna um, Noble. So it's like, okay, so we're basically saying that this card is much better than the 99. Because as a commander, the best you get to do was like Stuffy Doll, and then there's not another Stuffy Doll too, right? Like once someone removes Stuffy Doll, you're just like, well, I sure hope I can crew this up to be a 2020 and hit people until they die. But other than that, meh. So yeah, so this is in good in the 99, not as a commander. I just say toss into a random green deck. Yeah. Or yeah, I mean, or red. We definitely discussed a lot of red decks, like 3 red decks that can do this. And I'm gonna put this in Sidri Galvanic Genius, okay? Because I'm gonna give this bitch plus give it lifelink and death touch, okay? And gain 100 life. Just saying. As a 2020 and 5 turns in Colodin with the perfect hand. Well, just remember, get it a 2020 and 5 turns in Colodin with the perfect hand. I mean, sure. I don't know why it's specifically Kaladin. Just remember, Kaladin is specifically mounts and vehicles. Just remember that part. He doesn't do anything with spacecraft other than probably charge them sooner with vehicles. You know, like other than that. So, because you're like the second person to mention Kaladin. I'm just like, I don't know what's up with that, but. I like it as all vehicles and ship stack for the memes. It depends on which vehicle. I mean, even I think of vehicle commanders. I'm thinking of like Balthair and Fran, and it's just like meh. At least your vehicles have vigilance, so they can swing and get an extra combat and swing again, and then tap to stay double combat to trigger the attack again, and then tap to station it. And hey, this is another Ishin thing, right? This is another when you attack card. So Ishin would kill 2 things. And even then, like even in Ishin, 5 mana and 10 damage, right? Like think about like what 10 charge counters means in a non-charge counter deck, right? It's 5 mana and 10 damage that you could have been swinging at someone or using to block with to say, hey, like twice when I attack, I killed 2 things. It's like, all right, yeah, it's not bad. The best existing vehicle commander is probably Jackdaw. Yeah. I mean, sure, Kai still fucks, right? Coming from a man who solely plays Arcades, the strategist, I have no solid advice. They're just breaking the game and making it fun. Wait, what? For what? Oh, the card higher. No. The card higher. Oh, you can't read the part because of the comments? Oh, my bad. Sorry. Let me fix that by moving it higher. Is this better once I move my... Is that better? But could it be as cool as Kuro? No. Shirokai is S plus tier, correct. Perfect. All right, perfect. Thank you. It'll be really good in the red-white deck. Red, yeah. I don't know what white does for this. I don't know. I don't think white necessarily gets helped by this at all. Other than just like removing a creature. I think mono red has like wacky things to do with it. But it's fine. Other than that. Even like Bello doesn't necessarily want this one. Alright, it seems very red. It's a very red card. Okay, alright. Dawnslayer, not in the command zone. In the 99 with mono red staples. Cool. Alright, we got that. On to the next commander. We got... Ooh, Daydream. I have not been able to look at this one a lot. So, Alright. Could spaceships be considered vehicles for future gameplay? No. I mean, like, objectively not. They're just not the same thing, right? Yeah, they're they're specifically a different type of card. Think of finally playing Magic regularly because I love this set theme. Ah, that's awesome, Wonder. I'm glad. I'm glad for that. Like, should no, because remember one thing about vehicles, right? Like one thing about spacecraft is like the charge once they become a creature, they stay a creature, right? And they all have flying, but they stay a creature. So it's not something that you have to keep on turning on and off every turn. They stay a creature once they get to that point, and that means that there's a different type of gameplay than vehicles, right? They just have a different gameplay style. So that would be not a bad commander plus and plus encounters. Oh, okay, yeah. So okay, enough about Dawnstar. We're going over to Daydream. Let me write this down. Daydream. Daydream. All right. Daydream Synthesis Amalgam. X, white, green. For a 0/1 legendary artifact creature construct with trample. And Daydream enters with a number of plus and plus encounters on it equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. Whenever you attack, you may remove a plus and plus encounter from each of 2 creatures you control. If you do, draw a card and make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This reminds me of the older style of cards. This reminds me of Prosh, right? Like there was a set of commanders back in the day. I actually pulled this card, so I'm trying to pull it out for you, chat. I actually pulled this commander. Back in the day, there were commanders that they gave abilities equal to the amount of mana that you spent to cast them with, right? So, for example, Prosh is one of the most famous ones. Let me pull up a Prosh. Prosh specifically said when you cast him, you get 0/1 kobolds equal to the amount of mana that you spent to cast him, right? So, like, he started as like a 5-drop. And then he went to, once he died and went back to the command zone, he was a 7-drop. So when he came back, he gave you 7 kobolds. And then he dies again, he gives you 9 kobolds. I really, really liked the idea. Sorry, he's a 6-drop, and then to 8, and then to 9, right? I actually really, really liked the idea, and they should do this again, where the more your commander dies, and you pay to get it back, the more value you get back. They don't do that like anymore. They've never really like repeated that thing until now with this card here, Daydream. So I actually think this is really, really cool. You could choose to pay 0 for X, right? Like the first time you cast this, it's a 2/2, and it gets 2 counters on it, right? And then the next time you cast it, you don't have to, like, if you don't pay for X, it could still, it's 2 more commander costs. So now it's a 4-drop, right? Even if you didn't pay for the X, and then so on and so forth. So I actually like this is a cool throwback to older commanders that I think had a really cool theme about them. Yeah. Do you think Food Chain will work with Prosh? Um well, so no, not necessarily, because commander costs, like, Food Chain says exile, sacrifice, and get mana equal to the mana value of that card. So Prosh and this card here, if you did Food Chain with this card costs 2 mana. It's just green white, right? It's just 2 mana. So then you would sacrifice it with Food Chain, you would get 3 mana back, and then to recast it, you need to pay 4. Because it's the commander tax gets added to the cost of it, but not the actual mana value of the card. So it wouldn't actually, you wouldn't do that. Wait, Duke, is it really? Am I wrong about Food Chain? Am I misreading Food Chain? Am I wrong about Food Chain? Maybe I was thinking about that. It's Prosh. Oh, are you? Oh, no. What? You feed the? Oh, the kobolds. And yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay. Chat, you had me fucking. I was like, wait, did I just misread like commander tax? That's fucked up. Damn, you got me scared. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull out the actual card because I actually pulled this commander and I got the alternate art, like the full art. or the moon art of it. I also have a foil Alpha Rael here. Look at that. Got that foil Alpha Rael. Which I just won't put in any deck. Lamau. Where'd he go? Oh, here it is. It's where'd he go? Hold on. Where'd you go? So I actually pulled this card. I want to prove it to you. Prove it. There we go. Oh, I pulled the regular art of this card, which is cool. And then the actual, there it is. Foil moon shot art. I know I'm backwards. You're just going to have to deal with it. Very pretty. We love to see winning. All right. So, Chatterino. Got me wanting to make a Daydream deck. Thanks for showing me this. Hell yeah, Tristan. Yeah, good. Okay, so, hey, chat, let's look at this, right? Hey, Pappy Slappy, good to see you. Celestia plus and kind of is great support. Yes. Okay, so, let's read this again, right? So, X, green, white, 0/1, trample, wonderful. Enters the number plus and kind of is equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. So, also remember, chat, and we talked about this back with Final Fantasy. Remember all of those cards that are just like, hey, you know, as long as you spent 4 or more mana on this non-creature spell, like, get this ability. And I actually like that Magic is kind of doing more of this, like, how much mana is spent to cast it. Because, you know, you don't want cards, you don't want Earth Crystal, per se, in here, right? Because cards that lessen the cost, right? So like, oh, pay 1 less mana to cast this card. Well, now that's, you don't pay the mana for that, right? You don't pay mana for that card, so now the value goes down, right? That's not what you want. So like you want to pay full cost for things if you can, and especially in a deck like this. So enter the counters on it equals the amount of mana spent to cast it. Whenever you attack, you remove a plus and counter from each of up to 2 creatures you control to make a 2/2. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like that. Personally, I don't know why it has to be like 2 different creatures need to lose 1 plus and counter to make a 2/2. Like, you know, Citadel Siege with another counter doubling enchantment. Yeah. What archetypes would I be looking for during pre-release? I actually have the answer for you. In the pack, in the booster box, they give you like the list of archetype. Damn it, the green screen. It gives you like the list of archetypes that are in the set. So like every single double color has like archetypes. So like blue white is second spell, blue black artifact control, black red is void cards, red green landers and landfall, green white plus and counters, as you can see here. Black white go wide, blue red artifact aggro, green black graveyard, red white space stations, and green blue is ramp. I don't know why I kept saying, like, I just defaulted to white everything. Green blue is ramp, which is, I mean, you know, whoa, shocker there, right? So which one should you go for? Personally, I think I'm gonna guess that red white is gonna be kind of hot. Personally, how many token copies that card would be good in Titus? Which one? So many token copies of what? Now I'm confused. Hold on. On Daydream? You want to proliferate this guy? Meh. I mean, I'm just wondering. It's just like, you know, you attack, you reduce you lose 2 power to make a 2/2 and draw a card. I mean, is that good? Is this okay? Hold on, Kuro. Remember how I gotta humble myself. I gotta remember I have a green-white deck that I keep, and all it does is draw me an additional land like every turn, right? Like that's literally all it does. It just draws me an additional land every turn, and I keep that green-white deck close to my heart because like it's important to me that it does that. It's important to me to know and remember that a deck that draws 1 card per turn is just as good as a deck that draws like 5 cards every 3 turns or something like that. So hold on, I gotta let me remove the blue from me, the blue player from me that only wants to draw 10 cards in a turn, or else I've wasted my time. Okay, drawing 1 card a turn is actually pretty good on a commander that costs 2 to start with. It's actually that's not bad. Okay, okay. Drawing every turn is fine. You don't even have to attack with this card, with Daydream. You don't even have to Daydream. You don't even have to attack with this card. It's just attacking in general. Okay. Pretty good. Make a 2/2. Okay. Is it still worth it? And you draw a card. And you draw it. Thank you, Duke. I forgot it. Yep, the blue and me. Okay. And you draw a card. That's true. You know what? I know that this card is still good. You're right. That's on me. Yep. Nope, you're so right. You're so right, chat. You're so right. It is so good. You're right. My bad. So, in terms of green-white Selesnya counters, right? There's a lot of green-white decks that exist. A lot of green-white decks that do +1/+1 counters, right? Like a fuck ton of them. A lot of them. This is not bad, right? This is a perfectly fine commander to start that green-white +1/+1 counter journey with. Quite frankly, this is like a pretty good, solid. You're drawing a card every turn. You're making another creature to block with. Any ETBs you have with like, oh, creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on something. Oh, trigger this and draw cards and all that stuff. You do that every single turn. Every single turn, you get a new creature, you trigger that stuff, you get a new card in hand, all that stuff. And you don't even have to swing with your commander. But your commander comes back stronger every single time you cast it, which is really cool. So, yeah. Gotta humble myself. This is actually a pretty good commander. This is a pretty good commander. I'm sorry. The blue player in me just kind of clouds my judgment sometimes. So, that's on me. Phineas loves this guy. Oh, the rabbit? Yeah, does it? And he has trample. He does have trample. He does literally get bigger. This is true. And I'm thinking that, like, this deck, we'll probably build him, but this deck is, like, I guess my main question is, are we using any cards that are not in your typical green-white +1/+1 counter deck, right? Like, every green-white +1/+1 counter deck is running Hardened Scales, Inspiring Call, Felidar Retreat, all that stuff. Are we doing anything different? Is there anything a little bit more unique with this one? No, this is every green-white +1/+1 counter deck. Nothing new here. I mean, well, let's look at the commander's abilities, though, right? Like, it comes into play equal to the mana spent to cast it, right? Like, there's got to be something there. It would count as a 2-drop. Right. So, like, there's got to be something... There's got to be something more. That's just Hydras? No. Might be a weird choice, but Myth Unbound? The hell is that? The hell is that? Myth Unbound is great. I am looking it up right now. Scryfall is being super slow today. What about cards from, like, cons? Creatures with counters gain first strike and trample. No, true. Yeah, which a lot of, like, green-white +1/+1 counter decks got that shit going on, right? It's like, oh, +1/+1 counter lords. Hamza, Kutzel, Malmud Exemplar, Conclave Mentor, like, all the, literally, like, all the known suspects. And we'll build this deck, because I do believe, everyone should know. I know that I'm kind of being flippant about, like, green-white +1/+1 counter decks. Everyone should know what they are, though. Everyone should have their little primer on it. So we'll choose this deck to be one that we build, right? I think that's fair. This is a commander and not a 99er, right? Kind of. It could be. It's fine. Yeah. This probably is, like, a card that can just go in every single one of them, right? It's a guaranteed card draw every single turn. You make a guy. Even if this is not your commander, You cast it as a Hydra, as someone said, and you don't even have to remove a counter from die drain, right? You remove counters from up to two creatures, any of them. So it could be like this one could keep it. Yeah. Is this just a new staple? Is this a new green white staple for plus and plus encounters? Actually, is this? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Like 110. Yeah, like this is actually just a new staple for green light plus and plus encounter decks. Because again, it has trample, so it gets big, it will literally eventually kill something. Um it's a Hydra. It just comes in as big as you put mana for it, whatever. But you get more cards every turn. Hey, Fisher Magic. Thank you so much for the raid, my friends. Woo! Let's go. Oh, sorry. Oh, my sound effects are off, but we got the lights flashing. Thank you so much. How you doing? Hope that my stream is going quite well, Fisher Magic. Thank you. I know I barrage your Discord with a bunch of guides to the thing that you asked about, but hopefully that helps. And that's actually what I'm doing right now. Just as you know, I'm using the thing that I was talking the whole thing right now where I'm able to kind of switch between whatever I want. And since I'm not kind of scrolling around on Scryfall, I get to make this look as pretty as I want it to be. So there you go. Yeah, you got this. I believe in you. And we'll be playing games soon, very soon. And thank you very much, Raiders. Welcome to the Kuro channel. We are over here discussing, just doing a little bit of analysis on each commander from Edge of Eternities. We're on number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. Out of 18, we're getting there. Hell yeah, Fisher. I'll see you tomorrow then. Thank you so much. And yeah, this will be sweet. I feel like Primordial Hydra and Mana Gorger Hydra would be huge in this. Yeah. With the commander, with this much draw, how many you have no max hand size cards would you run? I would run. I mean, certainly. I would say with I mean, basically, since your commander guarantees you a draw every turn, that's one less draw spell, maybe 1 or 2 less draw cards you have to put in your deck. You know what I'm saying? And especially with newer cards like Terra Symbiosis and all that, they actually pumped green white plus and plus encounters strategies full of card draw this set. It's actually kind of crazy. So yeah, 3, you know. Tower for sure and Thought Vessel. But this is still a green deck where you're not necessarily running mana rocks. I mean, at a certain point, sometimes you just be yeah, I'll just discard cards. It's fine. At a certain point, you just be like that. You know, you just go, hey, yeah, I lose some cards, but I keep literally the best things I've ever seen. Yeah. Okay, so where we are in our discussion for Daydream. Again, this is not a full deck tech, just an analysis. So definitely a commander, right? We're definitely on it being a commander. We got thumbs up for commander here. Yeah. Definitely a commander. And definitely, and a pretty cool one, right? This is, this is every green-white commander deck. Have we found anything unique? Are we putting anything different and new in this one? Is there something we can do with the fact that our commander gets mana equal for its cost? Is there anything new with that? Because we only make 1 creature turn, so we can't food chain this one. We can't food chain Daydream because you're only making one colorless robot on attack, right? So after the second sacrifice, you're outclassed. You can't really help yourself. Good overall, both commander 99. Modular? I wouldn't run this in modular. I think there are much better modular cards that you can run that are better served with the modular mechanic. Daydream takes counters from your creatures, which is objectively not what you want to do in modular, right? You actually lose +1/+1 encounters with this commander, which is the exact opposite of what modular wants. So I don't know about all that. Although I guess when those creatures die, if they do, they go to your commander and it gets trampled. Yeah, it's fine. Food chain would only exile it and you get 3 mana out of it. Yeah. Being an artifact creature means some fun lines. Yeah. Galadriel. You could put this in Galadriel. Oh wow, yeah. So like the Galadriel that gives plus encounters to your whole board, and then you swing and you remove 2 plus encounters and make a 2/2 and draw a card. It's like set. Oh, and it triggers. Oh, and it triggers Alliance. And then you draw another card with Galadriel. Yeah, it's kind of hot. That's actually kind of sick. That's actually kind of sick, Justin Brad. That's a good one. That's a yeah, 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 yeah. That's actually kind of dope. Okay, yeah, good one. That was yeah. 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 Good one. Good one. Yeah. Myth Unbound. Oh yeah, did I ever find Myth Unbound? Sorry. Myth Unbound, 2 and a green. Your commander costs 1 less. Okay, no. Remember what I said before about Myth Unbound. Kind of. Okay. Wait. Well, okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so Myth Unbound, for those that don't see it, because no one else does, Myth Unbound is 2 and a green enchantment that says your commander costs 1 less for each time it's been cast from the command zone this game. Whenever your command zone is put into the command zone from your commander is put into the command zone from anywhere, draw a card, right? So, okay. Now, our commander is a green, and X. So we say we just play a green, white, and X. We just pay green, white. It comes into play. Okay. With 2 counters on it. It dies, goes back to the command zone. If we want to cast it again, it would cost green, white, and 1, and then, one the 1 less from the Myth Unbound. Now, hypothetical. If we had 2 Myth Unbounds, and because if we have 1, we cast it again for 3. For each time it's been cast from the command zone. Wait, okay, so when it's 2, we cast it for 2. It'll cost 1 less. It dies. We cast it for 3, and then the next time it'll cost 2 less. And then it dies again. We cast it for 3 again? We need 2 of this, right? Could help bend metal. Oh my god. Could help build Metalcraft for Indomitable Archangel. Just remember that. I don't like Indomitable Archangel because it gives your artifact Shroud. And if you want to target your own commander with like anything plus and encounter related, you're gonna you can't because it has Shroud. So just remember that with Indomitable. So yeah, there's we would need 2 Myth Unbounds in order to if we had 2 Myth Unbounds with our commander be like okay, wait, could we do Myth Unbound and what's the enchantment that we're talking about where we sacrifice and we get that mana +1? Food Chain? Myth Unbound and Food Chain? Would we are we winning with that? I don't know what we do per se. Don't we just we just get a bunch of plus and encounters, I guess. I don't even know if that really does if that does numbers for us, but is that just true for every commander though? Hold on, are we even doing anything different? Are we breaking the mold with Myth Unbound and Food Chain? Isn't that just literally every commander? We're not even saying anything new. Never mind. We ain't even saying anything new. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, this is just regular green white plus and encounter. So when we build this deck, chat, and we will because it is a commander, we seem to enjoy it. It's gonna do some cool stuff in the 99. I think that we've determined that this is guaranteed a brand new green white plus and encounter staple, though, right? We've kind of come to that decision. This is definitely a green white staple because it's going to draw you a new card and make a creature basically for free every single turn. In every single green white plus and encounter deck, every single one of them. I think that's super fair. What's my opinion on Sephiroth Fabled Soldier? I have an opinion that I made a commander deck tech on him. Sephiroth is very good. He's a very good card. I like that he actually makes you think a little bit outside the box in order to actually win. You don't just win with Sephiroth by just relying on Sephiroth's ability alone. You have to build a deck that actually like helps him do the thing that he needs to do, and you need to play well in order to actually make it go off, because you can't sacrifice enough creatures to make him trigger all the time. But your opponents, when they start kind of like killing each other's creatures, that's when like you actually start kicking in. So I actually really like Sephiroth a lot. He makes players think, which is very good. Calyx, Guided by Fate plus Myth Unbound, maybe? Yeah, and that's all, like, we're doing too much at that point, right? We're just doing too much at that point. So, it's kind of whatever. So, yeah, into 99, brand new staple. Brand new staple. How fun do you feel about mono black, mono mobilize to proc him easier? I think that's great. I 100%. Yes, you should be running, like, the 2 or 3 mono black mobilized cards in Sephiroth 100,000,000%. Shit's great. Like, it's really good. 100%. Alright. We've talked about Daydream enough, chat. And again, there's a lot of plus and plus encounter love that's been given, even in this set. Terra Symbiosis makes us draw even more cards. Green White plus and plus encounters actually got like an incredibly huge buff this set, with all of the different enchantments that let you draw cards, and including this this guy here. It's actually kind of crazy. And there's that new 3-drop uncommon that says anytime a creature with a plus and plus encounter on it dies that you control, draw a card. It doesn't say one or more. It doesn't say trigger once per turn. It's just anytime a creature you control with plus and plus encounter on it dies, draw a card. That's incredible. Like, that's actually broken as all hell. So, you know, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Daydream's really good, though. Daydream's really good. But as a commander, it's actually just generic. +1/+1 counter deck. Putting him in Crush deck sounds amazing. Yeah. Yep. All right, chat. Let's go over to the next commander here. I need to make a Felithar. I need to update my Felithar deck. Okay. Next card is Halea. Okay, I like Halea. I like Halea a lot. I like her as a character, and this card is actually someone that everyone's been talking about. Like, I've seen multiple people, both like content creators and just players, just being like, yeah, Halea is actually a really good PEDH commander, and I'm kind of, I might dabble a little bit into PEDH. If a Halea deck is actually pretty playable, because she's cool as a character. This art's beautiful, chat. Like, this art's very pretty. And yeah, like, she's a pretty decent card, right? What's PDH? It's oh my god. Am I saying the right thing? It's I forgot what the P stand is. Proper EDH. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Yes. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yes. She's PEDH is proper EDH. The commander is an uncommon, right? Your commander has to be an uncommon, and the rest of your deck is commons. So yeah. And so let's read Halea Ascendant Cadet. Halea Ascendant Cadet. 2 green, white for a 3/3 legendary creature human soldier that says whenever Halea enters or attacks, put a +++ encounter on target creature you control. Whenever one or more creatures you control with +++ encounters on them deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. Great. That's really good, because we talked about like with the original Alpha Royale, the blue-black one, the fact that he only ETBs and draws discards made him really weak, enough to really not be a commander. But Halea is on attack and ETB. So she's like 5-drop, so I would hope so, right? So she comes in, boom. And then also when she attacks, +++ encounter on target creature. You can like ETB +++ encounter on her, And then when she attacks, you get counter on her again, and now she's a 5/5, right? Hey, Covert, good to see you. It doesn't say once per turn. That's nasty. Yeah. So whenever it doesn't say once per turn, but it does say one or more creatures you control, right? So whenever one or more creatures you control with plus and plus encounters on them deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So chat, quiz for you: how many times in one regular turn do we get to draw a card with our commander? How many times from our commander's ability do we get to draw a card? If you have 2 combat phases and on enter, scoop and what? We're in green white. Calm down on your extra combat phases. But yes, that would be sick. All right, chat. 2 people says okay. 3 people say once. 1 unless you have 2 combats. Y'all are crazy. This is green white. We ain't doing that. It's just 1 combat. All right, so chat says once. And now chat's making me question myself, but I think I'm right on this. Okay, so chat, it is 3. The answer is 3 in the commander game. In the commander game. Commander game is what I'm talking about, right? We got that. We still saying 1. So, whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage, and they have plus and plus encounters on them to a player, draw a card, right? So you can have, say there's like 5 creatures you control, and they all have plus and plus encounters, right? But you have 3 opponents. So if you do 3 creatures with plus and plus encounters in one direction to 1 player, and all 3 of them deal damage to that 1 player, you get to draw 1 card, right? Because that's 1 or more creatures with plus and plus encounters dealing damage to a player. But if the other 2 creatures with plus and plus encounters deal damage to the other 2 players, that is also them being able to draw a card because of that creature dealing damage to that player, right? So it's 1 or more creatures to a player. That player took damage, that player took damage, that player took damage. So with Hilea Ascendant Cadet, whether she's your commander or she's in the 99, you have the potential to draw up to 3 cards with her in your green-white plus and plus encounter deck. That's kind of incredible. That's actually really, really strong. You know, this is going your Kyler deck? Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. Oh, is your Kyler deck plus and plus one counters? Just remember that, right? Because like these creatures need to have plus and plus encounters on them. Kyler gives all of your creatures +1/+1 in general based on the counters that are on Kyler. So you could put counters on Kyler and put nothing else on any other creature you control, and you draw cards. So just remember that difference there, right? Also double strike would draw an extra card. Correct. Yeah, if you gave your creatures double strike, right? It's like, oh, 3 damage, like boom, everyone just dealt damage. I draw 3 cards, and then boom, draw 3 cards again. Card draw in your mono, in your green white deck. That's absurd. Correct. I know, crazy work. The new Genji glove might be decent. Yeah. If you want extra combats, I think one of the things to realize, at least in my hot take for Magic, it's just like, not every deck is able to do everything, right? Some decks can do. Listen, if you did a Naya deck, red, white, green, with plus and plus encounters as a theme, and did extra combats, go ham, right? Like, go crazy. And there's decks where she's in the 99 and lets you do that, right? But like, if she's your commander, or you're just doing typical green, white, plus and plus encounters, the fact that you other decks are full of 2/2s, right? Like mono red decks, they're full of 2/2 goblins that get an extra combat so that they can deal 2 to you and then another 2, right? Over the course of 2 combats. You, as a green, white, plus and plus encounter deck, have big creatures that just get to do 5 damage because they just got strong enough to do 5 damage. They just fucking did it, right? Even if you just attack once because you're green-white, you just don't have ready access to extra combats, that's okay. Because you still did just as much damage as the mono-red extra combat deck did, because your creatures are just bigger, right? they just, that one attack did the damage of the 2 attacks. So it's okay, right? And you still drew 3 cards. You drew 3 cards for like doing nothing, right? Like you didn't do anything extra than just like put plus and plus on counters and hit at people, which is like what you were doing anyway. You don't need to draw 6 cards in a turn. You can just do 3. You could, 3 is fine, right? Like 1 was fine. 3 is even greater. You don't need to do extra combats. You don't need to do extra combat. So yeah, Halea, Ascendant Cadet. So all right, with Halea, Ascendant Cadet. Halea. I keep saying, like, I know it's Halea, but I keep like spelling it wrong. So Halea, commander, yay or nay? As a full-on commander, I don't think she's bad in any stretch of the imagination. You only get to draw 1 draw per trigger. Right. You get 1 draw per trigger, but there's up to 3 triggers you can get in a single turn. Because it's 1 or more creatures dealing damage to a player. And there's 3 opponents in EDH, right? Typically. 3 opponents in EDH. So there's 3 triggers of it. Yeah, 99 card. I think that she is a brand new quintessential 99 card. I would honestly say. I think that she is like literally maybe a brand new staple in 99 cards. Yeah, I thought you were talking about standard. I'm out. Peace. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, this is specifically commander. But hey. Oh, hey, if you can, I mean, this is still pretty good in one-on-one. But like, you know, we already have Kutzel, Malmund Exemplar, right? And Kutzel's the same way. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control with power greater than its base power deal combat damage to player, draw a card, right? And actually, yeah, Kutzel's like the literally exact same card. But, you know, doesn't allow opponents to cast cards during your turn, which is definitely way better, but this is just like a more plus and plus and counter variant of it. Off topic, seems like a decent limited card. Off topic, yeah, no, for sure. Oh god, Struggler, yes. No, this is a very good limited card. Very good limited card. Your Edge of Eternities pre-cons arrived today, way early, so I've been tinkering the last few hours with what I have. That being, I need to head to bed. Just wanted to pop in and see what's up. Hey, Covert, thank you very much. I hope that you enjoy the pre-cons. I already built out the Jeskai one and upgraded that one, so I'm very, very happy with that. I hope you enjoy them as well. Which one are you going to play first? But yeah, I think Halea is brand new 99 potential staple. She does cost 5 mana, and again, Malmud Exemplar is 3 mana and does a little bit more for you, but still, this card slaps, right? This art's better, that's for sure. Yeah, Bane of 99, not worth as your commander, right? Not really. You're definitely not doing anything new in green-white plus and plus encounters at all. But we weren't doing anything new with Dreadane, Didrain either, right? They literally have the same deck. Both of these decks are the same card. They have the same deck. We're not doing any shit. She's a commander from 2016. True. Land Sacrifice for sure. Hell yeah, Covert. Nice. This is going your abs on Hugh. Oh yeah, Justin for sure. Is your commander Felithar? That's hot. I'm thinking of adding her to Snail and Shalai and Halar. Yeah, and she'll draw you 3 cards, right? For sure, 100%. Hey, Daddy, where do you usually play Magic? TCG or at home or Spell Table for sure, Dusty. Spell Table's my main, like by far. This art gives you Dune vibes, and also the art gives you Dune vibes. Like, come the fuck on, bro. Halea's a cool character. She's a really cool character. I am going to rock her. Did I open one? I think I did. I hope I opened a foil. She's an uncommon, so like, you know, you buy a box and you will get her for sure. I hope I opened a foil of her. She's really cool. I'm gonna put her in like in Lee Sin 2 deck. I'm gonna like my Felithar deck is definitely gonna be upgraded with her. Yeah, I got a regular Halea right here. Yeah, I'm backwards. Don't worry about it. I want to foil one of her. Chat, give me a foil Halea, please. If you get one, just send it to me. All right. So yeah, in the 99, not as your commander, so we won't like do a commander deck tech on her. We'll do a command. Honestly, we're gonna do a commander deck tech on Die Drain, and you could literally just swap the two, and you're doing the exact same fucking thing. Like, you are you rating commanders? Yeah, we're doing a quick analysis on each one. We're doing a quick analysis on each one. And thank you very much for the likes, everyone. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Kurotsuki channel. All right, in the 99, new staple, basic commander. All right, let's go over to the so this is Halea at the beginning of the story. Let's go to Halea at the end of the story where she learns to love. Is the new set out already? No, I got product early because I am a Magic the Gathering ambassador. All right, let's go over to the new Halea, Guided by Light. Halea, Guided by Light, 2 in a white for a 3/3. Oh, hold on. Sorry, let me do this a little bit better. So I'm looking at the camera. All right. Halea, Guided by Light, 2 in a white for a 3/3 legendary creature, human soldier. Whenever Halea or another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if you've gained 3 or more life this turn. And she has Warp, which is you can pay a white, she comes into play, and then at the beginning of the end step, she exiles, and you can cast her from exile by paying her regular mana cost. Okay. Wait, how does that work with Myrel? Myrel, which one? Oh, would I gain 2 life off of each? Warp is only from hand. Also, yes, warp is only from hand. That is true. We don't care about the command zone, but she's... Yo, honestly, like, if she had warp from command zone, it would just be interesting. It would still be, like, bad, but it would be interesting. Oh, Myrel's Shield of Argrave? Yeah, she would be great. Would I gain 2 life off of each? Well, yeah, you, like... She would come, like, your Halea would come into play, and then Myrel would attack, and you make a soldier equal to the number of soldiers you control, which Halea is a soldier, and then you would gain another life, or well, you would gain 2 life because it's equal to the number of soldiers you control, and Myrel's a soldier, so you would gain 2 life because 2 creatures would come to play, and then you draw a card at the end step. And that's your 3 life for the turn. Yeah, there you go. Are you saying, like, how do you gain 2 life off of artifact and creature part? No, Halea is a creature or artifact, right? So an artifact creature doesn't give you 2 life. It's either an artifact, which artifact creature covers, or either creature artifact creature covers. Yeah, it's only one. Yeah. Good question though. That is a good question. That's a good question for people to realize. This with Karlov would go crazy. Which Karlov? There's so many. Oh, with the with the new Teysa Ghost Council? Yeah. With the life gain. Actually, multiple Karlovs would work. Even the newest Teysa, because the new Teysa, Karlov of the Ghost Council is good. Don't get me wrong, Teysa. The new Teysa, the one that gets clues when you deal damage to people, those are artifacts. Teysa, Opulent Oligarch, those are artifacts, and those would give you life, and that's funny. We find that funny. That's kind of sick with it, actually. Yeah, Halea, Guided by Light. Yeah. Guided by Light. Thank you for the follows, everyone. Welcome again to the Kurotsuki channel. All right, so 99 or Command Zone. All right, yeah, Teysa, Opulent Guard. At the beginning of your end step, investigate for each opponent who lost life to turn. Whenever a clue you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, make a 1/1. Oh, that's like, hold on, that's not what this one does. But whatever, it's fine. It would still trigger. I didn't know there was a new Teysa. Yeah, from Murders at Karlov Manor, right before, spoiler alert, Teysa gets murdered. It's fine, she gets better. Okay. Taysom my girl. I haven't been playing recently. Yay. Listen, Taysom my girl too. Shit. I love Taysom. All right. So, mid 99 at best. Yeah, yeah. So chat, where are we kind of feeling on Halea here? So like I like Halea as a character, as I mentioned with the other Halea. She's really cool. But I think Halea is stuck in 99 like best supporting character role, but not the lead character. You know what I'm saying? Still go with Nutesa because she plays a lot of aristocrat. Yeah, true, true. This is a food card. Oh, very true as well. Yeah, artifacts come to play. You gain life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yep, yep. If you wanted a soul sister and card draw and mono white, can yeah, like as a commander, she does draw you a card every turn, right? And I just talked about how like, listen, drawing one card per turn, basically guaranteed, is really cool. It does suck that she says at the beginning of your end step and not just at the beginning of each end step, because that would be like then she would be commanderable, right? If it was like each end step, so like every opponent's end step you gain 3 life because of whatever and you draw a card, that would be peak. That would be like very commanderable. But since it's just yours, you're probably just doing something more in the command zone. She's going straight into your Tristani life gain deck. Yeah, I mean for sure, because she also draws you cards. And it's like mono white life gain decks. Those decks weren't drawing cards, like not very well, right? They're playing secret rendezvous and making everyone draw cards in order to draw cards. So I think she's like she is a new. I know we've said this a couple times with a lot of cards, but like she's a new staple card in every white life gain deck, right? Like literally, is there a life gain deck that doesn't want to draw a card at your end step? Like she's so non-offensive. She's a 3 mana 3/3, okay, and artifacts or creatures entering, you just gain a life, which is you were already doing that, but also you get to draw a card, and she can EP, she can EP, she can EP, she can ETP twice for sure. Fuck it, right? Like, yeah, isn't and the altar? I mean, yeah, the altar art looks great. Yeah, she's got the sun behind her and shit. I didn't open one of her, but I will definitely try to. So yeah, like, isn't she's just and like vampire decks that want to pain and drain? Why not put Halea in here? You get to draw more cards at the end. She's just like she is the gaffer, right? Like she's the halfling peasant who's also a legendary creature for 3 mana, right? The gaffer is a 2 and a white for a 2/3 at the beginning of each end step. If you gain 3 or more life this turn, draw a card, right? So technically the gaffer doesn't gain you life, but if you do manage to gain life on other people's turns, you blah blah blah. Halea triggers on any turn that you have something enter, you gain life. So I mean like both, right? Like Porque Nolo's Dos, you put both cards in here. You gained life on other people's turn, cool, draw a card with the gaffer. You gain life on your turn, cool, draw 2 cards with the gaffer and Halea, right? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Coolio Badulio. And the alt art is really cool. So yeah, are we saying so not as a commander, right? We're not I don't think that mono white life gain was looking for Halea as a commander, right? Not really. Drawing a card is cool, but that's like she's just facilitating that. But in the 99, does she not go in literally every single life gain deck? Warp Scene's unneeded, to be honest. Yeah, yeah. She gets the ETB twice at the like right, like she does get to trigger, twice with this. She gets to trigger early and she gets to trigger later. And also warp only triggers from the hand, not the command zone. So, we're not even doing cool stuff with that. Really shines in the 99. And I'm saying like every 99, right? Like every 99 life gain wants her. New life gain staple. I think that might be like all the cards that we've talked about so far in Edge of Eternities, and we've talked about like 7 or 8 commanders so far. All of them, they're not necessarily like leading their own commander decks, but they are like the perfect side to a lot of strategies that have already existed and have better commanders in them. But these cards just like plug up some small holes that those decks had. We've like two different commanders or two different legendary creatures give green white plus and plus encounter decks card draw that they didn't really like have before, you know, that kind of fit naturally. They had to kind of go outside for their card draws. Now they get to keep doing the plus and plus encounter theme and draw more cards on top of it. All green white plus and plus encounter decks get that. Mono white or black white life gain now has a brand new card that gives them life gain and draws them cards, right? Like, oh, cool, you know? The decks that want you to cut you people's life totals in half. Alpha Rayella's in there just straight doing it, you know? Like it's you know, even if we don't make a lot of commander decks from this set, a lot of decks want at least one copy of all of these cards to make their commander deck that much better. So this is sick. Aerith Gainsborough, right? Aerith kind of like is a much better life mono white life gain commander for players from Final Fantasy, right? Halea goes in that deck. Why not? She's gonna draw you cards. She's gonna gain you life. She's a legendary creature, so when Aerith dies, you could just put the plus and plus encounters on Halea if you want. Okay, you know, sure. It's really good. Adding the artifact clause is pretty big. Yeah, yeah. She'll gain you more life than you initially think. If you get treasures from Smothering Tithe, life gain on top of everything. Cool. Oh, dang, I didn't know we were real like that. That's sick. Yeah, this is cool. This is yeah, Halea Guided by Light, not a commander, right? We're voting not a commander, but definitely in the 99. Definitely in the 99. Hey, Christmas. Yeah, this is white. Good to see you, friend. All right. Let's go to the next one, let's go to the next one, chat. All right. Next one up is oh, well, shit. Okay. Damn, I guess we just kind of getting real with it real quick, eh? Infinite Guideline Station. Guideline Station. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. Infinite Guideline Station. We ready for this, chat? 4 white, blue, black, red, green, you get a legendary artifact spacecraft that says when it enters, create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each multicolor permanent you control. Then it has station, which we all know what that does, of course. And then if you get it up to 12 charge counters, you get a 7/15 with flying, and whenever Infinite Guideline Station attacks, draw a card for each multicolor permanent you control. Alright. If a commander has warp and dies, does the alternative cost of warp go up too? Yes, the answer is yes, but warp is only from the hand. Warp is not from the command zone. Warp is from the hand. So the commander tax would never apply because you're not casting it from the command zone. But warp is a cost, like a casting cost, so it is affected by commander tax if for somehow you are casting it from your command zone. All right. Wooburg, multicolor matters fun. Yes. Now, straight up chat, there are what, 3 Niv Mizzets? There are 3 Niv Mizzets that have this as like an ability, or like, you know what I mean? There are 3 different Niv Mizzet Reborn, Niv Mizzet Guild Pact, and another one that are doing this, right? This deck plays all your favorite 3 color commanders and Joda. It can't play. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. Good thing Overkill came out. I run a deck in all my decks now because of all these big spacecrafts. Are you overkilling spacecrafts? That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's very funny. Um, yeah, so I guess okay, question for you, chat. Are you interested in the deck tech of this commander here, right? Like, are you interested in this? And I asked roughly, like, just like in general, right? Like, is the deck tech for this something that you're interested in? Because, like, if this is your first interaction with a 5-color Wooburg deck, right, that cares about, multicolor cards, then, this is your first introduction to it. I'd like to cater to that need so that you understand it. But definitely, if you've seen any single 5-color Niv Mizzet deck, it's basically like, I mean, come on, like, what are we doing? I want to see this, but staying on the spacecraft theme. Well, the issue with the spacecraft theme, and also the issue with this card in Edge of Eternities, is that there are very few multicolor. Oh no, there's more than a few. Um, the set is not a multicolor set, right? This is a monocolor set that has a little bit more than usual multicolor themes. But like, all of the Sunstar people are like mono white. All of the monoists are mono black. All of the blue people are like mono blue. With like the exceptions of the like main characters, right? Like the only like blue red card is like the one uncommon legendary, right? So there's not too many multicolor cards in this set by itself, and there's no multicolor spacecraft other than Infinite Guideline Station and the Commander precons, right? The precons from the Commanders. I want to see this, but saying so like you can't. The theme of Infinite Guideline Station is that this is a neutral ground, like in the story, it is a neutral ground space station, an international space station that everyone is welcome to. Robots are here to help, facilitate every different alien's needs and everything, so that everyone is happy and having a good time. And that's it, right? Like this is a neutral United Nations sort of ground thing, and that's like the theme of the Infinite Guideline Station, right? I personally, I think that there's another commander that does like the spacecraft theme a little bit better. I think that's the Just Guy precon. But in terms of like this 5-mana one, like you have a bunch of monocolor spacecraft, but like you're not gonna draw cards from them. You're not gonna make robots from them when you cast this card. The most interesting part of this commander is the creation of 2/2 robot artifact creature tokens. Yeah, and ideally a lot of them, right? Like a lot of them, if you can. Feels like a good stand-in for 5-color Niv. Yeah, if you want to do 5-color Niv Mizzet, that's like not... Oh, if you want to do 5-color Niv Mizzet, that's not stuck being 2 colors, right? Because Niv Mizzet is about the guilds on Ravnica. So all of his abilities are like multicolor cards that are specifically 2 colors. Because that's what he fucks with, right? He doesn't fuck with 3-color multicolor. He doesn't fuck with 4. He don't even fuck with 5-color ones. 2 colors, because that is what Ravnica is. 2-color guilds. The way God intended. So if you're trying to do multicolor cards that are more than 2 colors, that is when Infinite Guideline Station is a little bit more accepting than Niv Mizzet. And that's when you make a big old robot army. And that's when you get to draw a bunch of cards. So the thing for this is kind of just brings everyone together. Yeah, no, like that's literally it, right? That's literally what this is. Like it is a giant space station that, like, to attack it is literally to provoke like intergalactic law, right? Like you don't attack the United Nations or else you get the United Nations sort of thing. And that's what this is, which personally I find like the funnest version of this, where it's just like, we're going to have fun, right? Right, everyone? We're not going to do group hugs specifically, but we're going to have fun, right? No? Okay, well, feel the might of, like, every color of Magic. It could be interesting for a deck tech. Building it is quite different than, yeah, that's right. That's right, Jinx Exile. And I do thank you for saying that. Yeah, and yeah, like, it is actually different than most Niv Mizzet decks because you're actually focusing on more than just 2 colors. You probably want to do 3, right? This card doesn't care about how many colors. It is just like each multicolor permanent, right? It just kind of cares about that part. Um, but yeah, it's kind of like Aragorn too. Okay, so in that case, Chatterinos, we will do a deck tech on this then, right? Like we're saying that this is. Does this card need to be in the 99 of anything? Is this a 99able card? Or is this mainly like a command zone card? It's more flexible than Goshen Tai. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Other than Joda, right? Like, other than... And even Joda does, like, a lot. Like, Joda himself might be multicolor, but the cards that Joda's getting with, like, the whole legendary theme will probably be monocolor because you're just there for good legendaries. You know, you're not really after, like, how many colors they cost. You don't give a fuck. I only see this in the command zone. Yeah, I'm kind of about that, right? I'm kind of about just like in the 99. I don't even think this helps. Even Joda doesn't even really want this card, right? Because like what you sacrifice 12 attack power in a Joda the Unifier deck just to say like this card can attack. You know, it turns into a giant 7/15 that gets +1/+1 for every legendary with Joda. So it turns into a big giant like, you know, killer, but you draw cards, which is, you know, I mean, you draw at least like 2, but not like guaranteed a lot. It has no restriction other than multicolor. Right. And the robots you make are specifically not multicolor, which I find funny. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, all right, then yeah, this is just like a 5-color. Let's just find color multicolor things, which is feels like Jared Carthalion, you know. We had a precon basically about this, right? Like we specifically have a precon from Brothers War, no, from Dominaria. We specifically have a Dominaria precon that's like all about this, so you get like heavily updated with that card. Find it ironic that the tokens that it makes are colorless. Yeah, because they specifically don't want you to like draw a kabillion cards, right? Like, oh, not only did you make a bunch of tokens because you had a bunch of multicolored things out, but now when you attack you gain twice that much like in card draw. Like that would be kind of crazy. So but yeah, all right, so we'll do a deck tech on this. We will do a deck tech on this and talk about how in the command zone. And yeah, if this is your first 5-color commander that's fucking with multicolor cards, and that is actually going to be, I think, the more interesting part about this, right? We're not going to have monocolor cards in here, right? Like, not really. You'll have Birds of Paradise because it taps for multiple colors. You'll have Bloom Tender and all that, but like other than Mana Dorks and maybe like a couple cards that actually like gain off of multicolor things, this is just going to be a basically purely multicolor deck, which is that's cool. You know, that's cool. You want this to be your first Wooburg? Cool. That's awesome. Hey, that's sick. Then we will do a deck tech, Aaron. We will do a deck tech. So make sure you come back later in the week. That, and I don't want you to flicker into multiplicative numbers of tokens. Yeah. Hey, broski, how you doing? Yeah, and we could put some flicker in here, right? Like, there ain't no reason not to. There's no reason not to. We'll put some flicker. I mean, you know, just a little bit. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate that, broski. Gotta bounce. Fun stream. Catch you later. Hey, see you, dude. Appreciate you for coming by. You were the first person to chat today, and I appreciate that. Just know that. Yeah, Hero of Precinct 6 will be good in here. Dryad of the Illusion Grove. Yeah, like, honestly, the only monocolor cards are going to be one Hero of Precinct 6, and then the rest are going to be green cards that give you multicolor, like, tap, and that's it, right? Like, Delighted Halfling will be in here as, like, you know, mono green representative, but literally every other card is going to be, like, multicolor. Aragorn's going to go in here, the 4-color Aragorn. He's going to fuck. He's going to fuck. Broski, how you doing? What were you playing tonight? Thank you very much for the raid. All right, Command Zone. We will do a deck tech on this. It is different than Niv Mizzet. It's different from Niv Mizzet, but very similar to the 5-color precon, which is like funny, right? It's different from like the most popular 5-color multicolor matters commanders, but it's an updated precon, right? It's like literally ironic, yeah. All right. Loving the new set. What's your favorite new commander? My favorite new commander is In Spirit, the flagship vessel. That's the new Jeskai precon that's kind of focusing on charge counters. So I just want to make I just want to make Starfleet. I just want to make a spaceship, a fleet of spaceships, and beat people with it. And I got to play a little bit over the weekend with that, and it was very very fun. Def seems like it'll be hard to do this one since everything is multicolored. Needs $200 lands. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, listen, Shocklands got reprinted this set. You know, like there's Shocklands got reprinted again. You know why it's $200-ish? Because you're gonna build this and you're gonna be like, damn, there's new Shocklands and they have like specifically new art this set with people like looking out of a spacecraft. Yeah, it's $200 because you specifically have to get the brand new spacecraft art because that's sick as fuck. Okay, and if you don't, it's off theme and gross. It's off. Oh, imagine having Shocklands from Ravnica in this deck. Ugh, ew. Why even have a spaceship if you're not gonna have space lands? Gross, dude. Spaceship deck sounds so fun. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I built that immediately. Ugh. Ugh, imagine having a temple garden that doesn't have a spaceship on in this deck. Disgusting, dude. I would look at you funny. I would actually like I would like side eye you straight up. If you come with this deck with Ravnica Shocklands, I'm gonna be like, oh, Brokey. Oh, I'm sorry. We were playing themed commander games, and you're clearly not playing on theme. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You probably want to put some cards in here that make your lands come to play untapped, though. You want to do that. You do want to do that. I actually don't think that multicolor. I mean, yeah, I guess multicolor land bases are pretty expensive because you need like every triome, mana confluence, fetches, shocks. But like one thing about these 5-color decks though is like once you get one set of lands for a 5-color deck, they're gonna be the same for every 5-color deck though, right? Like you could just be like, it's not worth getting 2 copies of every triome, but like, one is fine. And then you built another 5-color, just toss that shit over there. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Alrighty. I mean, yeah, it is an expensive land base. I'll give you that. There's a lot of mana rocks though. I mean, Chromatic Lantern goes in this deck, that's for sure. There's some multicolor support in here. Okay, so we'll do a deck tech on that on Infinite Guideline Station. Next chat is Memnon, Menemnon, Agamemnon, Memnon. Yes, Memnon. Memnon. Uthros Exile. Alright. Let me get the right background. Blue, red. It's not my fault that they landed in Ravnica. It's just a quick option for accessing the Omen paths. They literally travel through hyperspace, actually. So, like, actually, the Infinite Guideline Station is connected to the Infinity Elevator that, like, lets people travel. So, nope, Brokey, bad. Brokey, bad. Proxy, fiend, something. All right. I think this is actually a pretty decent commander, chat. And listen, if you ever play PDH, this is actually pretty sick. Okay, so Memnon, Uthros Exile, 1 blue and red for a 1/3 Jellyfish Advisor with flying, and whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Now, I can't imagine that there's not something absolutely busted that we can do with this. There has to be something busted that this commander can do. There's no way that this is some sort of infinite, right? Because remember, it's an artifact you control enters. It's not cast an artifact, right? It's not mill an artifact. It's just an artifact entered the battlefield. Just make it happen somehow. And you get a +1/+1 encounter on target creature. There has to be some, you know, like one the thing, the Triskelions or the Vusses, the Pentavis, Triskavis, and all the other Vus cards. It's like remove a +1/+1 encounter, make a 1/1 Pentavis token. You get to put a with Miminon, you get to put a +1/+1 encounter on that token again, right? And then pay 1 to remove it to get another 1, and like you just go, right? Lotus Petal and Evolution Witness give infinite power and mana of all colors. That is true. Oh, actually, more Evolution Witness is... Oh, yeah, I mean, mono green bullshit, right? But, yes. In fact, Academy Manufacturer goes crazy with this. Yes, yeah. Super true, right? Because, like, that's 3 artifacts enter. Yeah, it's not even 1 or more artifacts enter your control, +1/+1 encounter. One Academy Manufacturer is 3 +1/+1 encounters on something. Okay, that's gross. That's disgusting. Like, what? The artifact that lets the creature that lets you remove +1/+1 counters in order to produce a mana. That goes infinite with the Pentavis in this, right? Like, it does. You remove a +1/+1 counter, make it any mana you want. Remove a Pentavis. Remove a +1/+1 counter from Pentavis. Make a Pentavis token. Add a +1/+1 counter onto the... Oh, no, because then the Pentavis doesn't get a +1/+1 counter. Right, you can only put it on 1. Okay. You would need an additional card to make it infinite. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, you can only put the +1/+1 counter on one of them. And they both need a +1/+1 counter. Okay. All right. We talked ourselves out of it. It's still very good. Like, that cycle still goes disgusting. Hi Asta, how you doing? Yeah, that cycle still goes sicko mode though. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. So, considering what we're probably able to do with this card, is this commanderable in a fun way? Is this stoking joy in anyone? Artifacts enter +1/+1 counter on a creature. Even if you're able to go infinite, right? Like, does that still matter to you? Do you still care? You know? Does this do anything for you? I'm amused by the jellyfish people. They are quite cute. They're pretty okay. I like them. But yeah, does this... Even if this commander can produce an infinite pretty straightforwardly, does it matter? Do you care? I think no, right? Like, is that fair to say, chat? That this just kind of is kind of just like fine, you know? Is this card just okay? Like, it's strong, but like it's not exciting, you know? It's not... You're not being excited by this. You get +1/+1 encounters for treasures and all that cool stuff, but maybe not as a commander. You know, maybe as a commander it's doable, but just not very exciting. So, does it go in the 99 anywhere as an exciting additional card, right? Like, are we doing anything wacky with it? Better than Kaikar in Urtet? Urtet. JK, nothing better than Kaikar, honestly. Which one's Urtet again? Command Zone. Snooze Fest. Even if you go infinite, it's just not really that exciting, you know? Mirrors. Oh, Urtet. Yeah. No, nothing's better than Urtet. No, I mean Urtet just gets straight up like plus X, right? So that's not even worth it. Meminon's not even worth that, right? He ain't even worth that. Is there, I mean, like, I guess there's like technically there's a lot of decks that Meminon can go in. But, you know, our +1/+1 encounter is what those decks want. Joyra would love this. But does Joyra care about +1/+1 encounters though, Josh? That's the thing, right? It's just like, this card's fine. It can go in all those decks. But, like, does one creature getting +1/+1 encounters really change a lot? Animation module, it can go infinite with that, right? Animation module, and then that one kind of walker robot I was talking about, where you can remove +1/+1 encounters to get mana. That's infinite. But that's the thing, Dennis, we were just talking about. It's just like, you know, Kristen and Crawler. It's just like, yeah, just because, like, you can do that, knowing that you can do that, Dennis, does that make you want to make this commander deck, right? Does that elicit that dream in you? Or do you think that you just be like, yeah, I made it, and, like, I won a commander game or two, and then I just kind of took it apart, because, like, meh. Bah. Bah. Just for the fact that it's off-color counters, that's true. That's true. It is blue-red +1/+1 encounters. That's different, but it is still inherently an artifact deck, though, right? Like, yeah, it's +1/+1 encounters, but only when an artifact enters. So it still has to be an artifact deck that just so happens to get +1/+1 encounters in it. And even then, like, I get, like, if there was Jeskai modular, if he was red-white and you did modular with Golbaz, the bug, the Boros modular bug, Golbez, right? Or no, what's that bug called? What's that modular dude called? You know who I'm talking about. Forgot about that. Yeah, what's his name? You can make him a Voltron deck that pumps himself and has flying. Yeah, like, yeah, I guess you could do that, and you'd be like, cool, yeah, we did it, woo, yeah, whoa. I mean, flying is cool, but, like, still blockable, right? Like, we still blocking them. Yeah, Zabaz, that's right, Zabaz. Thank you. Yeah, Zabaz, right? It's like, if you were able to pair him with Zabaz, that would be something, right? But other than that, meh. Kind of boring and weird for blue-red. Yeah, you know? You could even do treasures. You could do blue-red treasures. And it would still just be like, you know? Hey, listen. Marchesa gets +1/+1 encounters. Yeah, sure. Marchesa was already getting +1/+1 encounters for, like, a ham sandwich, you know? Meh. Bah. So, you could put in, like, 13th Doctor, you know, and, like, Dean Lewis and stuff like that. Like, there's cards that, like, can care about +1/+1 encounters. You could, like, untap. Well, yeah, 13th Doctor would be cool with it. But really, it's just like, yeah, in the 99. I think his place is in the 99, just because the commander deck itself, Asperia Supreme Leader, Supreme Judge, which is a deck near and dear to my heart. So put some respect on that, on the proper name. Thank you very much. And that's also blue-white. Listen, yeah, that'd be sick. But no, that's blue-white. That's blue-white. Yeah, kind of boring and weird for blue-red. So even though it is a commander deck that can go infinite, Bah. You don't have the card on hand. You're all good, Conquest. It's all good. Yeah, it's just like whatever. You know, we're just like whatever about it. Yeah. Snooze button. That's what we're gonna put down. Snooze button. And in the 99, if we're gonna put this somewhere and it goes in the 99, I'm thinking 13th Doctor and Dan Lewis or something. I'm thinking I don't know. You know, I don't know. Any just whoever wants it, I guess. You know? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I can't even really think of a 99 that I really want this card in. It's fine. Like, again, it's not a bad card. It's not a bad card in any stretch of the imagination, but it is a card that's not making me want to stretch my imagination. You know what I'm saying? I think that's, like, a good way to put it. Yeah. All right. Let's go over to the, ideally, hopefully a little bit more exciting, the real Memenon, the mono blue version. Memenon, the right hand. The rare right hand. Alright. Memenon, the right hand, for 3 blue. You get a 3/4 legendary creature, Jellyfish Advisor, with flying, and you may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast artifact spells from the top of your library. Artifacts you control have tap, add a blue, spend this mana only to cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand. Okay. Okay, chat, let's talk about this card here, okay? Okay, 5 mana. All right, interesting. I didn't know we would need the Urza again. Well, this is definitely Urza at home. Can you help me figure out where to start for a reach deck just to counter my flying one? Mono green is like a good start. There's like literally a green white commander that's like an archer that like just gives all things reach. Spiders. Oh my god, spiders. Spiders for sure. Or do you like yeah, if you like Lord of the Rings, Shelob, the green black Shelob would do it. Or if you like fighting games, there's what is his fucking name? Dalsim. There you go. Dalsim. That's what you want. Okay, sorry. It might not be bad for Golba's Crystal Collector. Yes. Okay. So, like, yeah, looking at this Memenon. Hold on. Let me write this down. Memenon, the blue one. The right hand. Okay. So 5 mana, kind of late in the game to get your commander out, but you get to put artifacts into play by that time. So you get to start using those artifacts immediately, right? Then you can look at the top card of your library any turn, anytime. Okay. You may cast artifact spells from the top of your library, right? So that's Mystic Gate. Mystic Forge, okay. Mystic Forge in the command zone. Not bad. It's a monocolor deck, so just the fact that your artifact sap for blue doesn't really matter because you're a monocolor deck, right? It is mini Urza. It is Urza at home, right? It is Urza at home for sure. The orbs are such greatness. Which orbs? Orbs of what? Orb of Tournami from Shaolin Showdown. Put in Broodstar. True. Seems fun with Sensei's Divining Top. Yeah, that is true, right? This is actually just like a Sensei's Top like combo piece. Tezzeret Titanic Godcore definitely, or Tezzeret Cruel Captain definitely wants to be in here. Yeah, so like yeah, Sensei's put it on top into what's the artifact that every time you cast Aether Sphere, Aether Flux Reservoir. Thank you. Yeah. Unwinding Clock. Yeah. I mean, unless you're casting things at instant speed, which I mean, like Liberator Urza's Battlethopter would be in this bitch for sure. Yeah, like for sure, for sure, for sure. Battered Golem would be pretty cool in this deck actually. Karn Legacy Reforged. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The 5 CMC kind of hampers the potential. Well, the thing is, then this is like the thing is like if you get to 5 mana and you were building up artifacts that entire time, then you play your commander and you like from that turn you might just start going off, right? Like the game, if you build it right enough, right, and you're kind of like avoiding lands and everything, you might just end the game then by going into some nigh infinite, right? Like Mystic Forge, again, Mystic Forge is already a card that artifact decks put in their decks anyway, so that you can just play artifacts from the top. So imagine if Mystic Forge is just in your command zone, and this card gives you mana, basically, with your artifacts. So it's like, that's pretty good, Howling Mine. Oh, yeah, there's also the fact that this commander, because this commander taps your artifacts, right? Howling Mine, Static Orb, Winter Orb, all of those things can be tapped on your turn and not affect you, right? You get to untap your stuff. Well, kind of. That doesn't quite. Yeah. You get to do certain things. You get to like Howling Mine can be tapped so that your opponents don't get to draw additional cards, but you do, and things like that, right? So it's like, yeah, Mammon right hand could actually be kind of like an asshole commander, right? It turns out mono blue artifacts, even if it's not Urza, even if it's Urza at home, deep fried in KFC grease, it's still Urza at the end of the day, and you can still play all those gross ass cards, right? Everyone else can't. Yeah, exactly, right. So like you could put the orbs in here, right? And now you're just doing artifact stuff, just like all over the place. He may have a different playstyle. I mean, yeah, Urza is like, shuffle, cast the top card, try to keep on proceeding to go infinite, right? Mammon is cast the top card and go infinite. So really, they're the same picture. One is just arguably, I mean, at least you're not doing it at random, right? So arguably, Mon is actually is actually a tougher opponent to play against in a lot of ways. Actually, need to go look at the full list and see what new commanders are coming out. I just got back into. Yeah, Dennis. I have a here. Let me. Here's a if you go to scryfall.com, if you type in like set colon EOE and then type legendary, there's actually we're gonna go over all of the legendaries tonight because there's like we're like 9 cards through or something. There's only 18 legendary cards. There's only 18 legendary cards in EOE. One of them's a planeswalker, so that's not even like a commanderable thing. Here you go. If you want to like look at if you want to look at all of the art or all of the legendaries along with me. There you go. He'd be more reality chip style deck, less like Urza. Right. Which personally, I think I've run into one reality chip deck and I was unimpressed. I was utterly unimpressed. So I still don't really know how good reality chip is supposed to be because I wasn't impressed. But I mean, if it's worth being scared about, then maybe. But there's a lot of ways to be able to cast artifacts with flash. A lot of ways to make them cheaper. Artifacts can like just straight up cost 0. My buddy has a CDH reality chip that bullies. I mean, yay, you could probably do this, right? Like Memenon, I think if you can do reality chip CDH, imagine if reality chip also allowed you to tap artifacts for blue, just like straight up, just in the command zone already, right? So I think you could definitely him being 5 mana, if it keeps him from being CEDH, that's a good thing. Because now you can have a high power card that's not Urza. You know, it's not on the game changer list like Urza is, but still lets you dabble within that realm, right? I think Wizards did the right thing to try to see if they can make something that's similar to Urza, but obviously like not exactly Urza 2. But it's like, hey, if Miminon can be in Commander and not get on the game changer list for being too strong, there is at the very least a version of Urza that exists that isn't too strong to be on the game changers list, right? They made some version of that, and I think that's fine. I think that's actually a good play. I think that's a good thing to do. And yeah, we're analyzing this for Commander in general. I'm not much of a CDH player, but yeah, I think we can at the very least just describe it's like, hey, Urza is kind of like out of bracket threes because he's just like it's hard to not make him be that horrifying. If this card is anything less than that, it maybe this could be a bracket 3 Urza at the very least. It won't. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so chat, we're seeing him as commander potential, right? Right. We do see him as like a viable commander card, and also thank you for the follow. Is that fair? Because I think he definitely is. You know, it is Urza at home, but at the very least you get to play this Urza at home at your kitchen table, ideally before everyone bans it. It's definitely a fun commander. Run every artifact-esque creature in it, or you probably just combo. You probably just combo. If we're being honest with ourselves, we just combo. That's all we do. That's all we doing. I can see him played similarly to Thunder Junction Fibblethip. That's also true. That's also true. Thunder Junction Fibblethip did its own ass thing. Yep. Gonna have like a 3-hole creatures in the deck. Yeah, honestly. And it was just like a creature that got a creature back from the graveyard. Like it was just the like when the artifact goes into a graveyard, put like a cheaper one back into your hand. It was just that. And SRAM. Or not SRAM, who's the guy that makes Thopters when you cast artifacts? It was just him. It was just those two, and that was it. Grand Architect or whatever oh yeah, yeah. The Grand Architect is kind of fucked up. Psy Master of Thopters. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Grand Architect is definitely fucked up. And Vidalcan Archmage. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, draw a card. Like it's just those. And you just infinite until you get to Hallbreaker Horror, and then you bounce the whole board, and you win the game from there. You know, that's really what it is. And Reality Chip, who needs it? Literally, who needs Reality Chip when you have your commander, right? Why do that when you could just be your commander? I guess you could cast those creatures that you actually see at the top that aren't artifacts. I guess. It's Big Boy Chip. It's literally Chip with legs and multiple arms. And a jellyfish. Although, wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Reality Chip is an equipment jellyfish. Hold on now. Wait a minute. Are we jellyfish lords? Hold on. Alright. So, commanderable chat? Are we yay on this being a commander for sure? Oh god, spam artifacts in the brain free. Yeah, storm in the brain freeze. Like that's entirely doable. Yep, that's yep. All right. Definitely a commander. Do we want a deck tech on? I'll do a deck tech on it. I mean, again, everyone deserves to have an Urza at home to really know what it's like. Reality Chip is good because it turns on commander effects turn 2 guaranteed. That's true. That is true, John. That's true. Yes, run all the 0 artifacts. I mean, or at least the cheap ones for sure. Yeah. You don't necessarily have to, it doesn't have to be like the 0 ones, because like, you have multiple cards that just make artifacts cost 1 less, right? So it's like, oh. I guess I'll run the 1s and I'll still cast for 0. Guess I'll run the 2s and I'll still cast for 0. Yeah. Alrighty, so we'll make a commander right deck out of it. Is there any, does this go in the 99 anywhere? Decent mono blue, threat eggs commander, oh, it's definitely a threat. It's definitely gonna win the game. It's just, it's not Urza. It's just not Urza. Does Urza want? Oh, yeah. I guess Urza gets to play cards on the top of the deck. I suppose. Wait? Is it just literally every deck that wanted a every deck that wanted Mystic Forge could also just basically want this card too? Is that what we're saying? Eggman? Eggman, see, the thing is, like, Eggman is a 3-color deck, you know? Like, I don't fuck with this card in multicolor decks because of that blue restriction, you know? Like, that's actually kind of really rough, the blue restriction. I think the blue restriction was is a limiting factor on this card to make it not just go in everything. So, like, Eggman is a 3-color Grixis deck, and Grixis is already fucked on colors, right? Like, it's already rough on colors. We're running every mana rock just to make sure that we can get Grixis mana in the first place to cast Eggman to begin with. We don't got time to tap for just blue to get things from the top of our deck. We just ain't doing that. Yeah, the amount of times this will get under the threat radar versus Joyra and Urza will be amusing. True. What's the win con with hand? Is a wonderful question. Any deck that runs Aetherflux combo, right. I mean, yeah, right. Because you tap for blue, you tap the Sensei's Divining top, and then you need to tap Sensei's in order to draw a card and put it at the top of the deck, right? So you tap something else. I don't care. You just tap something. You tap something, and then you put Sensei's there, and then you cast Sensei for the one. Reduce the card, right? Which, like, there's 5 different cards that do that, right? So it's like, okay, sure. Sensei's is free now. Yeah. You love Eluge? Oh, God, Eluge. Ugh. Eluge is very strong, yeah. Any cost reducer, literally every single one of them. Yeah. So this will be an easy deck to deck tech, chat, and it will be... we'll of course try to make it an informative discussion, but it'll be it won't be soulless, right? It won't be a soulless discussion, but it will be just like, hey, listen, I know that your friends might have a certain opinion on blue, and I try to fight against like blue's negative opinion. I ain't gonna lie, chat. We're about to reconfirm every single fear about blue, with this deck. we about to undo all of the goodwill. I can see this in Galazeth Prismari with some impulse draws. Okay. Top only win con. I mean, it's just like any of them, right? Like any of them that do that. If any deck that was doing the top win con or was running Mystic Forge could also run this card, right? Like it's just a second Mystic Forge that has to be in an artifact deck. Leveler than Thassa's Oracle. Yeah. It also Thassa wins as well, but just by casting it. Well, I mean, you run into lands eventually. Do you still Thassa win with that? And you're not playing artifacts that have blue. Well, I mean, you could be playing artifacts that have blue as a devotion, but probably not a lot. Do you just do like a leveler to like get rid of your deck and then Thassa Oracle? At least your commander doesn't necessarily help you with that. Actually, it's third forge. We have the Crystal Skull already. Oh, that's so true. It's actually forge 3 forge, if you will. Do we put forge in this deck? No, that would be dumb, right? We wouldn't put forge in this Mystic Forge in this deck. That would be a waste of time. Yeah. Okay. So in the 99, does he replace Mystic Forge? Does he replace... Oh, I guess Mystic Forge... What, has, like, the Exile... Does he replace Mystic Forge in decks, or no? That's my next question. Does he replace Mystic Forge in decks? Get Forge in the deck so we can exile the top card? Yeah, that's, like, so crazy. Like we would literally redundantize our commander just to like exile the top card when we run into a lance. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I'd say in CDH he's pretty low tier, casual. I'm I Memenon is he. They? I forgot what Tezzeret said. Might be. I just forgot what Tezzeret said. Tezzeret said a pronoun at some point, and I just forgot. Forge doesn't even see play. What, in CDH or just in general? Why play Jellyfish? Play with it. Why do Jellyfish play with the top of the deck? I don't know. I don't know what the Jellyfish theme. Honestly, it's just because their brains are just so big. They're the theme of just like brain big and just tentacle hand, just like flipping. Imagine just like 8 arms just flipping from the top of their deck the whole time. Maybe that's the theme. Kind of plays like Unctus. True. Unk. In general, Forge just doesn't see a lot of play. Damn. Jellyfish don't have brains, actually. That's... You're about to blow my mind. Really? Really? That you gotta explain. That's crazy, actually. Look it up? No, you gotta explain. Because if I look it up, I'm gonna, like, it's gonna be the new fixation, and then stream doesn't end. Okay, so like, they kind of don't exist. Like, okay, oh, they just kind of exist, really? Oh my God, we're talking about Jellyfish. I was talking about octopi. I was talking about octopuses. That's crazy. You're right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Jellyfish don't have. No, you're so right. You're so right. Yeah. Jellyfish, correct. Jellyfish do just be floating there. That's right. Yeah. Let's hype up Thought Lash for this commander so it can have another ultra expensive card. Oh my God. They like have brain tissue but no brain. Right. Jellyfish are basically a bundle of nerves. Yeah. Yo, box jellyfish, man. Yo, dude. Fuck box jellyfish, bro. Those things can kill something like a mile away and they're just a bundle of nerves. They don't even eat the thing. Crazy work. Kind of a brain in and of themselves in this case. Yeah, no, that's so true. One day closer to the unbanning of Primeval Titan. Literally, Jason, hush. No. Welcome to the Jack Parade is a good name. That's a very good name. This guy looks like he's perfect in Emery 99. Oh my God, yes, that's right, chat. Yes, I forgot. I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that not from hand counts as, graveyard. Like someone mentioned earlier Golbez. Golbez 99 definitely wants this card. Because Golbez lets us cast from graveyard, right? Or Noctis. Noctis lets us do that too, right? Kind of. If we're being freaky with it. That's your opinion, man? Nah, I want that thing to be banned forever. Primetime backing commander is a dream. Stay dreaming. I don't want it back. I was there, Gandalf. I don't want it back. But it's just my opinion. I'm also like anti-green and just like everything, so it'd just be that way. Thank you very much for the follows, everyone. Yeah, okay, so also from graveyard. Okay, so there are decks that Memenon goes in, right? And it either serves as a third Mystic Forge, which, hey, Mystic Forge is already a card that like goes sicko mode, but this one's a Mystic Forge plus. So yeah, like it definitely gets to like replace / like be with those cards. So that's fair. All right, so definitely in the 99 of decks, like Gold Bez and who just said the lady that this also goes in? Emery, and just other stuff, right? But like any deck, I think we said any deck running top combo. Yep, it's just any deck that was already doing that, just do it again. Just get another thing that lets you do it again. Cool. This card is going to go into your Y'shtola artifact deck. Very cool, Georgie boy. That's actually pretty dope. I mad respect on that. And then this is also going to be a commander that we'll do a deck tech on. We're going to basically like try to make bracket 3 Urza, right? I think that's the point of this card. I think the point of this commander as a commander is to have a bracket 3 version of Urza. Is that fair to say? Is that like a fair... Is that fair? Oh, Joyra, historic draw one. That also works too. Emery Lurker of my heart. Also true. Also true, Fred. Yeah, I think this is just an attempt to make a bracket 3 Urza, which everyone deserves. Mono Blue deserves it, I say, as a blue player. Alrighty. Lurker of your stash. True. Alright, next card. Oh, God. Here we are. Alright, chat. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, calm down. Calm down. I know we're freaking out here. This is the next card. We're just gonna do a brief overview. I'm just gonna say it. We're doing a deck tech on Rogos, right? Not now, Ragos. Not now, but we will do one. And I did pull him, and I pulled his art too. I pulled the moon art version. Oh, I also pulled foil Memenon, and I have the moon art version of him as well. There we go. We got the Rogos. We got them, ladies and gentlemen. We got them. They're really no, Dennis. I am a Magic the Gathering ambassador, so I got some product early. So no pre-releases this weekend. Calm down, don't you worry. Saheeli would love that last card. Oh yeah, Saheeli would too. Yeah, the commander one, right? In your opinion, what's the best commander for blue, green, white? Oh, for Bant? Fuck. Well, what do you want to do, Dat Crew? It's not just like what is the best commander in Bant. It's what is the best commander. What do you want to do in those colors? I need that as a follow-up question. Derevi does it all. Fuck, you're so right about that. Actually, you're so grossly right about that. I mean, I would say that my favorite one to play against is Galadriel, if I'm being honest with you. Galadriel and Bumbleflower are the top Jeskai decks that don't make me want to pull my hair out. I like that this commander turns all the sad robot cards into food. Solemn, the fox, the bug. True! The real choice is Arcades Sabbath? No. No. The real choice is Kellen the Kid. Derevi can run any type of deck, essentially. That's why I don't want to see it. You know who I don't want to see the most? Like, the top Bant deck I don't want to see is Bernard. Bernard Ginger Sculptor is cracked in half. None of those decks can be trusted. I play to go mass mana in my high-cost creatures in as few turns as possible in a custom deck. Galadriel Light of Valinor lets you get mana sooner and let you cast more creatures, like, just more often. At least in terms of, like, the top Bant cards. Oh, and Chulane, I guess, if you want to do that specifically. If mana ramp is your thing and then playing, like, big boys is your thing, then I would either like Galadriel or, I mean, Yuna Grand Summoner lets you get mana and make big boys even bigger, which is kind of sick. Yeah, that's what I would suggest, personally. Real talk, Catilda and Laura is an interesting deck. I have yet to see one of those in action. Because shit's weird. I don't fuck with Bant. I just want that to be very clear. I have a Rule 0 Bant deck, and that is it. Your Bant deck is Derevi Pod? That's horrifying. That's horrifying. Let's go back to something happier. Ragos. Deft Gastronaut. Yuna, the commander Yuna from Final Fantasy Precon. Janara? I don't even know who that is. Janara? The hell is Janara? Who the hell is Janara? I have no idea who that is. I've never heard of this card before. Hold on. I'm getting lost again. Lost in the sauce of chat, distracting me. We're trying to talk about a shrimp, a lobster that from. Oh, Janara asked her of war. Oh my god, that's a blast from the past. I mean, you could play Janara as Sora of War. I could explain to you some more interesting plus and counter commanders, but like go off, I suppose. You know, I guess. Your current commander is Gorian Wise Mentor. Well, that's an adventure specific deck, I believe, if I remember Gorian correctly. Which, yes, that is Bant, but it is adventure first. It just happens to have Bant colors, but it is an adventure deck. It could have been any commander. It could have been any colors, and it would still be adventure deck at the end of the day. Think Ragos is just unique in the colors, or am I wrong? Yeah. Ragos is unique. I mean, turning artifacts into food, we see like, you know, a green-black wolf that does that, but like turning artifacts into something, still in addition to the other types, and, you know, like they have the food ability, and then you sacrifice, you know, he sacrifices a food to deal 3 damage to each opponent, and then like you can just do that again. Yeah, it's like, damn, Rune? Fuck, that's old. Yeah, okay, let's go into Ragos chat. Back to Ragos. Come on, back to the lab chat. Get back into the content mines with me. All right. Let's look at this man's. We know half of us are here for the crab. All right. Ragos Deft Gastronaut. For red and a white, we get a 2/2 legendary creature Lobster Citizen. Artifacts you control are foods in addition to the other types and have pay 2, tap, sacrifice this artifact, you may gain 3 life. Or you gain 3 life. Pay 1 and tap, sacrifice a food, Ragos deals 3 damage to each opponent. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained life this turn, untapped Ragos. Okay. Food fight with the new munitions enchantment is sweet. New munitions is crazy. Or weapons manufacturing is crazy. Yeah, okay. One, Halea goes in this deck for sure, right? The Halea Guided by Light, kind of dope. Yeah, there's a couple cards that are from Edge of Eternities that kind of like slot straight into this deck. Sammy, Wild Cat Captain, the Weft Stalker Ardent. There's quite a couple. Mer Retriever, Drunk Delver, and Sad Robots or Mirror Works. Yep. Duretti Scrap Savant would be really cool in this deck. Yeah, for sure. Goblin Welder Engineer. Yeah. This deck, okay. So actually, a fellow content creator was actually going to build this deck, and then confided to me that like they weren't really like excited as much anymore. And I do wonder if that's gonna like happen. This is by far and away the most the most look forward to commander out of all of the decks from commanders from Edge of Eternities. This is like as soon as people saw this card, it was like, okay, yeah, this is like so fun. It's a lobster, fried rice, food, deal damage, blah 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 blah. I think that people will enjoy playing it, and honestly, you know, we'll do a deck tech on it for sure. We're gonna do a deck tech on it so that, you know, we can kind of help people build this deck. It's probably gonna be one of the first ones we do if I'm honest with you, but I do wonder if people will stick with it. You know, if it'll be like a flash in the pan, if you will. People want shrimp fried rice. True. I wonder if it'll be like fun enough for people to kind of stick with. That's all. Still struggling to remake the Austin. I didn't get to see it. Cameo manufacturer and giving lobster lifelink is so busted. Yeah. So like, all right, artifacts you control are foods. Cool, cool, cool. Sacrifice the food. Ragos deals 3 damage to each opponent. So clearly, since Ragos is the one dealing 3 damage to each opponent, and it's non-combat damage, so commander damage doesn't trigger off of this ability. Okay. But Ragos deals the damage. So if we give Ragos lifelink, since he's dealing the damage, we will gain that much life, which is good because at the beginning of each end step, if you gains life this turn, untap Ragos, right? So if you give Ragos lifelink, tap a sack of food, deals 3 damage, you gain life, gain 3 life off of the damage that he does thanks to the lifelink to each opponent, by the way. So you actually gain 3, 6, 9, right? And then untap to do the whole thing again, right? So the main thing about this deck is that you need to get food out constantly, right? Like it is a kitchen that once the plates are ready, like once the doors open with your commander starting to do the thing, you have to be doing this all the time. Like you have to keep on being able to do this. I do think that you need to have haste on in this deck in case people will have to kill your commander. They kind of just have to do it. So you want to be able to recast your commander and have him start doing the thing immediately. By the way, you need him to start jumping back into the kitchen even when he gets removed and then comes back. It's a spicy meatball meme deck. True. Fervor, yeah. No, fervor, no. That's each creature. Each no, 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 no. You don't need to give your opponents. That's oh no. Am I thinking of mass hysteria? Never mind. Mass hysteria is everyone. Fervor is just you, right? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, fervor or the new Rohan one, or the Lord of the Rings one, and all that. Like that's fine. Yeah. What do you think about illusionist? I think illusionist bracers would be fine on him. I gotta think. I know battle mages bracers. Battle mages bracers. Illusionists. Hold on. Illusion. Illusionist bracers. Whenever an ability of the equipped creature is activated, you get a new copy. Yeah. Oh, then yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure, for sure. Second sunrise, for sure. What, to bring back all your artifacts that died? True, true. So, the things that this deck specifically, right? Looking at this card's abilities, because remember when we do our deck text, I like to make sure that we break down everything that the commander needs in order to make sure that we're able to kind of like, address those things, right? So like, what does Rogos need? Rogos needs artifacts, right? Artifacts that that are worth sacrificing, right? He goes into Rocco pretty easily. Rocco Cabaret Chef. The Naya one, you do make treasures, I guess. But then you sack a treasure for like 3 damage. Yeah, probably. Yeah, you could do that. Okay, so artifacts that are worth sacrificing. Right? So like there is a whole genre of artifacts. For example, one of them is called prize statue, right? There's a whole genre of artifacts that when they enter the battlefield, they do a thing. And then when they leave the battlefield, they do another thing. Now, they don't have like a sacrifice built into them. They need something else to make them sacrifice. So, for example, prize statue. 2 mana, when it enters the battlefield, you make a treasure. And when it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you make another treasure. That's it, right? It doesn't have like built-in sacrifice. You need to find a way to sacrifice it yourself to get that other treasure. Same thing with like Iker Wellspring, one of the most one of the most famous ones. 2 mana ETB, draw a card, and when it goes into the graveyard, draw another card. So your goal with this deck is to make sure that you have a lot of artifacts out here that are going to give you basically 2 triggers of its ability because you're sacrificing it, right? You don't just want to put like soul rings in here and then sacrifice your soul rings, because you're trying to make your commander flip and, you know, throw hot food at people every single turn. Not just your turn, but their turn, their turn, and their turn, then your turn, then their. You're trying to do that every single turn. So you can't sacrifice your mana rocks because you'll be out of mana, right? You want to make sure that you're sacrificing artifacts that are worth getting rid of, ideally ones that replace themselves or something like that, so that you can keep on going multiple times in a single rotation. That's what you're trying to do. Don't care, I'm dropping Pact of Negation on turn 1 on someone's soul ring. That's crazy. That's crazy tech. Scrap Mastery later. Yeah, being able to also like spend red white cards that bring back all artifacts is pretty worthwhile. Second Sunrise, what's the like 7-drop red white card that brings all of your artifacts back with haste, right? Like that's, you know, for 7 mana. For 7 mana, being able to like resurrect everything with haste and then just start this process over again ain't bad. Ain't bad. Modular commanders might like them. I mean, yeah, you get to sacrifice artifacts and put those plus and plus encounters on modular cards. Yeah, and you get in the 99, because this guy only costs 2 mana, right? Just 2 mana and like 1 mana for him to, you know, sacrifice and do his thing. Yeah, you could run that in modular decks as long as the decks care about sacrificing artifacts and they're red, white, something. I want to say like the only things that really care about sacrificing artifacts are basically red, white. Red, white, green doesn't really fuck with that. Red, white, blue doesn't really typically mess with artifacts sacrifice, like not really. So yeah, it's kind of just like a red, white thing. But yeah, there's a lot of cards that replace themselves when they get sacrificed, which is really, and you get to play them early, which is really good. And some modular commanders would be cool, but being able to mass resurrect all of your artifacts that you've been sacrificing all game, so that they get even more value, so then you can put them into the graveyard again and get more stuff from, I think is going to be very important to this deck. So like, yeah, Second Sunrise is one of the cards suggested for sure. Mass reanimate. Second Sunrise. True. What else? Red, white, oh yeah, Mardu. But Mardu's more like typically is more about like sacrificing creatures, right? Sometimes artifact creatures, but really it's like more of a creature sacrifice thing than specifically artifacts. But I mean, yeah, fuck it, right? Like literally go off queen and or king. Which also, because this deck is all about artifacts entering the battlefield, because they need to enter the battlefield in order for your commander to get abilities. Well, if artifacts are entering the battlefield, then you can run all those cards that trigger every time an artifact enters the battlefield. That triggers every time an artifact enters the battlefield, including brand new card, Wefstalker Ardent, which has warp and says whenever another artifact or creature enters the battlefield under your control, deals 1 damage to each opponent. So not only are you dealing damage to each opponent from playing artifacts, but you're also sacrificing them to deal 3 damage to each opponent, and then untap because you gain some sort of life. Halea, Guided by Light, one of the cards that we talked about earlier, how she's just a really good supporting character in the 99. Well, this is absolutely a deck that Haleo going, because she triggers to gain you life every time an artifact and or a creature comes into play, which is exactly what you're doing here. And you're gaining life, which means that you will be able to untap your commander at the beginning of the end step. So it all works out. Pilgrim's Eye, right. Yeah, he is fun. Would this deck work with? So what's interesting, Thomas, right? You say like, would this deck work with Frodo deck? What's interesting is that we're not really used to having a red-white food deck, right? Food decks are typically green-black. Typically, like ever since pretty much like the beginning, they were green-blacks, like sacrifice food do X, Y, and Z. The first Hansel and Gretel card from Eldraine, the original Eldraine, when food was introduced as a mechanic, was like sacrifice artifacts and things like that. So yeah, it's usually a green black thing, but now to have it in red white, just colors completely separate from other food decks, is actually really refreshing, right? So does this go with the Frodo deck? I don't know. There's no Frodos that are red white, I can tell you that much. So probably not. Um, is this separate? Is this a different type of food deck than the Frodo deck? Yeah, it is. It it absolutely is, and that's cute as fuck. Quite frankly, I think that's awesome. But definitely not. Yeah, like it's not a Frodo deck, that's for sure. Academy Manu, yeah, another deck for Academy Manufacturer to just like be mistaken. For every day that Academy Manufacturer gets more and more relevant is another just day we've strayed further from God's light, quite frankly. Yeah. And there's a couple cards like Estrid Peth from Doctor Who that triggers every time you sacrifice an artifact. People are weird about sacrificing artifacts. They've made like quite a couple cards even in like recent sets where it's just like, damn, you sacrifice an artifact. That's really cool of you. Here's like an additional ability, and it's just like, wow, yeah, no, I was kind of sacrificing artifacts this entire time, but if you say that's cool, then sure. Blight Widow, hey, good to see you, my friend. Big ol' heckin' hearts to you. You got the goods. You got the goods. What was the card that you needed? You got the goods. It was this guy, right? You're looking for this guy? Nuka-Cola vending machine and Sierra. Yeah, Sierra, Nuka's biggest fan for sure. Also goes with this deck for sure, for sure. You got the goods. Blight Widow. You got them. Smoke them if you got them. Arcadia the strategist. Arcadia. Who's that? Arcadie's the strategist. I know. I don't know Arcadia. Yeah. Lobter. Yeah, Smith. It's Lobter. It's Lobter. For real, scrap person from Brothers. Oh yeah, Farid entrepreneuring scavenger. Yeah, yeah. When we're gonna do a deck tech on this, and I think this is gonna be one of the earliest ones that we do, either later this week or something. But yes, this is the most popular commander in the set so far, and I'm not even. I get it. I get it. I get it. Funny walls, so true. You're so building this deck. Ooh, Blight Widow. Maybe we can do a dual deck. That'd be kind of fun. But yeah, yep. Artifacts. So the main thing that you want to make sure in this deck, you have artifacts that are worth sacrificing, right? So not don't sacrifice your good artifacts. Don't sacrifice your Blight Seal, your Dark Seal Forge just to deal 3 damage, right? That Dark Seal Forge is probably worth just keeping. Let's make sure that we're throwing useless artifacts out there instead. Or not useless, but like ones that just replace themselves. And give your commander lifelink. And then mass reanimate all your artifacts so you can do it again. Yeah, give commander lifelink. Give commander lifelink. And then also, the thing is, your commander, even though your commander can do 3 on your turn, 3 on another turn, 3 on another turn, 3 on another, 3, 6, 9, 12. Even though your commander can deal like 12 damage in an entire rotation, it will be very quick for your opponents to realize what's going on and remove it. And like, yeah, he costs 2, so he'll come back, not too far away. And but we want to make sure that he has haste when he does, right? So another important aspect is making sure that your commander has haste, because your commander will get removed. He has to get removed, or else you're like just dealing damage for free, right? So you need to give him lifelink, right? And then and haste, because he will get removed. You're not always going to be able to protect him. He'll be removed pretty often. So when he comes back, he needs to be able to get back to work right away. So you gotta put some haste in here for sure. Then artifacts that are worth sacrificing, food or life link so that he gains life, haste so that he can come back swinging, and then the rest of your deck needs to be creatures that trigger on artifacts entering, right? So like reckless fireweaver, you know, tried and true, 2 mana 1/3. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Tried and true card, yeah, this is the time to do it, because it's like, you know, a food enters, 1 damage to each person, and then your commander sacrifices it to deal 3 damage to each person, right? So that 3 becomes 4, and then if there's more cards like Reckless Fireweaver, like that damage starts to end up, and then now the fact that your commander is free to do 12 damage in one whole rotation is a death sentence for some people, right? Like some people are just like, oh, we've taken 15 damage from Reckless Fireweaver and all these artifacts entering. We're already there. Now you are gonna finish us off, right? So it's good to remember that. You definitely want artifact damage on ETB. Artifact pingers? ETB artifact pingers. Artifact ETB pingers. There we go. Yes, there you go. Artifact ETB pingers. We need that. Hedron detonator, yeah. Hedron detonator for sure. Grafted yeah. You can also, because it's it's a creature dealing damage. Grafted exoskeleton lets you do Phyrexian or poison counters for your damage. So that's 3 poison counters just from the rip, right? And then 3, 6, 9, 12. I mean that's game for everyone. I would run a single grafted exoskeleton. I don't think I would try to make it my entire personality strategy to just get grafted exoskeleton on your commander as soon as possible. But having it in the deck and 1 every out of 7 games, you'll see it and be like, damn, I forgot I put this in here. Boop. And then either your opponents are just like, fuck no, I see what that does. Or you win. Or you just win with it. It doesn't happen immediately. It takes 3 opponents not doing anything on a, unprotected commander with a grafted exoskeleton, just killing them. And it's just like, damn. Unfamiliar with your game, apparently. But yeah, grafted exoskeleton is good. It's a good backup in case the game goes to... Yeah, exactly, right? Because, 3 damage... life gain decks are actually pretty bad, against this deck. Because you, technically, have a limited amount of artifacts to sacrifice, right? Technically. A life gain deck can outlast this deck by itself, probably. So, being able to have an out of poison counters is good for you. Yeah. Artifact ETB pinger, and yeah, that's about it. Okay. All right, so yeah, we will do a full on deck tech of this commander, probably amongst our first ones that we do. All right, anything else to say about this card? Untap, gaining life, Halea's in it for sure. Anything else super notable? The fact that he's a 2-drop does mean that your commander-centric abilities turn on very quickly, but there's usually not a lot of commander-centric abilities that are about, artifacts or anything like that. So, him being a 2-drop just means that you can, flawless maneuver sooner rather than later when someone tries to board wipe. That's about it. Who's deflecting, right, and deflecting SWAT, right? So, those free commander spells that just say, hey, my commander costs 2. Sorry, they're just on. But there's also only a red and white, right? You only get either of those cards once, Or a Boz from Assassin's Creed or whatever. Yeah, no, 100%. That goes in here because artifacts are a historic card, There you go. Okay. That's Ragos. We talked about that. Artifacts are worth sacrificing. Mass revival for all of these characters. You want to give your commander lifelink somehow and haste, so that when he gets removed from the TV, when he's removed from the battlefield, when he gets canceled because he's too strong, and then you recast them, you need them to start doing things immediately. Because if you have to wait to, like a whole rotation, either people are gonna just remove them again, or it just kind of wasn't worth taking like a whole turn off of doing things. So mass reanimation, give lifelink and haste, and then have artifact ETB pingers, right? So creatures that say when an artifact enters, either gain 1 life in Halea's case, which would be great because you want to gain life in this deck, or take damage, which, yeah, like this is a pretty detailed commander deck to build. If it can be way better than giving him lifelink for what? I forgot. So just all the boots? You definitely need boots in this deck, right? I mean, it's like, I wouldn't... yeah, I mean... I guess you don't really need to target your commander for anything, right? Like, Rogost, you could have, yeah, Rogost does... Yeah, Rogost is... Yeah. I was just trying to think of something specific, but Rogost just being 2 mana just means all of your spells just turn on pretty straightforwardly. It could be way better than getting him to lifelink. Which one? Oh, Dowsing Dagger? Dowsing Device? That's crazy work. Alright. He wants Greaves, Footfall, the other one that gives haste. Yeah, Greaves and Liquid Metal Torque would be pretty good in this deck too. I just realized. Yeah, you need a Liquid Metal Torque, by the way. You need you like, this deck absolutely needs it. I mean, playing whenever an artifact enters gains life might be better than life. Like, oh yes, Manja, yes. Yeah, Halea, this Halea from all the way back here. Yeah, whenever another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if you gain 3 more life this turn. Well, it just so happens that food is 3 life. Just so happens that your commander, Ragos, who you gave lifelink to, certainly dealt 3 life this turn and then gained 3 life. It's like, cool. All right, like there's your draw engine. You're writing separate messages so it gets lost. No, you're all good. You're all good. Yeah. Swifty Boots. Yeah, I guess no one really needs to target your commander, so the Greaves are fine giving Ragos Shroud, because there's just you're not targeting Ragos for anything. I keep saying Ragos. Treasure Nabber is hilarious. True. Mass steal everyone's artifacts when they tap them and then sacrifice them. Very true. You'll shut down, like, if you're playing this deck and you play Treasure Nabber, like, you'll just make people stop playing artifacts. Like, just stop tapping them entirely and just go base off their lands, and it's really good. Yeah, Loyal Apprentice. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact, make a +1/+1 counter on it, and add red to your mana pool, it's like, Crime Novelist, what are you trying to do here? Trying to fatten us up with this free mana on artifact sacrifice so that we can pay 1 more white, or sorry, the colorless off the red that you get to sacrifice another. Damn, that's crazy. It's really good. It's really good. Coveted Jewel, yeah. This is just for Ragos. Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry. I had Halea up, but like, yeah, it's for Ragos. Ragos is just doing a lot. Which is good. Ragos absolutely deserves it. People are very excited for this deck, so I'm happy to do a deck on this. So we will do this eventually. Not tonight. Right now we're just analyzing, but we did some good analysis of Ragos. So once we start doing the deck tech, all of the things that we just talked about, like artifacts are worth sacrificing, mass reanimation, giving your commander lifelink and hexproof and protection and all that, we're going to go through like each section by section, come up with cards for it, and then we'll have the ultimate Ragos deck. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Poe. My litmus test for reminding me how long I've been streaming for. 82 months? Damn, I've been streaming for that many years plus like 3 months. Crazy work, Poe. I appreciate you so much, my friend. Hope you're doing well. We found an Ishin card for you, by the way. My favorite boy failure. Alpha Rael. All right, chat. Let's go on to the next one. Hell yeah, Poe. Ooh, Sammy, ship's engineer. Oh, I like Sammy. That's pretty cool. It's pretty freaking cool. All right, chat. Let's go to the first version of Sammy. So, as I mentioned before, the most of the legendary creatures from Edge of Eternities, from the in the lore, we see a version of them from the beginning of the set, and then the lore happens, and then at the end of the story, that is when we see like the rare or mythic version of them, right? So this is Sammy, ship's engineer, from the beginning of the story of Edge of Eternities, right? So, ahem, Sammy, ship's engineer, is a 2 red and the white for a 2/4 legendary creature human artificer. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Now, pretty good in draft, I would say. You know, you just get a lot of you station you station your ships, your spacecraft with creatures. Therefore, you have 2 tap creatures. You make a 2/2 colorless robot. He goes in Raw Ghost. Yeah, I guess you get to sacrifice artifacts, which would be the robots, right? That's pretty. The robots don't have haste unless you give the whole board state haste, so therefore they'd be able to just keep on going. That's pretty good, right? All right. Oop, sorry, my pen's out of. All right, I was about to say my pen is out of mana. Sammy, ship's engineer. Sammy. They are not. They're like kind of okay as an engineer. They're the ship's captain, but whatever. So do we want? But they are tapped. Yes. At the end step, it is a tapped colorless artifact robot. So it's next turn. Next turn is when we get to kind of do the thing, right? But it's just one more free artifact that's doing the work. Miri is also in the pick, so that's it is priest. That is right. Yes. So the cat that Sammy is chasing the entire story is in the picture. So this is basically like this is from years ago, by the way, because Sammy lost Miri like 2-3 years ago, like before the story begins. So it's kind of wild that this is like a really old version of Sammy, like really old. Um, Sammy is here to counter Spider-Man stun counters. True, true. Okay, so straight up, chat. At the beginning of 4 mana 2/4, not great stats. Beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, make a 2/2 tapped robot. So you can't even block with that token that you make. Do we like this card? Is this a commanderable card? Is this a commander card? Unwinding Clock. Sure. If Sammy said at the beginning of each end step you get a robot, that would be cool, but it's just your end step. Which is like whatever. Right? I'd say okay in the 99, but of course anyone can say that and be right, anyone can be commander worthy. Yeah. It's really just like, is it worth it, you know? That's all. It's like, is it worth this thing? I would say that if we were going to make Sammy as a commander, it would be red white, and then we would put in the cards that that turn tokens into something else, right? So like Divine Visitation. Every token you make is now a 4/4 angel. That's what this deck would be. It would be about like getting those cards out that replace tokens into a stronger token, and then like kind of guaranteed make more and more and more and more and more of those every turn, right? Or Convoke. Yeah, red white Convoke gets made even better, but this is Boros, correct? Yeah, it's Boros. Yeah, the white cards. Divine Visitation is a white card. Um, yeah. Is Othari specifically? Yeah, Othari is specifically Rebels. Yeah. You butchered that word. Which, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it was kind of weird to read. Um, Rebel, sadly, no, that's fine. Hey, listen, Lothari does work. But yeah, you're kind of, it's interesting vehicle or station commander. Yeah, and it's still just only in red white, so you're still losing out on like a lot of vehicles that are, or sorry, well, vehicles and spacecraft that are just kind of a little bit more fun, you know. Yeah, in that one room that gives creature spells convoke, right? Exactly. Like, you know, this is a convoke deck, I would say. It's incentivizing that you convoke, you know, quite a bit, and just like triggering creatures tapping as well, right? Like if there's a cost that says like, oh, just tap two creatures, do a thing, you know that like Sammy's game. Sammy is game for that. So like Sammy plus one other thing, it's like now you have this guaranteed I'm tapping creatures to get some sort of value, right? And usually the value for that is making more tokens, which is what Sammy does. Makes tokens when you do that. Which Sammy drew a card. If Sammy drew a card and made a 2/2, like damn, that'd be kind of, that would be stacked. But yeah, it's just like a really slow 2/2, but eventually that 2/2 turns into a 4/4 angel. That still taps, however. So, how do we feel about Sammy Ship's Engineer, right? Maybe, yeah. How are we feeling about Sammy Ship's Engineer? Is this worth a like commander breakdown, or is this just kind of like supplementing these sorts of decks, you know, with its whole tap ability stuff? Because there's ways to untap like all your, like, even in Boros, even in red white, like there's ways to untap all your creatures at the beginning of like the end step, which is great. You know, Sammy gets to do it all over again. But like, how, I, you know, it just comes down to like how worth it, I guess, is still having Sammy as the commander for it. Rumor Gather is pretty good in this if you build a token doubler deck. Yeah, I mean, all the cards in white that say when you make a token, make two of them, right? So one of those cards is in this set. Red, white, Boros tokens, you know, crazy. Crazy. Who would have thought that would have been how it all ended, right? Um, to be honest, I'm really tempted to make Cybernetica. That 40k card lives rent free in your brain because of that protection from robots line. Cybernetica. I don't remember that card. Oh, Cybernetica Datasmith? That's crazy. Protection from, no, it's protection from robots, which is crazy. Target player draws a card, another player creates a 4/4 colorless robot artifact creature token with this token can't block. That's crazy work. Luckily, it's too bad that's in blue white. Support, yeah, it's definitely like in the 99 for sure. So I mean, because like as a commander, the game plan is there, right? Like you're a commander that makes tokens, so therefore you know you have decks that say, hey, when you make a token, do more things, right? Um, Typically just make another token or make that token a 4/4 flying angel. That's like I think the pinnacle of red white's abilities to turn one card into a, you know, different stats of another. Um is that still fun? I guess is the question, right? Like is Boros, I make tokens, I make even more tokens. Uh cool. What more are we doing here? Yeah, you got to convoke some stuff out. That's pretty neat. You know, convoke is cool. Um, but after that, is the goal still just to get like a bunch of 2/2 robots from Sammy and then like just take over the world, or are we doubling all of those robots so we gotta like wait on it, or are we just trying to? I don't know. I don't know. What does Sammy Ship's Engineer want to do, and is it exciting enough to do it? What's your favorite card from EOE so far? You're excited for to run Kilo. I'm excited to run the Inspirit, the other commander in the Just Guy precon deck. I already built an Inspirit list. I'm very happy about it. They Sammy is they or non-binary. But they. Their support who can maybe be a commander. Okay, yeah. So Deck tech, not really worth doing, right? Not really worth doing. It's really just about attacking how Sammy can help in other decks. And Sammy just kind of helps by making 2/2 tapped robots, which is what commander I'm guessing, like, I mean, just really like what commander is necessarily looking for that specific ability other than Raghost, you know, like other than specifically this one shrimp. Who really wants a robot? Choose your robot while you're tapped and stuff. But then since they aren't doing going in much, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Not every single commander needs to be like a game changing card. That's like totally fine. Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with kind of just like moving on from this version of Sammy just being like, meh, ain't it? Ain't it? So neither in the 99 nor necessarily in the command zone. They would do the same thing in both, right? Which is just like trigger, you know, just trigger making a token and then like, oh, token entered the battlefield, do like a bunch of stuff, right? It's like, you know, other than that, Scar's abilities just aren't really doing too much. I think entering tap does make it bad, right? If you were making a 2/2 robot that could block immediately after you confirm that you had 2 tapped creatures, yeah, yes, yeah, yeah, it did make it bad for sure. Does well with the white enchantment that has hideaway. Play the card after you have 13 yeah, yeah. If you're going red white token typo, which for sure, for sure. For sure. But other than that, Sammy's just kind of like chilling. All right, so with that in mind, since we're basically, you know, we just skip Sammy, at least the ship's engineer one, and then we go over to like the real Sammy, Sammy Wildcat Captain. Now this is a card. This is a very powerful card. Very powerful card. So, Sammy Wildcat Captain is 4 red and a white for a 4/4 legendary creature human artificer rogue. Double strike, vigilance, and spells you cast have affinity for artifacts. Okay. 6 mana. 4/4. Not the best stats. Double strike though, so you know, hits for 8 and you know, whatever else. And vigilance, so it's like they're literally always ready to scrap at all times. Double slapping, no napping. Hey Lexstein, how you doing? Goes in Ragos. Yeah. So okay, moving past the double strike and vigilance, which is of course very, very good. Spells you cast have affinity for artifacts, right? So we've seen there was a Tezzeret that did this before, right? Like a blue-black Tezzeret that the passive ability was like creatures you control had affinity for artifacts, and it was fun. But now that we're in space and there's a lot of artifacts with spacecraft, the MacGuffin, Endstone, and all that other stuff, like there's a lot that it could be. This could be a really good commander. Yeah, I think Sammy Wildcat Captain is like hyper commanderable. Sammy Wildcat Captain. Yeah. I think this is like extremely capable. I know people were talking about this in like CEDH. That's not my discussion, but still, just the fact that like 6 mana is like something that's surmountable for some people is like, dang, I should really consider. But Sammy giving your creatures affinity for artifacts. So you play mana rocks, and your artifact could just cost colorless, right? I think this is basically saying like, hey, let's make a deck full of colorless artifacts because they'll just be free. They'll just be free, 99. You can get all the red white mirror in here. And then just like we talked about with what, two commander cards ago? Yeah, with Raghost. Just like with Raghost, you're playing Reckless Fireweaver, you know, an artifact entered the battlefield. That's how you did the how you gave pretty good affinity. Well, take damage, you know, for each of the artifacts coming in. And I feel like Sammy Wildcat Captain just ends up being like an aggro deck at the end of the day, because everyone notices that all these spells are free and you're dealing damage with like each cast. We gotta stop you, and then like the world unites against you, and it's honestly only fair. It's only fair. You can reasonably turbo this out with artifacts and then start casting big damage X spells. Yeah, look, it is spells you cast actually, right? Spells you cast have affinity for artifacts. So doing the X mana route of just like, you know, fireball or just deal X damage, and it's already reduced by how many artifacts someone has. That'd be kind of sick, like, and like messed up. You know, it's just like, ooh. Well, I'm just going to play these creatures, and then you take damage, and then I will cast this fireball for all of the artifacts I have. GG. It was 3/4 mana, might be CDH viable, which is probably why they made sure it wasn't that mana cost. I mean, 3 mana on that type of body would be, with those abilities, that would be cracked in half. Yes, thank you. Yeah, they would be cracked in half if they were that much mana. Okay, so Sammy, Wildcat Captain. Worth making a commander deck? Worth doing a deck tech, I should say. Worth a deck tech because they're bringing a lot to the table that probably goes infinite pretty quickly. They still may be viable if they unban Jeweled Lotus. No, don't do that. Definitely. All right. So we'll do a deck tech on Sammy Wildcat Captain. Wildcat. I keep saying Wildcat Captain. Wildcat Captain. It's definitely just like affinity. So mana rocks make your creatures cheaper, and produce colors. So you know what that kind of means is that most of our mana rocks should produce colors, right? Like, don't you put Soul Ring in here and everything, but like you want mana rocks that make colors. Mind Stone is like Thought Vessel is less important in this deck because you need to produce the color because your creatures already cost nothing. They don't cost generic mana. It's basically gone. But you need to pay for the colors, so it's like your mana rocks need to focus heavily on that. Cavern Horde Dragon goes hard. It goes burr, really. Yeah. Ancient Copper Dragon. Yeah, there's like so much. Yeah. I mean, you know what's? It's like Smothering Tithe. Smothering Tithe is even worse now, right? Because it's like, oh, like, you don't pay the 2? Okay, cool. Well, I'll get an artifact. Or I'll get a treasure that will then make my creatures cheaper. And then I'll pay for it too. And it's just like, damn, that's crazy. You just play any of them anyways. Again, getting eventually X spells is kind of kill tables and leave tables. You have lands. Yes. Jeez, that was hard to read for me. My mistake. Yeah, I think that's like a good finisher, right? Like, I think a decent finisher for this deck. So, writing the notes here is just like, yeah, mana rocks that produce colors. Mana rocks that produce colors. Because the generic cost is going to be paid for already. You want, just decent. I mean, God, it almost doesn't even matter how much the artifact costs, right? Because like once your commander's out, making artifacts cost nothing. The artifacts cost nothing, so it doesn't even matter if you don't put in Darksteel Forge because it costs 9 mana. It's just like, bro, by the time my commander came out, I already had 12 artifacts in play. So what's it even mean? You know, like you get to just. It's gross. it's just really strong. Portal to Phyrexia is free dog. Yeah, little bit. So, mana rocks that produce colors. Okay. And what else do we need to focus? They have affinity for artifacts, so that's there. Oh my god, I just got done saying like an important fact. Oh, X spells should be probably our win cons, right? Like X spell damage, I think is a pretty decent win con. Like seriously, like a fireball doing X damage and then like just automatically reduced by all of the artifacts you control, right? It's gonna be that much damage plus whatever you put into it. It's like, yeah, I think X spells are a pretty variable way to kind of close out the game if you draw it late or if you just kind of sandbag it early. Inspiring Statuary wouldn't be bad. Yeah, because it reduces the cost. The affinity reduces the cost of the spell, and you can tap the artifacts to make it even cheaper. Which again, I don't even know how it would be. Maybe it's to play. It's to actually get Sammy out in the first place, and then they're making everything even cheaper. Free portal to Phyrexia. Just ringing the bell. Free portal to Phyrexia. Yeah. Yeah, so valuable. So we can make sure that the deck has valuable, game-changing artifacts in there, right? Or not even just artifacts, just good, powerful cards. God damn, it is really just any spell has affinity for artifacts. That's begging for Eldrazi. Begging for them. Yeah, they can also be Eldrazi. Yeah, yep. It's just begging for Eldrazi because it's not just like tied to artifact only. Yeah, yeah. Red white Eldrazi, we did it. But it still does need to be heavily artifact focused though, right? And that's one of the reasons to like not run an Eldrazi because I mean you need to be around artifacts and then therefore you find what artifacts are already big and scary, right? Like Triplicate Titan. 9 mana, 9/9 with flying, vigilance, and trample. It's just like, dang, glad to not have you as like glad to have you in the deck because you'll just be free. And if you perish, it's like, okay, well now everything is just even 3 less, you know? They can be big colorless. Yeah, big money is no mana is no object in this deck, right? Mana is no object. Mana is no object. Literally stack your deck with like big expensive Blightsteel Colossi, you know, Kozilek the Distortion, whatever, right? Because you're going to be able to play just about any of them. Just about any of them. The commander also does have great keywords. Yeah, I mean, 4/4 double strike vigilance, not bad, right? Not bad at all. For 6, I mean, I'd at least hope so. So it's like, if you do manage to hit someone, I mean, that's 8 commander damage, right? And you are still vigilant. Like, you're untapped. So you deal 8 damage to someone, and they're like, dang, that hurts. And you're just like, yeah, well, attack me and see what happens. and they don't. Artifact lands too. Yeah, artifact lands do double duty because it reduces the cost because of the affinity, and also they tap for a land. So equipment are artifacts. Yes, we could do Voltron. We could do Sammy Voltron, which would be fun, I think. Perhaps. I'd say running an Esper Sentinel is just perfect for this. Maybe even Aethersworn Canonist. I'd say so. Slows other people down who aren't playing artifacts. Just running some extra mana rocks could be enough artifacts to pop off with Eldrazi. Oh, for sure. Mm-hmm. Even just a few, even just throwing a few expensive ones, just like 1 or 2 to give a little extra win con as a treat. Listen, if you already own a Kozilek, then just play it. Like whatever. At least you have a place to play it now. You know. Just go for it. Makes red treasure and draw spells twice as good. True. I can see why there would be maybe CDH talk. Yeah, I can see it. I'm not the person to give the yay or nay on if it's CDHable or not, but I can understand the conversation for sure. You know, Affinity is just nuts. And again, the fact that the spells you cast have affinity for artifacts, right? It's not just the immediate, um, like, not just the spells that you're casting that turn or something. It's just like every spell you cast, right? So like, just all of them. It's really really weird. Creatures, regular creatures that aren't even artifacts, still get affinity for artifacts. It's just like that's not. I didn't even know. it's it's just really really strong. It's just really really strong, and it gives us a lot of good win cons. So we like that. Yeah. Mana is no object. X cost cards to close the game. To close game. I think X cost cards are the way to go. And then you just stack a bunch of artifacts to the ceiling, and then now you just play everything for free. It's steep, but artifact heavy deck is more you're closer not to the main part of the deck. Right. Is this for the new set? Yes, Smokey. Yep, from the new set. Try to throw anything into CDH pods in my LGS and on spell table. Damn, really, Bambi? Good luck on this one. Okay. Does Sammy go into the 99 of anything, though? Right? Like, is a 6 mana, 1 of card in your commander, like, in the commander deck, is that worth it? Probably. I'd say, like, for Ragos, right? Ragos could probably just, like, use Sammy in here. Because then, like, when Ragos gets removed, it just costs you less, What other commanders is, like, specifically Sammy good for? Probably. Ooh, Brea's a good one. Brea Ethereum Shaper. Even though Brea's like a 4-color deck, it's like Brea comes into play with 2 Thopters, right? Just like from the get go, and then anything. It reduces the cost on all the spells that she's casting, which is great. Oh, damn, every single spell, and reduces her cost too, right? So it's like Brea comes into play, makes 2 Thopters. Brea gets removed, now costs 2 more, but because of the 2 Thopters costs 2 less. And then more and more and more. So wait, that's actually kind of cool though. If only Brea, it's still just like the colorless part. So Brea is still like a 4 mana, 4 different colors to pay for. So like the colorless part is only getting rid of the commander tax, but still a fun thought experiment there. Even a deck that isn't artifact heavy would want to run them. Really? How so? What's your theming on that one? Hey, Trips, how you doing, Trips? Good to see you again. This card seems so strong. God, every spell is crazy. It's not just sorcery speed. It's not just on your turn. They just said like go wild with Sammy Wildcat Captain. And it's just like 4/4 scrapping, vigilance, and then spells just have affinity. Okay, sure. And yeah, even if it's not artifact themed, could still just see like just things be way lower costed. Even 3 artifacts, having affinity for 3 on all your spells is like such a huge thing. This card seems strong. Oh yeah, sorry. Like think about it, just mana rocks in most decks. You run like get 2 out in the game is all reduced by 2, and then the mana rocks tap for mana. Yeah, dude. Yeah. You counter this thing, or their whole hand is suddenly on the board. Yeah, especially if they're playing a deck that like relies on colorless creatures, then yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. It's just good in any deck. Yeah. Hey, sure. I'm down. So good in any red, even not in green decks that don't run artifacts, right? Like Naya doesn't really do the artifact thing, so it's like Sammy's just like not really super good in like a Naya deck, right? Just doesn't do anything. Teamer, same thing. Teamer is just not super big on their artifacts. You know, it is it can go in just about anything. which also makes it a little forgettable. It makes Sammy a little forgettable as a card because it just can go and everything. But alrighty, let's see. So Command Zone, pretty good. In the 99, we're saying like any deck that has artifacts in it, right? It needs to have artifact synergies in order to really matter. More than just like the occasional Soul Ring. Right. Especially out of 6, a few cheaper, might want to throw something. Yeah. Teamer isn't red. Also, Teamer's not red-white. That's also true, John. Yes. That's another reason why you wouldn't see Sammy in a Teamer deck. Because it's not red-white. Crazy, I know. Is this easy Voltron? I mean, it could be. It could because it really yeah. It could be very easy Voltron. Yeah. Yep, just good in any deck. Yep, okay. I'm just gonna write that down. Yep, good in any deck. Maybe a new red white staple. This set has been full of a lot of staples for sure. Okay. Next card. We've talked about Sammy enough. Sammy is just cracked. Like Sammy is very cracked. Just do a bunch of artifacts, X spells, you're good to go. Alright. Servandum. And we're getting closer to the end. And I like that. Servandum. Oop, there we go. Servandum. One of the things about Sammy, right? The first Sammy was red-white, and then Sammy Wildcat Captain is still red-white. Sammy, through the story, doesn't necessarily go through like a really big character shift. To the point where they're like, you know, repping other colors. Excuse me. So Sammy kind of just like stays still lighthearted and red-white the whole way through. Servandum stays black-white the whole way through. You got your own reasons for not putting it in Teamer. You can keep your... That's fair, Tribs. I usually have to pay like 10 in my deck minimum so I could get like... Most likely see -2 on spells when cast. Right. All these are cards in packs, or are they just the commander deck cards? They're cards that you get in packs, right? You would open a pack of like this card right here is an uncommon, right? Sammy is a card that we talked about earlier. Yeah, you would just pick it up in the pack randomly. In fact, I have Servandum. I have a foil Servandum. I think I have 2 foil Servandums. There we go. Look at that. Ah. There you go. Alrighty. Servandum. Let's read it up. Servandum the Lucent. 2 white, black for a 4/4 legendary creature human knight with Death Touch and Lifelink. Whenever Servandum enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. I mean, that's like not the worst, right? This is anything Esper creature driven. Or just black-white tokens with some aristocrat effects. Yeah, I mean, like, your black-white tokens get +1/0. They become, like, unblockable, or at least just, like, they'll always trade favorably because of Death Touch. And, you know, at least, like, Servandum has to attack with them. It's not just, like, you know, whenever you attack, just, like, just get Death Touch. But, I mean, I mean, there you go. I wish we got First Strike. That'd be crazy. But yeah, how do we feel about this one? The Surge just doesn't do it for you. I do appreciate that it's on enters and attacks, right? But I can't see it being a popular commander. Oh, for sure not. Oh, it's Ishin. Yeah, Ishin. Whenever attack triggers, that's another Ishin deck +2/0 now and double Death Touch. Who knows what double Death Touch would do? Wait till you get hit with 3. Toe of 2, hello. Toe the Foe 2, hello. New Zergo. Oh my god, yes. Both new Zergos, but definitely the new Zergo that wants people to either like block and now like and draw you card because sorry. The Zergo in the precon was attack if an attacking token died, so like you blocked it, right? You would draw a card, and then at the end step, if the token like survives and has to get sacrificed, it deals 1 damage to everyone. It's like, all right, Servandum would go in a deck like that, where it's just like, hey, I know you want to block so you don't take as much damage, but like, you know, I got Death Touch twice, double Death Touch. It's 100% just Mardu aggro decks. Yeah, good at Mardu too. I like a splash of blue though and Esper for more interaction with this. If you're doing Esper like go wide creatures, there might be, you know, some call for that too. You give me 200 V-Bucks for it? Hey, there we go. Maybe you can go into a Dion deck, but as a commander. Dion is... Is that... Dion. I'm thinking that's the, Thinking that's, one of the... Oh, no, wait, what? Who's Dion? Who's a Dion? Dion Bahamut's Dominant? That's mono white. Chat's just coming out with commander names now. Crazy. He can't even go in the Dion the back. Okay, didn't see the back. Alright, I got you. I'm talking the creature tokens don't sacrifice mobilize too. Oh, yeah. I mean either one, right? So now you get to keep tokens because they don't sacrifice mobilize 2, right? No one wants to block them, so they just get to deal damage, bring your opponents closer to doom, and then you still have like, you know, a big fighting force. You can't even go into... Yeah, right, sorry. Yeah. Solid draft. Oh, yo, I mean, how do you beat this guy in draft, though? Like, I do kind of low-key, high-key... Like, how do you beat this guy in draft? Hope that you swing more? I don't know. Have you done Kali of the Vast already? Well, Kali of the Vast is not a deck that we're covering tonight, for sure. Right now, we're just getting ideas and notes and everything for each of the commanders in Edge of Eternities, but Kali of the Vast is... I mean, you know, she's not in this set. Maybe toss it in the Abzan Trample deck. If you... I think that's actually pretty good. Yeah, if you can secure Trample, then boom, you got the Death Touch going. Yeah, that's a good call, actually. Abzan Trample. Put this in Felithar. Oh, put this in Felithar, baby. Alright. Oh, no, you're good, Henny. You're good. Listen. Kali of the Vast is a very popular commander. There's a lot to talk about her with. I'm intrigued with the vehicles in the set. The spacecraft. Trisket the Biscuit. I like that name. Trisket the Biscuit. That's a good one. The spacecraft. They play a little bit differently than vehicles, but they're still very good. I think they're just any attack-based deck. I think that they're any attack-based deck that goes wide so that plus 1/0 is, like, worth it, you know? Like, if you're just doing, like, Voltron, for whatever reason, if you were Voltroning Servandum, and it's just like, okay, like, 1 or 2 creatures gets plus 1/0 in Death Touch, it's like, whatever. But if you're like going wide and you have a bunch of 1/1s, and then now you're saying, well, all these 1/1s are plus 1/0 in Death Touch, and now they're 2/1s with Death Touch. It's like, what do you do? And he's just sitting here just being like, yep, attack. Yeah, Servandum's pretty decent. You can go in, play. Yeah, I was thinking the Finn the Fane Bearer for sure. Play with Atraxa? Why are we doing all that? Now, if it's shared Death Touch and Lifelink, it would be a goated card if it was also Lifelink, but Death Touch is pretty cool too, I guess. We definitely have to give attacking creatures like First Strike or something. Felithar is a toughness deck. Right, Bummer's not +1/+1. Okay. Because there's 2 different Felithars, right? There's the steadfast one. Yeah, that's the precon one with the toughness, and then there's another Felithar from the main set that has trample and does +1/+1 encounters. So now it's just like, damn, what's Servandin up to? Just saying, give +1/0 on your trample, and I'll give it Death Touch. Sick. Okay. So Servandum, I think that we've determined, can definitely go in the 99, right? In the 99 of any black, white, go wide token strategy, or even like, just Mardu sacrifice stuff. It's like, you're raising quite the forces around Servandum. And the 1-0 in Death, it's just like, do you really want to block? It's like, no. It's like, I didn't think so. Okay, so Servandum in the 99, yes. Servandum, what is this? The Lucent. Servandum the Lucent, 4/4 lifelink death touch. Yeah. So in the command zone, we're probably not putting this in the command zone, right? Think we said so. It's just kind of like whatever. As the commander, it's easily one of the most boring if you really wanted to like, rock the deck for him. So probably not clamoring for that one. But in the 99 of any go wide deck, right? Like any go any go wide deck and give first strike. So then none of your creatures ever die, right? Niche but usable in the 99. Command zone is a no-go for me personally. I agree with that, yep. Yeah, for a single night I play draft, this card might be right. Fun to see. When I go to playing real Magic Commander, then this card will melt into the background of much better black-white cards. Yep. I think it definitely stays in like the 99 for just like, just whatever, positive 1-0. And the Death Touch of forcing attacks through, I think this is a very good like force card. It's like, hey, you are taking damage now. Because I said so. Because Servandum is charging. And you do not want these Death Touch hands. Yeah. Could work in Necrobloom? How so? Yeah, how so? Necrobloom. That's like judging and stuff. So I just... Token heavy? Is Necrobloom token? I mean, like, it's like the same token. It's just like, bunch of... Just Necro... That's the plants, right? Yeah. Oh, the plants would become alive, though. Ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, wait. That's actually... Damn, token decks would get really scary with Servandum. I don't like that. That's horrifying. Yeah, that's scary, actually. Necrobloom's token-based landfall. Every land makes 0-1s and then 2 O's, and then Servandum comes in. It's just like, how about +1 O and Death Touch? It's like, dang it. It's really good to say. It's hard to say no to. Okay. So Servandum in the 99 in any go wide deck, right? Any token-based go wide. Not in the command zone. A little too boring for that one. Now, if you even block a little token, kills you, yeah. Even just like a little 1/1. So if he was in the commander, right, the whole deck would be all about just like making literally just like a bunch of soldiers. There's a bunch of 1/1s that can attack. Let's see who takes it. Okay, and then good in the 99 is a proper Lord Wingman sort of thing. All right, now for the real Servandum. Yep, the real Servandum that we're here for. But we're gonna get to that literally right after this break. I need to get water. It is midnight. It is midnight o'clock. We are... How close to done are we? Actually, just want to see where we are in the... Oh, I can't see. That's strange. I can't see it. Huh. Okay. Weird. Oh, I see. Sorry about that. We are at number 15. Okay, yeah, we're at number 14. So yeah, there's only 4 left after. Okay, yeah, we can finish this tonight. Yeah, we can definitely finish this tonight. Yeah. So chat, let me just get some water really fast so I can have a voice, and then we'll finish this. For commanders, we're just gonna do an overview of them, give it a little yay or nay, and then we're gonna head to bed. Okay, so give me a quick break. Okay, chat. Okay. All right. Let's dive into this. Why did I put my headphones on? I don't need that. All right. Now for the real Servandum. For the real Sir. Oh my god. Actually, I can go backwards. There we go. Okay. Reminds me a little. Oh yeah, of a little of Amalia. Yeah. Okay, so chat. I will say that this personally is the commander that I'm the most excited for from the set to builds. Like I am going to build Servandum. Um, I did not open a Servandum, much to my utter sadness. Um, I did not pull a Servandum. Sunstar Exemplar. I pulled the uncommon one, but not the rare one. But I'm actually like the most excited for this one. Hey, Zaloa, thank you so much for the resub, my friend. Appreciate you. 12 months, bro. 11-month streak. Thank you so much. Sharpie over the other one. That's true. Yeah, just color like make it instead of a 4/4, make it a 2. Make it a 4/2, so it's always activated. Hell yeah. Zillow, thank you very much for the big old spicy subscribe. And chat, if you're enjoying any of this content, you know, whether you're on every channel that I'm live on right now, please do drop a subscribe or a like or a follow or whatever it is. Keeps me going, keeps this conversation just keeps it nice and fresh, right? I hope you're enjoying what we're talking about, and we will be doing deck dives on all of these. I've been having a lot of fun with the deck dives. We also have some gameplay coming up very soon with Edge of Eternities cards too. I'm gonna be rocking Edge of Eternities cards like the whole week and the week after. So, you know, yeah, be sure to show that love and support. Appreciate it a lot. And also, hey, thank you very much for the tiny diny. There was a YouTube video that we had go live today, actually, right when we went live for stream at 7. Um, we have a brand new YouTube video, and it's me and a fellow ambassador, Shy Twilight, going over our favorite cards in Edge of Eternities. So if you're looking for even more content from me, um, you can immediately see on YouTube where we got a brand new video. So please do watch that when you can. But for right now, let's talk about my favorite commander in this set. All right, Servandum, Sunstar Exemplar. Love the video with Shy. Yes, thank you so much, Jose. I appreciate that a lot. Shy's boot thing. Hell yeah. All right. Servandum, Sunstar Exemplar. For a white and a black, you get a 2/2 legendary creature, Human Knight, with Vigilance, Menace, and whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a +++ encounter on Servandum and you gain 1 life. When Servandum dies or is put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Okay. So again, we're not doing a deck tech. We're just doing a little overview of some notes that we can see. All right. Step 1, our commander's 2 mana. 2 mana means that all of the cards that like commanders are on from basically the beginning of the game, right? Which is sick. Okay, flawless maneuvers from the beginning. Removal, the Otrimi's whatever playfulness is like removal immediately for free. So we have that. Vigilance. He's ready to attack, ready to defend, no matter how big he gets. Awesome. Menace. Gonna take multiple creatures to take him down. Awesome. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, so whether we're doing sacrificing or flickering or whatever it is, we get a +++ encounter on Servandum. So if we are losing creatures to combat or sacrifice, he gains a +++ encounter. Or if we are exiling to flicker or our own sacrifice, whatever, we still get +++ encounter and gain a life, right? Like, okay, we get stronger and we gain life. Okay. I wasn't expecting to be real like that. I like to gain life and also to get stronger. Sick. Anthem from, yes, Tribs, that's exactly what we're going to do. And then, second, when Servandum dies or is put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. So, on the most easy, exchange, it's like, hey, if this 4/4 blocks and trades with someone, or you swing with a 4/4 and someone double blocks with 2 3/3s, it's like awesome. Like, I'm going to deal 4 to one of them, 3 to one of them, destroy one, and then when the damage is shared and I die, I will then remove a permanent on the battlefield. And it could be someone else's non-land permanent, right? It could be the person you were attacking. This is also a political card too. You can be like, hey, someone just played the Infinite Guideline Station and none of us have artifact removal. I will swing at you with my 4/2 or my 4/4. If you block with creatures that can kill it, then I can take out that big problem piece over there, right? Like, you just have a little bit of leeway there. And then if you have instant speed flicker spells on your hand, right? Or in your hand, and you know someone's gunning for you, you could just be like, yeah, okay, anyway, I will block, and then I will, flicker my commander. And then now, boom. All gone. No trample damage went through or anything like that. Very strong. So this Sir with lots of things like Cloud Shift and Acrobatic Remover, and then the Ozilith could be a fun deck. Yep. You willing to help me out with the Najila deck I built? Mainly need help with mana pool and curve. Well, not right now, Zane, because we're going over Edge of Eternities commanders, and for the next little while, I might try to open up into doing some more deck. Deck reviews are something I also definitely gotta find a space for. So I won't be able to right now, Zane, unfortunately. Even the art on this one is so much more inspired than its counterpart, I fear. Oh yeah, this one. I do like this Servandum because it's like he like in he's supposed to be like mono white, like like the ultimate like knight, but he has like this just these black tendencies, right? And it's like all the people in the art behind him are just like dying, right? Like, he's leading the charge, and every single person in the art behind him is just like fucking dying. But hey, at least they get like +1/0 in death touch, right? And then this Servandum is just like, yeah, I'm literally about to take out an entire like platoon of these monoist dudes, and I'm just gonna look majestic while doing it. And it's just like, damn, that's kind of hot. Yeah, all right. Oh yeah, all right. I do build a lot of 5-color decks. Nice. Chun-Li. Chun-Li's great. I love Chun-Li. Chun-Li is one of my favorite decks that I've made. We can't put this guy in Chun-Li, of course, but dodge the removal and get to remove something yourself. Quite the swing. Exactly, Tribs. Exactly. Yeah. 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 So, sorry, let me. So, Sir Vondum Sunstar Exemplar. 2 mana. 2 mana commander, so everything is early. Or everything is activated early. Um, Depending on the type of deck that we run, humans and knights, you could do human deck, you can do knight deck. There's some backgrounds, right? There's backgrounds that allow us to add power or draw cards when, just good creatures come into play. Um, so we get those. Flicker. Flicker definitely needs to be in this deck, right? Like it needs to be in this deck. Flicker for sure. This is a deck where I would absolutely say that someone can run Conjurer's Closet, and there's like I don't have like a single issue with it. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Because like if you can combine Conjurer's Closet with your commander, the card that you have access to the entire game, that's like actually pretty good value for Conjurer's Closet. Because sometimes people put Conjurer's Closet in a deck where it's just like, okay, well, your commander doesn't need it. There's just like 2 creatures in the 99 of your deck that need a Conjurer's Closet. I wouldn't run that, right? Like, I wouldn't really focus on just like, oh, it's good for like 2 cards in the deck, but not the commander. It's like, no. In this case, the commander itself can just remove permanents. Just be like, no, gone, because of the Conjurer's Closet. So very good use for it. Yeah, it's really a commander who sits in the backline telling other troops what to do, compared to this sir who's leading the charge, showing the other troops how to kill, and also saying like, "Hey, if I die, I'm gonna take them with me." Yeah, yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna build this deck, and honestly, I think it's gonna be quite rude. I think it's gonna be like a bracket 4, if I'm being honest with you. So yeah, 2 mana commander, flicker cards, and anthems. So like you do get plus and plus encounters for your own creatures dying or going into exile, but like those are counters. When Servandum leaves, whether it's by death or exile, those counters go away. Now, most people would say, "Oh, just run the Ozolith, right?" A reversal wizard. How you doing? A guy, God, God, ah. Let me let my friends come on in really fast. Teleportation circle too, yes. Now, and we'll talk about running both of them at the same time, though. All right, hello, friends. Welcome, Raiders, to the Kurotsuki channel. We are over here covering the commanders of Edge of Eternities. We have just 3 more commanders after this one. We're not doing full on deck text. We're doing just some card analyses to talk about some themes of these cards, and if we're kind of giving them the yay or nay of like a commander that we actually want to do a deck tech on and cover, or if this card's just kind of good in the 99, of other decks. And there's quite a few cards that we found in this set where it's just like not really worth building a commander around, but for every deck in that genre wants this card in their commander deck. So it's actually been a very fun exploration. What were you playing tonight? Were you playing some commander? Any dragon card recommendation? FPS player. There's one dragon in the set, Nova Hellkite, which is it's cool, but it's not breaking waves for uh, dragon commander. It's not. It's really just not this time. Not this time. Turns out dragons aren't the biggest things in space, so it's kind of like whatever. You okay? Yeah. So you need the Ozolith in this deck. Honestly, it literally removes the only downside of the card, is which it loses plus one encounters when it's exiled and turns into a machine that can remove anything when you have a flicker card. So Laxdine, I'm saying that we don't need the Ozolith, right? And then I think a lot of people would say, "Oh, your creature leaves, put plus and plus encounters from it onto the Ozolith." I think that's fair. I think that a much easier thing to do, personally, is just to have anthems, right? Anthems just straight up, like, no matter where the creature came from, are just always +1/+1. And then if you have two of them out, your whole board is +2/+2, right? Um, if we do anthems instead of trying to focus on plus and counters, it frees us for when it's someone else's turn, right? Like on someone else's turn, they're like, okay, like I'm gonna remove something. You can be like, okay, or I'm gonna attack you. You can go like, hey, I will flicker my commander. I know that I just did that at the end step with Conjurer's Closet, so therefore the tokens are gone, and I couldn't go to combat, so then the Ozolith moves their tokens to me. I couldn't do all of that because it's someone else's turn. So to avoid that, right, to avoid the moments on other people's turns where we don't have Servandum at 4 power, forget the Ozolith. Do Anthem so he's always at 4 or more power, right? Like he's always ready to remove a fellow permanent when he flickers out. That I think we focus on anthems more than plus and counters on this one. Nebula Dragon. Did I not say Nebula Dragon? I said Nova Dragon, didn't I? I think I meant Nebula Dragon. Yeah, yeah. I don't agree. Even yeah, don't even bother with the counters. Anthems all the way. Yeah. What I think about Tanuk is actually the next cards that we go over. I think Tanuk's cracked. Both Tanuks are really good actually. Um, so yeah, chat. How does that explanation on like anthems over counters kind of vibe? Anthems over counters. Counters will happen because our own creatures will die and stuff like that. Like it will happen, but really we're focused on when you focus on all that. And then what's like the rest of the deck, right? Like, yes, our commander can be an infinite, like just all the time removing every permanent, right? We can just have him keep on removing stuff. But how do we win with the deck? Like, what is the deck's goal to get to? All flicker aristocrats? Are aristocrats super big flicker? Big flicker. Like we can gain life and stuff when we flicker, but are we like what are we doing? Are we like flickering things that put tokens into play? Is that and then sacrificing tokens or something? The enchantment and the Jeskai precon can manage the counters. Oh, resourceful defense, which is a very good card. I do like resourceful defense. That takes mana to move the counters from one, like from it to some. It takes like 5 mana to move the counters from resourceful defense to whatever you're trying to put it onto. Much like Ozolith is like, oh, you gotta wait for combat. It's something that will, when we're trying to remove things on other people's turns, just won't get back to the character in time, which is why anthems are a better way to do it. Um, yes. But what are we trying to do with this open board state? Like how do we win? How do we win though? It could also go in like half the top Orzhov commanders. It can also be good in them. I mean, half the top Orzhov commanders aren't flickering though, right? Like he's good if we're flickering or antheming or plus and countering, right? Typal, yeah. So like, well, we have human knight, so we could do like as long as we have flicker, we could do human knights, which is um there is black white human knight typal support. That is definitely doable. Tokens and big creatures. We could do tokens and big creatures, go wide, sacrifice and stuff like that. Yeah, put Veto in the deck. What's the card that allows me to Guna my opponent? That's Trick Bind, not Trick Bind. Oh, Trick Bind. Earth Bind. That's Earth Bind. I know there's some good Vanish cards for the flickering idea because it leaves triggers and does not die. Right. Veto works well with him in Flicker. Does he? What, with like the gain life thing? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's definitely it's definitely one thing. Um, hmm. Yeah, it's like what else can we do to make him win? Is there anything else other than destroying permanents that he knows what to do? He kills, but does he win? Damn, destroy any non-land permanent. It's not even like, non-land permanents that are like X costs or more. It's just like literally anything on the battlefield that is bothering you, my liege, I will smite it from the sky. It's like, whoa. Whoa, calm it down. Calm it down. Flicker spells for white, back from the dead spells for black. Yeah. Luckily our commander only costs 2, right? Like just a white and a black, so it's like you don't necessarily need um a reanimation spells. Carlo MTG, Carlo MTG. That's see it. The new name rolls off the tongue just a little bit more. Carlo, appreciate you, bud. Big ol' heckin' hearts. Welcome, Raiders, to the Kurotsuki channel. We are in the last 3 cards of talking about just doing a quick analysis on all of the commanders, or at least all of the legendary creatures in Edge of Eternities. We are at Servandum, Sunstar Exemplar. Personally, my favorite commander from the set, and I plan on building him and making him ideally bracket 4. The thing is, and we're not doing a full-on deck tech right now, but I am trying to figure out how we actually win with this deck. Probably has a small Voltron package too. Yeah. I mean, like, Vigilance Menace is like kind of just like whatever, right? If we did go wide with tokens and then do like a bunch of sacrifice, then he gets like super huge, I guess. But it's an interesting one. Maybe stealing stuff once you put it in the bin, like reanimation. You have arrived. Welcome, reversal. About time, bro. Sir Conrad in his 99. So we're doing life gain, life loss. Fast Online Gaming. Good to see you, my friends. Welcome, everyone. Appreciate you. How you doing? Jane the Judge. It's good to see you, my friend. I hope that you're doing very, very well. Ozdag, hello. Thank you, Raiders, for coming on by. Welcome again, everyone, to the Kurotsuki community. We are at Servandum Sunstar Exemplar. We're covering all of the legendary creatures. We're at literally like number 15 out of 18 because there was not a lot in this set, which is good because Final Fantasy was more than enough for all of them. Okay, I'm thinking doing Flicker Aristocrat and make him win with life gain burns and opponents and stuff. I'm feeling that. I don't think I've ever done Flicker Aristocrats before. Maybe that's kind of like where I'm having trouble. I've done Flicker before, usually in blue-white, but I don't think I've done Flicker Aristocrats. So, yeah, once we are doing an actual deck tech, I think that's when we'll kind of like explore it a little bit more. It's probably more like a whenever creatures enter the battlefield sort of thing, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I look forward to trying to see if we can build that deck. And I look forward mostly to seeing if I can make it different than the decks I already own, too. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Carlo, how you been, bud? How's the new name treating you? I mean, I'm thinking, yeah, Flicker Aristocrat. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. But at the very least, just in terms of some quick notes, Servandum, Sunstar Exemplar, 2-mana commander, so that, free commander spells turn on basically from the beginning of the game, so that's very good to take note of. This deck definitely wants to do flicker cards because that's how we're going to make Servandum just keep on removing things over and over. We want to do anthems instead of focusing on plus and plus encounters because anthems will always have our commander at 4 or more power, always, whereas counters obviously leave once he leaves and then comes back. Then he's just a 2-2 and we gotta wait for the counters to build back up. But if it's an anthem, he's always at 4 power. And then now able to remove everything from the game. That's just kind of like the quick notes. But once we're doing the actual list of like, hey, we gotta put win cons in here, not just infinite removal, but how do we actually win the game? And it's like, oh damn, I did not think that far. I just assumed my opponents would realize that I've removed everything and that they should give up. my the strategy wasn't to win, it was to make my opponents concede because I'm winning too hard. I think it's much better and certainly much easier to say. Yeah, Carlo, hell yeah. The closest you have to Flicker Aristocrats is your Shilgengar Angel deck. Yo, that's kind of sick, Smith. I didn't know you had one of those. Shit, that's really cool. Very glad I listened to a wise Veggie and just did it. Everyone should just listen to Veggie. I wish I could listen to everything Veggie told me and just like do it, like implement it immediately. You know. Yeah, my best idea is some nasty Portal to Phyrexian Sepulchral Primordial stuff, stealing the good stuff you have taken off the board. Oh, it is destroy target permanent, right? Not like exile it. So we destroy the thing and then steal it from others. Okay, in black white, that's definitely doable. Definitely doable. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of theft. Maybe a little bit of theft. Yeah. Tell me. How that goes. Okay. Let's go to the next one, so we're not spending too much time on this one, but again, it's definitely making use of the fact that it's a 2-mana commander. Flicker cards for sure, and then Anthem over counters. That's like the main thing. Alright, chat. Let's go over to the next one. Tanook. Number 1. So as I mentioned before, chat, in this set, there are 2 versions of basically every single of the storyline characters, right? There's the version of them like early in like the either the beginning of the Edge of Eternities story or before that, and then the newer card, like the Servanan that we just looked at, that is at the end of the story, right? So like some of them changed colors, right? They all used to be 2 colors. Some of them changed to one specific color, and we'll see in Tanook in a little bit. But hey, Ms. Dunks, good to see you. Yes, I'm having a great night. This Tanook right here, and let me make sure the colors are right. Green, red. This Tanook right here is from way back in the past when he was serving in the Cav Memorial Navy. Anyway, Tanook Memorial Ensign, 1 red and a green for a 2/4 legendary creature Kavu pilot. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Tanook deals 1 damage to each opponent, which is very good. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw a card. And hey, if you've been hearing about how I've kind of tried to turn a new leaf and believing that 1 card draw per turn extra is absolutely the game changer in a lot of ways. I'm a filthy blue player, so I just assume if I'm not drawing 5 cards in the turn, I must be losing. But 1 card guaranteed every single turn is like worth a lot more. So, the double landfall trigger is actually pretty important here, right? Because land you control does 1 damage to the opponent. If the second time the ability to resolve this turn, draw a card, right? So it's like it doesn't even say like, hey, instead of drawing a card, you don't deal damage. It's like it's always dealing 2 damage to each opponent. Not just one specific one is each, which is a little bit better than some cards, but yeah, it's pretty good. The set itself, like the actual Edge of Eternities, has like these lander tokens, which is just pay 2, tap, sacrifice it, find the nearest basic land or something. So, pretty good for the landfall decks, I guess. Where do we feel about this Tanook in Commander? Oops. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I lost track. This is both a good example of a sample card and as a commander. True. Not great, just good. He's a good card in 99 and in the command zone. I agree with that. For sure. I love they finally put this ability in the command zone. Oh my god, it felt like it can infect. Oh yeah, it can infect kill, right. Damages everyone. The fact that it damages everyone and not just one person is good. I typed it in AS, I hit enter. You talk about the lander tokens. Ah, got it. Got him. Got multiple versions of it. Yeah. He's very versatile. Yeah. There's quite a bit that you're doing here, and one of the most important things is that you are drawing cards, and that's very good. Very, very good. Okay, so let me write this down. Tanook Memorial. Ensign. Commander. Or in the 99. How do we feel about him being a commander? We got thumbs up on commander. Definitely like worth doing a deck tech on him for sure, because it could be people's first time interacting with landfall, which happens all the time. And dealing damage with that landfall is also pretty important too. Ensign, yeah, Ensign, yep. I think it's a quite strong commander. I agree with that. I believe it. I do believe it's a quite strong commander, and it's one of those commanders where like there's a Spitfire Lagak, which is another like whenever a land you control enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. We'll find a couple of things that do that. And we got double triggers and all that. Yeah, I think we'll be honestly pretty okay. Being able to play lands from our graveyards is really good, right? It's like, okay, so for the commander aspect, it's just like, okay, playing lands, playing additional lands, right? Because we want to draw cards. We want to draw cards. So it's like we need to find a way to make sure that 2 lands are hitting the battlefield as much as possible. Usually just like, anything that says we can play an additional land, that's pretty good. Obviously fetches and stuff like that are great, but yeah, whenever your land you control enters, deals 1 damage to each opponent, or, sorry, not even or, if this is the second time it's resolved, draw a turn. It doesn't say draw a turn instead, you're still going to get that 1 damage to everyone, but it's also the second one you get to draw a card. Which is very weird. Yeah, your mandatory draw a card lunch break after the second land enters. If you don't put an artifact in the Mass Life King of this guy, you're wrong. Yeah, I don't see no reason to not put like a Basilisk Collar, or at least like a witch's clinic, right? Just some land that or something that gives lifelink. It doesn't have to be the biggest thing that you do, because remember, it is just 1 damage per opponent, right? It's not the most important thing, and there's multiple lands enter the battlefield, so not every single day, right? You have to force kind of like that additional, so yeah. I think you're spot on with that assessment. Dang it, I missed the assessment. What was the assessment? Say it again. Slapping Torbjorn and boom, you're 14 lands away from victory. Yeah, damage amplification is very, very strong with Chinook, right? Natural Ice is more likely to solve that problem. There's a lander card. There's like a 1 in the green, destroy target artifact or enchantment, and then make a lander token. It's like, alright. Ice Tilla Explorer coming in. This release will have. Yeah, there's a lot of cards that you'll be able to take from the Jund precon and make into this deck. Or honestly, you could just run Tanook in the Jund precon as well and just deal damage. It would actually be quite cool. You're talking about lifelink. In fact, not lifelink. Either, I mean, lifelink will gain us life. Infect will win us the game. I wouldn't do too much on the infect. Like, it is red-green, so there's not necessarily too many options to get more infect, but yeah. It's probably not super the goal. Would I sell Prowler? We're talking about infect, not life, right? Grafted Exoskeleton. Grafted Exoskeleton would be the main way that you're going to do infect with Tanook. Getting the person who gained 1 million life. Hey, Hope Honeybee, how you doing? Okay. Playing additional lands, damage amplification. Because it is hard to put 40 lands into your battlefield and then, deal 40 damage to people, right? So you do have to rely on making sure the life game players don't get too far away. But also at the same time, it's like, we gotta keep on making sure lands are entering all the time. Who cares? They resolve combo. Whatever. Another night against ain't nobody getting close to this shit. You do not commit an entire deck slot to countering the worst case scenario from every specific kind of deck. So in particular interaction instead of the graph exoskeleton is more likely to stop that situation in the first place. I'm not exactly sure what the entire context is. The one spell that sacks all your lands and searches for them. Oh, Scape Shift. Scape Shift. Scape Shift. Yeah, City on Fire, Fire Emancipation. Yeah. Oh my gosh, like a Fire Emancipation and Escape Shift to just like sacrifice all those lands, put a bunch of new lands in, and then just I mean, you would. That is what kills. You know, that ruins everyone for sure, for sure. You know, like that would win you games for sure. Yeah. Also, double triggers. There's definitely cards. I mean, we know that there's cards in Magic that say, hey, if a land entering the battlefield causes something to trigger, do it again. We know that that's already a thing. Keen Sense and stuff like that will let you draw cards. Ramming Up Excavator lets you put play cards from your graveyard. Yeah. Yeah, this is I mean, I think it's a pretty good deck. I think it's like a pretty straightforward deck to build in a lot of ways, right? Like you do pick up the things necessary to play this deck pretty quickly, which is just like I gotta focus on lands a lot, and hope that damage helps. Traveling Chocobo, yep. Tovalar, Dire Overlord. I don't know if you want Tovalar. Do you? What do you want Tovalar with? Ojar. O'Hare Oxenal, right? Yes. That counts as damage amplification. Instead of 1 damage, it turns into 4. Okay. Escape ship when you have an Ice Steel Explorer would be funny as hell. Yes. Most viable of the youngs. True. Werewolf deck with wolf token spawning creatures. Mm. It says draw a card if your deck intends to play 2 lands at all. It probably goes in. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like if you're red green and you know that you're in some sort of landfall deck, it's just like this guy draw you cards and deal you damage. You know, which is why I like that it's in red green because that means that like not every like if this was in green, right? If this was mono green, or even if it was mono red, it would go into a lot more decks kind of like immediately because it's just like lands, free damage, free 99. Awesome, we'll do it. But I like this. I like this too. This Suknook is very, very good. How much will this random custom index? Fine getting the effect counter on my opponents because half the time. Yeah. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. So clearly Tanook is in the command zone. He's also in the 99. Are we saying that as well? There's some 99 decks that would want him. I imagine just if you're already doing landfall. If you're already playing a lot of lands, getting them from your graveyard, all that cool stuff. Tanook looks like fun. I agree. Both for sure. Ooh, we got a both for sure and an I mean, it's like I don't play enough landfall to know, I guess. So I defer the chat on this one. Is this like still like a fun just Tanook Memorial Ensign? Is it like in the 99 of anything? Or is he just like, I gotta focus on being able to play lands as many times as possible? They're both precons and 2 booster bundles? Hell yeah, on your last life. Very nice. 99 of my decks that would run it. Really? Okay, perfect, John. Yeah, nice. Players are pretty niche and occasional mechanic. Normally go through the game with EDH to see proliferate 0 times. Search link down to resume. Yes, I'm gonna let you two keep going at it. So we do have an N in the 99. 99 is probably where it's gonna stay. Really? Not as in the commander? Yeah, anything you play 2 lands a turn, it goes in. I'd say yeah. Yeah. Okay. So in the 99, we're feeling that it does have a place in the 99. It might be its only place in 99, as Nolan says. So, like it as a commander. I think it's a very good commander as well. If he's in the 99, there's if he's in the 99, I just gotta hope that the commander is like throwing lands all the time, you know? Like a Borborygmos deck or something. I think it's a good commander. Might get hated out just for being annoying. Luckily, it is just 1 damage. I think like once you start, like bumping that damage up, where it's just like, oh yeah, City on Fire. Oh yeah, by the way, it's just like 5 damage per card now, or per land now. It's like, okay, all right, I'm done with this. Remove him. But he also only costs 3 mana, right? So the first removal spell just makes him cost 5. Fine. I like it as a commander. Run in summer if you must find your win con. Yeah. Might build it. I think it's a good commander. Might get hated out for being annoying. I think that's reasonable, yeah. He goes on Jelly Bean at least once for value. Rollercoaster Wise is a mass removal that works with all of our mana and regeneration. So that the damage doubler isn't a doubler. Like an early Hearthhole? A little bit like an early Hearthhole, yeah. Yeah, he does have a huge ass. He is a 3 mana 2/4, which is kind of wild. Red is a lot of board wipes that don't kill Tanook. The 3 damage board wipes don't hit him. Thank you very much for the like. I could see heavy land base too. Yeah, 40 lands, like definitely 40 plus lands. I'm gonna write that down. 40 plus lands for sure. 40. All right. It's almost 1 a.m. Love the background, by the way. Super cool how it swaps the colors, I assume. Yes, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have to remember to click the button, but yeah. Thank you very much, Tribs. Okay. I think we're done talking about this Tanook. It's very clear that this is a commander deck tech worth doing, and it's also good at 99. If anyone's letting less than 40 lands with this deck, Lord help them. True. Yeah, this is a deck that might want a basic land count in the 20s. I'm actually with that. I'm actually pretty for that. It's not a deck that necessarily needs like the fanciest lands ever, right? Like it really just doesn't. You know, it's pretty content with just like the basics. Okay, it's not a bad commander by any means, but there's probably better cards that can do more. No, I don't think there is. Not for this exact ability, right? Like the exact legendary, right? Like there's been cards that do it, Spitfire, Lagak, and things like that. There's been cards that do it, but in terms of a legendary creature, that's pretty good. This is pretty good. Pretty good card. Okay. And then now on to Tanook Steadfast Second. There we go. Now the real Tanook, the real meat and potatoes of Tanook Steadfast Second. All right. Then after this, I think it's like 1 more card. Oh, 2 more cards. Swear to God, there's a card that was red that was like exactly when you deal exactly 1 damage that affects it. No. There's a couple of cards that say if you deal exactly 1, do extra in some way, shape, or form. But they're usually more than just mono red. I don't think I know of a mono red card that does that. Now this card is bullshit. Yeah. This card is cracked in half. All right, let's read it. Tanook Steadfast Second. For 2 red, you get a 3/5 legendary creature Kavu Pilot. Other creatures you control have haste, and it is very important to note that it is other creatures, not yourself. Artifact cards and red cards in your hand have warp 2 and a red. And warping does count as like a cast. Artifact cards, so whether it's an artifact creature or just like a soul ring, like either way, you can put it into play, temporarily for that turn with warp for 2 in the red. And then, hey, not your problem after that. But the warp doesn't give haste to any of your creatures naturally, right? Like when you warp something in, they're like, what's going on? Tanook just says, you have haste. All your creatures have haste. So now when they get warped in, they can actually swing and all that other sort of stuff. I think that's been like the biggest want for Tanook Steadfast Second. Luckily, he can't put Eldrazi in, right? But he can put in Blightsteel Colossus, Portal to Phyrexia. Portal to Phyrexia now is just red and 2 colors. Like, There's a lot. Atali, Combustible Gearhawk, Cityscape Leveler, Ilharg, Trumpeting Connoisseur. Oh, hey, Ancient Copper Dragon. Who would have thought? And then Conjurer's Closet. It's a lot. It's a lot of cards. But they all make sense in your deck because you just they're just good. Alrighty. Getting pissed off. Warp and Bore. 3 mana warp out Celestis, tap Celestis for 5. Not Celestis. Chromatic Orrery. Thank you. I'm like, what? Celestis. That card's crazy. Here's what gives this card from good to great, right? The yes, yeah, no, the haste is what makes this card good to great. Because before, like without warp, it would just be like 3 mana. The artifact or creature enters, and then what's saying if it wasn't that the haste, right? So it's like it would come into play and they could station something, or they could just like exist with a passive ability of like entering the battlefield, dealing damage or something. But then they would just go back to hand, right? So the fact that they all have haste means that you can pay 3 mana to put in like a very powerful card. For only 3, when it normally would have cost like a lot more mana than that. Now it's just like, oh, 3 mana. Okay, well, it's in my face. Imagine turn 1, Lotus, Petal Rite of Flame, flop it. Blightsteel turn 2 for 4. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, deleted Soria. Even without haste, doing artifact things could go hard. I mean, yeah, there's a couple of cards like that. It's a really scary commander. No representation without stack station. True. Warp in 3 mana portal to Phyrexia. Yeah, that's like the real scary part, right? I am surprised that it was artifact cards and not just like artifact creatures can be warped in. I'm pretty shocked that it's not artifact creatures. But hey, we'll take it from Tanuk Steadfast Second, right? Just looking at this set, you have things like Nebula Dragon. Yeah, we're talking about Nebula Dragon. This make good care. This would make a good care. I can't read it. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Logan. Raging Battle Mice might have a place in this deck. Does this commander ability work for multicolor red? Yes. No, it's multicolor red. As long as there is red in the color scheme, right? Then, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's I don't know. It's a really strong card. I played against it the other day, actually. Like I played against it the other day, and I almost lost to a Shivan Dragon. A Shivan Dragon that was warped in with haste dealt all but 1 damage to me. I ended up eventually winning the game, but I was at 1 life for longer than I wasn't at 1 life. And it's all because like Tanuk was like, oh yeah, just have haste, and like Fire Breathe is like, dang, that's crazy. So yeah, Tanuk Steadfast Second. I played against it already, and I can confirm it is a pretty fun deck. So in terms of Tanuk Steadfast Second, is he a commander? Absolutely. Just without a doubt, right? Without a doubt. A true Steadfast Second. But in the 99, Might on the Meek Zone twice. Holy shit, that's crazy. Oh wow. Okay. At least warps can be countered. Yeah. Okay. Does he go to 99 anywhere? Oh, like every red creature deck? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah, that was dumb. Yeah, of course. Who wouldn't want all these big, giant creatures for 3 mana? I should have expected that. Yep. Might let Prosper put things in exile for later, but Prosper is way oversaturated. Oh, yes, absolutely. Way oversaturated. Thank you very much for the like. Appreciate it. Might let Prosper. Last one. Bergie works really well in this. Yeah, I mean Bergie, you pay 3 to warp, and then Bergie gives you a color, a red, right, to use on whatever. But I don't think Bergie necessarily lends too much to this. Guess it depends on how many casts there are in the game. If you, I mean, yeah, even I guess with warp you get to put in like an extra artifact or creature. Then if you get like any additional mana, even from Bergie, could get you like net you another creature, which would trigger with Bergie because you're casting the warp spell, so that triggers. Yeah. I just remember Barrow of the Heavens exists for 3 mana as wild. Yeah. I mean, cards that like have an enter the battlefield ability or a leave the battlefield ability are going to do a lot with this card, and it's probably going to be pretty awful. It's probably going to hurt a lot. Hey, Tatatoni. Or Nova Chaser if you have another elemental. Yeah. Coveted Jewel. Coveted Jewel just enters the battlefield. Yeah, I'm looking for Extinguisher Battleship is like my next thing. Okay, Tunic Steadfast second. Definitely a commander. And we will do a deck tech on it. In the 99. Is this card 99able? Is this card 99able? Probably. Like, literally, why not, I guess? Like, other creatures have haste, artifacts, and red creatures have 2 in a red. You have to have a very particular deck, though, if this is going to go into 99, right? Because, like, not every artifact or creature necessarily, like, wants to come into play for, like, a, second and then, like, get exiled or anything like that. Like, not every deck running red wants what Tanook is able to bring, so he'll be a popular commander, I think. But in the 99, there's only so many decks that really, really want Tanook. Godo Bandit Warlord, right. Avatar Slaughter for 3 mana, legit game-ending play, true. Prosper in the other deck, right. In decks that are specific, like, hey, we like exiling or casting from exile. It's like one of the coolest things. Does this have any bounce combos via Cloudstone Curio? Oh, no. Probably. Well, you warp something in, Cloudstone Curio goes to your hand. You need 3 mana still, right? Right? Like, in order to... Because it would do that with warp, and that's very funny now that I think about it. That's actually kind of fucking hilarious. Just... just warp in like a Cloudstone Curio and then just like another one, and they just keep. Yeah, that's funny. But you just need to fund the mana for it. Like Layla would be really, really good in this. Yeah, Layla would be good. There's more and more exile things coming out or have been out recently. Like, I'm not necessarily worried about the exile part for warp, but I do like that you're not actually losing the card, right? It's just like you play it for this cost, very temporarily. It goes, and then it can come back whenever. Tanook doesn't need to exist in order for you to recast anything that you warped away, right? Like, at all. Tanook's just there to say, like, oh yeah, you have haste now. So, yeah, like, there's a big old powerful creature that we just haven't seen yet, because, like, it was already warped for 3, and then, but, like, because it's a 20 drop, we're just never going to see it again. That's always, like, something that can happen, too. Definitely 99 material. Yeah, I'm just trying to, yeah. No, we talked about, Prosper and all that stuff. Yep, I hold all my counters if I see this commander. I think that's fair, honestly. This is never coming into play. It probably shouldn't. Chromatic Orrery plus any arbitrary rock makes a Cloudstone combo. True. And red without warp, yeah. Stick Goblin can do it. Oh, Sticker Goblin can do it, and red without warp, yeah. Impulse Draw is far worse for Tanook because its Impulse Draws will get you things and you want to warp somewhere, but you can't warp them. Right, you can't warp from exile, right? That's very true. So, like, mono red Impulse Draw is like, oh, like, instead of putting the card into your hand, you exile it and you can use it. And it's just like, well, actually, I can't warp from there. So yeah, that's actually something to kind of keep in mind when you're building this deck. Is like, actually, if you're going to draw cards from it, don't make an impulse draw. Make it real draw if you can, because you cannot warp from the from your hand. You cannot warp from your hand. Okay, or sorry, from exile. You can't warp from exile is what I meant to say. You specifically, it has to be from your hand. You can't warp when you're being exiled with an impulse draw. Even smaller things are Cranko all over again. Nah, a new Ishin toy. Nah, not every. I mean, not every Ishin card is red. You know, not every Ishin card is red. So and red and Ishin doesn't really fuck around with artifacts like that. So there will be times where Tanook just doesn't really do much. Too many Ishin cards aren't red. Yeah. He does give haste though. He does give haste, but like, you know, Ishin you could have given an Ishin deck haste with Courage of Endurance, right? And then at least the creatures are like +2/0. Okay. So definitely a commander, and in the 99, a much smaller role in the 99. Like basically probably not. Basically probably not doing that. Okay. We'll do a deck tech on to the next step at second. And then the last card we have. Oh, two last cards. I'm gonna speed blitz this because it is 1 a.m. So I gotta get to bed. The Sarima. You know, it is at the very least a spacecraft commander. You just find legendary creatures. It's meh. Great commander. Why in the 99? Yeah, I wouldn't. Issue one's a card. Yeah, you got it. Okay, so when it enters the Sarima, 1 white, legendary artifact spacecraft. When the Sarima enters, search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, and then put it into your hand, then shuffle. Right? And then once you get to 7 charge counters, you say that you're a 5/5 with flying, and other trapped legendary creatures you control have indestructible. And it's like, okay. Other trapped legendary creatures you control have indestructible. Okay. Alrighty. Interesting. Okay. Do we want mono white legendary tutor as a commander? Oh, that is true. This is perfect for secret commander. Okay. No, that's actually pretty fair. The Sarima is what'd you say? Yeah, secret commander in mono white. Commander in mono white. Yeah, that's fair. And because you're able to like tutor them up, right? And I mean, I don't know enough white legendary creatures to know if there's like enough of a shared theme with everyone to kind of like be cool with, but we'll figure it out. But as a commander, I think it's kind of just like, unless you're trying to be like, I'm gonna assemble a crew and take on this wild card, then like cool, I guess. But I need a crew of legendary creatures to crew the Sarima so that they're indestructible now. It's like, yeah. And they have to be tapped legendary creatures in order to be indestructible. It's like, okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. Cloud plus Buster Sword. I mean, yeah, you could look up Cloud. You could look up. No, you can't. Only legendary creature cards. Yeah. It also has to be when this enters, right? So it's just like, if you need to know exactly what you're searching for by like turn 3 with the Sarima. Thank you very much for the follow. Ashley Rocket, really appreciate it. Blink would be cool. You do have to blink this card, actually. Like, you... It's not a creature. It's just an artifact. Can't actually do anything. It's just a 3-mana artifact that you played, and you get a legendary creature, and then that was it. You never interact with it again sometimes. Unless you charge it. Yeah. I don't really know about this deck. You know, blink it to assemble the crew. Right. We could put Cloud in command zone and have him tutor for Buster Sword and spend less mana in trouble. That's actually a pretty fair. That's actually a pretty fair assessment, right? It's like, why do that in mono red when the source itself is already like tutoring for the card? Yeah. Attacking equal tap. That's true. Attacking does equal tap. I hope none of your cards have vigilance. In mono white, I hope none of your mono white legendary cards have vigilance. By the way, how's Mangara or something, right? It's like there are times where your creatures won't be. Oh my goodness. Other tap legend. So, okay, that's one way I guess to convince everyone to station the ship. To have a tapped creature that's indestructible. Cool. Anytime someone tries to go kill your own. Wait, what was that last part? Can I see that? Oh, it's too late. I'm sorry. I missed that one. So another blink deck if you want mono white legendaries. I don't even want that. And also remember the blink, it either has to be artifact blink, which is a lot harder, right? It typically you have to like repay the mana. If you do charge it to 7 counters and now it becomes a creature, then you can flicker it, but then it comes back and it doesn't have the counters anymore. So it's like it's just a weird deck. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, chat. I ain't feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I get, mono white legendary creatures. It does sound pretty cool, like at one point or another, but yeah. But if the Sarima said it did it on enter and attack, that would be different, like a huge difference. But like they don't. They just kind of like make it so much lesser for like no reason. But whatever. Yeah, whatever. Okay, the Sarima commander, yay or nay? Yay or nay, chat. Can swing with your legendaries kind of safely, I guess. Yeah, kind of. Do more with white legendaries when you're not the 120. Yeah, I'm trying to see. Philia, yeah. Mono white legendaries is just you throw another white partner. True, nay. That's bad. 2 out of 10 card. Okay, so no commander. We won't do a deck tech on the Sarima. Thank God. I did not want to do that. So in the 99 at best. Are we even like? Do we even care which 99 it is? Because I don't think we do. Right? Not really. Not really. It's just fine. You get legendary creatures, they get indestructible, whatever. They only get indestructible when they're tapped, right? I have the Serenum in the Inspirit deck, and that's fine, but yeah. I think the point of this card is to protect your own stuff and be really annoying to remove, right? Because lots of mono white have tap target creature for pay 1 mana, which you can play anytime, right? So someone removes your card, instant pop, tap that creature, tap your own stuff. Right. Yeah, part of it. Okay, so not worth mentioning in the 99 because you can put it in Philia, you can put it just like wherever, right? Okay, now on to the last card. Zurfrit. This one is actually definitely way more of an actual talking point, right? So Zoofit, Osteoharmonicist, which is A really cool name. Um, all right. Zoophyte Austeroharmonist is one black for a 2/3 legendary creature human wizard that has tap, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a skeleton in addition to its other types and has no abilities. Activate only as a sorcery. And I find this awesome. It was a really cool card. A really, really cool card. You can do a lot of silly things, yep. Conjurer's Closet's very good. Very good, because then like you bring a card back that has no abilities and you Conjurer's Closet again and now has abilities again. Whoa, crazy. Gandalf the yeah, oh my god, Gandalf the White for that last one. Yep. Skellies. Yeah, skeletons are definitely like an interesting card type for them to be. Oh, right. Hello, Honeyball. We are being raided, chat, with 223 people. Citadel Invasion. Ooh, from Mass Effect. Yes, baby. I love it. Skeletons have almost no support. Correct. Citadel Invasion. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the Kurohitsuki channel. Yeah. Honeybell, hi. Hi. Good to see you. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Edge of Eternities. Hi, it's been a bit. It has been a bit, my friend. But how are you been? How have you been? I am doing very well. I'm doing very well, Honeybell. I already opened some Edge of Eternities products. Actually, I've got to be a Magic the Gathering ambassador for Edge of Eternities. So we're going over all of the just a short little analysis of all the legendary creatures in the set to see if hey we should like cover some commander content for them or not. But I got some good cards. I'm very happy with what I got. I'm missing only a couple. Definitely some legendaries. I'm missing one of the decks, the commanders I want to build a deck on, but people will get it this weekend. It'll be fine. Um, I do be playing Magic. Yeah. Big W, big W. Yeah. You know. I've been known to ambassador a little bit. Thank you very much, my friends. I appreciate it. And yes, chat. Be sure to drop a like, follow, subscribe, all that cool stuff. We play Commander here. In fact, tomorrow I'll be playing one of the decks from. Actually, there'll be 3 people playing decks from the new set, the new precoms coming out. So it's actually going to be a very, very fun night. So be sure to tune in tomorrow for some actual Commander playing, even though right now we're just kind of talking about the Commanders here. Can play Death Shadow? Yes. The card everyone talks about, oh, this card is Death Shadow, right? Instantly makes sense. Oh, for this one? Yeah, so chat, welcome to a quick analysis. This is actually the last one we have tonight because it's X right here. It is like 1:13 a.m. to me, so I do gotta finish this up. Hey, introducing Zoophyte. Yeah, tap, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a skeleton in addition to its other types and has no abilities. So clearly, the way that you want to play this deck is you find a card that says, oh, like, I actually deal like 20 damage, but every time I swing, you lose half of your life, right? Like, that's an ability to make like a creature with like a large amount of power and toughness, but there's like a drawback ability. With this guy, you can, if that card is just in your graveyard, you can bring it back and it's just a 20/20 with none of that negative ability. And that's very cool. That's actually like a pretty unique commander. They don't do that often, really. I can't even. Okay, they've done it before, but not this well. That's for sure. So yeah, it's really actually nice to have a mono black commander, which there's a lot of mono black commanders, and usually mono black just ends up being about reanimation. And this one is literally reanimation built right on a card, but specifically the deck that you're building around free reanimations is different from most mono black resurrection decks, right? You don't want to put Shieldred in here. You don't want to put Sepulchre Primordial. You don't want to put like all the best and most popular black cards in here. Not really, because they would lose abilities. They would, Shieldred is just like a 4/4 at the end of the day, right? When you take the strip the abilities away. There are definitely ways to get it back and cheat the system. Someone mentioned Conjurer's Closet, right? It's just like, if it doesn't exile the card, that's like the kind of the weird thing about them. Usually, to prevent people from doing stuff like this, it's like you would the creature in the graveyard, you exile the creature from the graveyard, and you make a token that's a copy just with no abilities, right? So it's like you permanently lost that thing that you tried to bring back from the dead. You just have like a copy of it, but once that copy goes away, then like you're SOL. Not this time. He just bring it back. Like that, the card, just put it into play. I don't really care how you get it there. And it's just really cool. We see people trying to build decks where there's like just creatures that have a really high power but a really bad drawback, and now they just have a really high power with something like this, which most mono black reanimation decks don't do because they're just all about value and abilities and stuff. So this is actually really, really cool. This is actually a really dope commander. So chat, are we feeling this as a commander? Black, you can black flicker with scam effects. Yeah. Phyrexian Dreadnought is the other card being brought up. Yes, yeah, all those cards that say like, oh, you gotta sacrifice in order to blah blah blah. It's like, let's just get through all of that. Archfiend of the Dross would be sick in this. Yes. Devouring Sterosis. I've never heard of that in my life. What is that? Devouring Sterosis? What? This better be a card. Sterosis better be spelled correctly. Oh, Stros. Okay, Strossus. I'll give you that one. Okay, I'll give you that one. It is kind of wild. Devouring Sterosis is a 5 black 9/9 creature horror. Flying trample haste at the beginning of your upkeep. Sacrifice a creature, and if you sacrifice a creature, regenerate Devouring Sterosis. Okay, sure. So what, people want to bring this back because it would just be a 9/9 even though it costs 8 mana? What? Sounds like a waste of time. Also, the Devouring Sterosis, it's a 9/9 that naturally has flying and trample. So you would remove the flying trample. I don't. This is a weird card. I'm just saying I would just run like a Death Shadow, right? Just Death Shadow. It's a pretty good card. Like, it's a 1 mana 13/13, but it gets -X where X is your life total, right? So like, you as the player can't play Death Shadow until it's much closer to a lower life total, right? But that's an ability, right? Normally this is a 1 mana 13/13, but Death Shadow, the ability is to get -X where X is your life total, and if you take that away, it's just a 1 mana skeleton that's a 13/13. It loses abilities. Yeah. Death Baron is a must, so is Death Priest of Miracles, Skeleton Crew. Yes, definitely Skeleton Crew, right? Yeah, definitely a commander. Yep. Hunted Horror. Hunted Horror is a preview card that I did. So yes, best believe I'm already looking at Hunted Horror. For sure. Yeah, we could put some skeleton typo stuff in here. Skeletons are a pretty underrepresented kindred, so just a little. We don't want too much. We don't really care that much about skeletons. Our commander makes things in the skeletons, but we just care about the fact that we have like a 13/13, you know. Yeah, there's a zombie dinosaur. You cast it for super cheap. Yeah, it's 2 in a black, Rotting Regisaur. It's like a 2 in a black 7/2. Pretty good value for 3 mana, but you have to discard a card at the beginning of your upkeep or something like that. So, or sacrifice. I think it's sacrifice or discard, whatever. You sacrifice it to its own ability, and then your commander comes out, and now it's just a 7/2. Death Baron gives everything Death Touch, which is yep. Yeah, wasn't thinking about it, losing flying and trample and haste. Yeah, we're gonna have to try to find ways to give abilities back. Like Death Baron gives Death Touch, and that's good. Um, but being able to give trample again, so that these 12/12s that you have, actually like do something. And they don't just like swing and get blocked by the nearest 1/1. But sometimes that's it. Sometimes that's all you need. But I think the real thing is being able to bring these creatures back with no abilities, and then use a Conjurer's Closet or something to then flicker them. So now they come back with like good abilities. Some of them have good abilities that you'll want. Um, but yeah, we'll do a deck tech on it. I mean, Zoo, if it is definitely in the command zone, right? 100% chat. Thumbs up on this being a commander that we want to do a deck tech on. Would this work for that new 2020 ship? No, because this guy only brings back creatures, and spacecraft aren't creatures until they're on the battlefield and you put enough charge counters on them. Until then, they're just artifacts. Kind of like a vehicle, right? Like it's not a creature. 100% thumbs up, perfect. Okay, so we'll do a deck tech on this. It might be like the last one we do. It's the last in alphabet, right? And then the last question is, does this fit in the 99 anywhere? Are there other decks that want this card for any reason? I don't think so, right? Like, I feel like, I mean, there is, like, some decks will want, like, just big, dumb creatures. It's just the thing is, like, we usually play Commander just for cards to have abilities that we like, right? This guy's Commander deck is a very different take on things, right? Like, most decks aren't running Death Shadow because in Commander, your life total starts at 40. It's very hard to get down to under 13 life for Death Shadow not to just like evaporate, right, as soon as you play it. So it's like, it is nice to just sometimes have a creature that just reanimates, for you just tap it and it just reanimates something. That is actually pretty cool, right? Like, some decks do want that. I would say like Zeator the Incinerator, right? Zeator the Incinerator just wants something to be able to sacrifice and deal damage with. Doesn't really matter what the abilities are. It was just there to be eaten. That's like a fair use for this card, right? But usually we do it for abilities, right? If you want to keep some of the creatures as skeleton corpses of the lost is good support. True. Rarely, yeah. Flicker decks might, yeah, maybe Flicker decks might, but it's okay that this card just like is kind of just like a commander deck all its own. I think that's super fair. Rogue Shuriken, thank you very much for follow. I feel like you can get this card, you'd shift your playstyle to fit it, but you don't want to gamble just on this card. Oh, exactly, Lax9. Yeah, I think gambling on this being the card that you see every game, so therefore you change up your commander deck, is like the wrong way to go about it, for sure. For sure. I would not recommend. So yeah, I'm surprised you're still up, champ. Oh yeah, I'm going to bed right now. What's the card that you're most excited for this set? This one here. This is going to be my brand new commander, Servandum. And I'm going to try to make him like specifically like bracket 4, right? I think that he can be mean enough and attack and like just so full of like pretty oppressive removal if he's built right. So I'm going to try to make him a bracket 4 cuz I need more bracket 4 decks that aren't spell slinging, which is my own fault. I love blue too much. But I'm honestly the most excited for the Jeskai Precon, because the Jeskai Precon, and I already have it because I got it early, and I made it like spacecraft type, and I'm really excited for it, which I'll be playing tomorrow, chat. There's 2 commander pods happening tomorrow, and and I'm gonna be playing the Just Got Precon, and there are 2 other Magic the Gathering ambassadors who are playing with me tomorrow as well, playing precons of their own. So please do stop by tomorrow if you're looking for some more Commander content. I'm Kuro Hitsuki. I love Magic. I love nerddom, and I love being able to talk about it with people. Like, honestly, like, chat is like my social outlet. Like, every day I go to work, I go home, I talk to chat, and I'm pretty okay with that. So thank you very much for joining me on just yapping, just yapping about commanders. We didn't even like build a deck, but we just talked about, like, yeah, not really worth it being a commander, or like, oh my god, this is the brand new staple in like 5 different decks. It's great. Um, so yeah, thank you so much, chat. Appreciate it. Please do drop a like and a follow. There we do. If just one last request, I do have a brand new YouTube video that just went live today. It is me and Shy Twilight talking about our favorite cards from this very set. So I'm just gonna drop the link down below. If you could all do me a wonderful solid, and please do drop a like on it, subscribe. That'd be great. Subscribes really actually help, especially a very incredibly small fledgling channel like mine. Yeah, please do what you feel like doing. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna get some commander games in. Shy is great. Shy is absolutely wonderful. I just want Frenzied Baloth, the green card that could never be green. Yeah. Frenzied Baloth. I got one. I got a foil full art one. It's actually pretty cool. Always down for commander? Hell yeah. If this is a legal card? Yeah. No, these are all, like, the set has already been revealed. Like, the full gallery is live. So, no. There's no more fake cards floating around. It's all just, like, a real card. Alright, chat. I'm going to figure out where I'm going to drop you off as my own raid. Oh, Decked Out. Yep, we're going over to Decked Out. They are doing their subathon. I forgot. I don't even know what day they're on right now, but they are killing it. And I appreciate my friends. So please help me give a warm and loving embrace to my friends over at Decked Out EDH. I will see y'all tomorrow. Okay? See you tomorrow for some Magic the Gathering. Some good old commander plays, and we're going to have a great time, alright? Deuces, chat. Have a wonderful night. YouTube,